Aussie.
Hey, sorry, I was momentarily distracted just as the countdown ended. Hello for Friday night party night. Hi, Lee. Hi, Nettie. And yes, I think we do look a bit excited in that thumbnail. Used a filter app that really accentuated the whole crazy eyes thing. And hey, Greg. Because it's making cocktail videos for next week. I actually made one. Look at it. It's got the orange in there. Okay, like this. Got the orange and a cinnamon stick. It's a cinnamon orange margarita. And hello, Alexander. Yes, and that drink features two things I got delivered recently from Only Bitters, or the Bitters Lab. Thing I'd been wanting for ages, a mallet and a Lewis bag for crushing ice. Hence, crushed ice in my drink. Shrewd-eyed people will notice that I very rarely have crushed ice in my drinks because I didn't have the right implements. I could improvise, but it was a bit of a pain. But now, Lewis bag and a mallet and smashy crushed ice. And also, I got a cinnamon bitter orange Amaro that was on special at Only Bitters, just purely on spec because I liked the maker and it was cheap. And it goes well. The original recipe for this said to use cinnamon syrup and orange bitters. So I replaced both those elements with the cinnamon bitter orange liqueur. And hello, Megaleech. Nettie's getting waffles. Nice. I made a toasted sandwich for dinner with this yummy meats from a kebab place and mushroom. And it was stuff left over from dinner last night, and I reheated it and put it in a sandwich. Renegade Faith, hello and happy Friday, and to you as well, Raiders. Nice to see you. So Aidsy messaged me half an hour ago, very keen to join. So I have sent him the link. I haven't heard back from him yet, so who knows what he's doing. Do you want me to get in here or... Sorry? Oh, your jelly. I'll get it for you if you like. Oh, wait. Where's the alcoholic jelly gone?
Behind the ice cream container, I think.
Yeah, it is. So, which sadly doesn't have ice cream in it. It has congee in it. But... Anything else? Or...
Some
cold water? Hydrating, that's always good. Huge Pikachu cup. It's going to take.
You have to pour it up all the way.
No, I know you like to just use room temperature as well.
Yeah.
But even doing it halfway is. But that's like a quarter of the way.
I mean, I thought that.
No, still a lot of water. All right, some water for you. There you go. Right. Hey, Suze, when do I eat healthy food? Congee is not mine. That was Offspring made that. So, Lee, you got university grades so far? A bunch of high distinctions, credit. That's all good and fabulous. Cheers to you, Lee. So, I was just saying hi to Sue on Facebook because most peeps are watching on YouTube, I just like to let people know who I'm talking to. Not that I don't occasionally just spend time talking to the fair folk, the wee folk that no one else can see. That happens, especially if I have a couple more. Well, I'm not going to have a couple more of these. This is, for those who missed it, this is called a, well, it's an orange cinnamon margarita, basically. Tastes like orange juice. Like it's just got a couple of little slices of orange muddled in the bottom of the glass, and it tastes mostly like orange juice. That's why I rarely use orange juice in a cocktail, because I think it dominates it and all you end up tasting is orange juice. I can also taste the bitter Amaro that's in there. Sue, if you move to YouTube, you will see other people's comments. But you know, if it's a drama, don't worry about it. But whichever works. That's Nettie. That's what happened last Friday. I was distracted, and the fair folk got a hold of me and carried me off, where I slept for 100 years. And then I came back and it had only been 90 minutes. That's what happens when the fair folk get you. Strange things. I lived a whole life among them for 100 years. And I came back and only 90 minutes had passed. So just be careful. That's all I'm saying. Oh, look, I'm gonna I might put this out to a vote, and this is very arbitrary. This is the first of 3 cocktails that's going to go up on my YouTube channel next week. I still need to make the 2 other videos during the course of this stream. Lee, very much like Labyrinth, in fact. That was the wee folk. And hello, Nobody, and Chris, how you doing? And yeah, Nettie, I think the fair folk may have been attracted by my background lights. Not necessarily my intention when I put them up, but hey, you know, what happens, happens. Yeah, so the second drink I'm going to make is going to be cachaça for Cachaça Day, which is next week. Cachaça is Brazil's national spirit. It's a cane spirit. It's like a cousin of rum. The base of rum is molasses, which is like the boiled down sugar. It's part of the byproduct of making sugar. And I think this folklore might not be right. Molasses was originally regarded as a waste product, and they didn't know what to do with it, and they distilled it, probably just fermented it at first, but then ultimately distilled it and it became rum. Whereas cachaça is distilled from pure cane syrup, not from boiled down molasses. So people often say cachaça has a grassier taste, which is not the most appealing way to describe something, in my humble opinion. Calling it grassy is but it's also not that wrong. To me, it reminds me a bit more. It's like sugarcane. If you've ever been around a sugarcane, you can chew on a stick of sugarcane, and it's very sweet and whatnot. I think I did that on a school excursion. And it's that type of flavor. There it is, cachaça. Just looking up cachaça. So that's basically the difference between cachaça and sugarcane. Sorry, cachaça and rum. Rum's a more full-bodied sort of taste. Rum tends to taste almost like overripe fruit. You often get not in an unpleasant way, but you often get a sort of overripe banana, overripe pineapple vibe with more full-bodied rums, whereas cachaça is a bit lighter. And hello, Stella. That was a little disconcerting, Sue, that came up with Andrew's name. Oh, dear. But you're there now, so. It's okay. That's just a display name. We won't let that bother us. Renegade, how did Mufasa come into it? I feel like I missed something. Oh, did you think Kashasa sounds like Mufasa? Is that what we're going with? That's fine. Just going to go with which of these cocktails sounds the most fun, which is a very arbitrary question to be asking, I know. But then again, I don't mind asking arbitrary questions. I'm basically trying to decide between two drinks, which ones sounds more interesting. Although I just found another Esmeralda, Cachaça, single malt peated Scotch whiskey, elderflower, lime juice, and sugar syrup. I don't know. I was actually more thinking there's a really simple one called a lemon beet. That's cachaça, lemon juice, and honey syrup. Just really simple, quick, good to go type of things. That's just a really simple 3-ingredient cocktail. And it's only one booze. I think I'll make that one. It just sounds really simple and fun. We're already doing tech talk. Nobody been, would you say you've been selling a laptop? Sold a laptop. There you go, a refurb. And hey, Luke, how you doing? Here's one thing. Crushed ice drinks, if you don't have the right straw, are a pain in the ass to drink. I did originally have a straw in this, and it was too thin, and the ice was blocking the end of it. So I just gave up on the straw, and I'm just drinking it, and I'm like... So if I make slurping noises, it's because I'm trying to filter out the ice with my lips. So what's that? Do I know what? Trying to... Oh, my God. Okay. So the username Andrew Murch is actually... Sue Murch is actually my sister. And we were talking today. Well, I guess it's come up. It's a dark family secret. The sad story of our missing sibling, Raymond, who was born between me and Sue. Sue's a little older than me, and Raymond was in between. I'd always been told, we used to, when we were kids, go on an annual holiday up to the sort of mid-New South Wales coast. And one of the places we'd often go to, we were not far from Newcastle. We're in the Port Stephens area where we're on holidays. And there was this tourist thing called the Raymond Terrace Lion Safari, where someone had imported some friggin' lions and you'd drive your car through it. You often see it as one of those. And ironic, given his name, but Raymond was actually killed by the lions in the Raymond Terrace Lion Safari. And the family hushed it up and buried him in the backyard. So dark family secrets. Hello, Abigail, by the way. Came in just as I'm sharing dark family secrets. the mystery of Raymond. No one would talk about him when I was growing up. You know, the whole thing. We had a well in the backyard that I didn't know about. And apparently his body was put down the well, or his remains, because he was mauled by lions at the Raymond Terrace Lion Safari. So, I was talking to Sue today, and Raymond came up, as Raymond always comes up in family conversations, because, you know, when you've got that darker family secret, everyone wants to know what really happened. You know, because when you're kids, you forget. You get told that Raymond got killed by the lions at the Raymond Terrace Lion Safari, and he was buried in a well in the backyard. Well, first, that sounds, I agree, Annette, it sounds strange and unlikely. There's something else being covered up, because I don't even remember there being a well in my backyard. Okay? I feel like I'd remember that, but that's what my parents told me. We were paid because it was going to hurt the tourist place, the Raymond Terrace Lion Safari. So we were paid off. We were paid off to cover up the fact Raymond was mauled by the lions at the Raymond Terrace Lion Safari. And we took the payoff and kept it quiet by just burying Raymond in the backyard. Stella, it does sound like a story Azy would make up, doesn't it? It really sounds like a story someone made up. But it's been a topic of conversation in my family for decades. Who was Raymond? Why is he not in any family photos? Was this like Soviet era propaganda to cover it up? Raymond was just removed from all the family photos. And yes, as Sue says, there's a lot of us. There were 10 of us, 11 with Raymond. Well, see, this is the thing, Nettie. Both my parents are dead now, and that was just what they told us. We don't know what really happened. We were kids. We were just kids. And we only have like the vaguest memory of Raymond. What really happened to him? I want someone to do a true crime podcast on Raymond. What really happened to Raymond? And why isn't he in any of our family photos? And yet, every time my family gets together and drinks, people start talking about Raymond. I want to know. I want to know why that's the case. Every time my family gets together and has a few drinkies, people start talking about Raymond. But he's not in any family photos. What's behind it all? Skeleton. Were my parents just using Raymond to make me behave? Eat your dinner or you'll end up visiting Raymond. I think that just gave me a chill. When you said that, eat your dinner or you'll end up visiting Raymond, that gave me a chill. I think I was threatened with that when I was a kid. So I want to show them a Christmas photo. I don't have it handy. I don't have a Christmas photo handy. I'm just sitting in my kitchen. And also, which Christmas photo are you talking about? Are you talking about a Christmas photo that does have Raymond or doesn't have Raymond? Is there one in Raymond? I don't know. So, yeah. But, yes, you thought you knew everything about me. Oh, yes, Nettie. It could be a Lars von Trier movie. See, Abigail, maybe nobody loved Raymond. Nobody has a clear... See, the big thing is no one has a clear memory of Raymond. Everyone talks about Raymond. Everyone talks about Raymond. And the more drinks they have, the more they talk about Raymond. But it's a mystery. If we all know about Raymond, but don't have a clear memory of Raymond, and he's not in any family photos, what's going on? What's going on? I fear, actually, my oldest brother is getting a bit vague in his old age, and he can be quite perturbed by talk of Raymond, because he gets very confused and goes, I should remember that. Why don't I remember that? And we're like, don't know, man. Don't know, man. Why don't you remember? Why don't you remember? You were the oldest brother. Surely you'd remember Raymond, but no. Oh, right, yes. No, that's the one. Oh, I might be able to find it. Let me see. I just got to go to Facebook. Can I interest you in everything all of the time? Let me see if I can find. I think you posted something in that group chat. I think I might be able to track it down through group chat. But you caught me off guard by saying, like, get it. I'm like, no, there it is. Okay, so that's the group chat. Let me see if I can find that Christmas picture. Okay, all right. I'm confused. Are Facebook in on this? Because didn't you post a picture of the two of you with Raymond, and yet see now I think Facebook's in on it. Renegade Faith, were we all born at the same hospital? I think some of us were born in a paddock, quite honestly, Abby. He didn't, don't call him Shirley. So now I'm starting to think that Facebook are even in on it, because I thought that was the picture of the two of you with Raymond, and yet he's not in the picture. So I don't know, maybe Facebook's in on it as well. Kirsten, happy fucking Friday. You've had a stressful week, I take it, with the whole Australia Post not doing deliveries and people freaking out because they thought they'd get something for Father's Day. Never hassle people in service industries, whether they're in restaurants, cafes, bars, or customer service. Don't hassle them. Oh, so you reckon most of us were born in the well? That could explain a lot. Celtic, am I going to do another live stream sleep? Not planning. Then again, I didn't plan the last one. So, who knows? So what made your day? Founder deciding Karen's calling and abusing us too much. So we turned the phones off. That is excellent. That is some quality support from the boss. Still, shit, remind you you're about to buy some whiskey. I almost bought some rum today because it was on special at Dan's. I went, I like that one. And I went, I've got 10 bottles of rum. I don't need any more rum. So I didn't. Raiders. Oh, see, what a shame. You've missed you're trying to find, you've had experiences with births, deaths, marriages, Victoria. That's helpful. It's not going to help because this all happened in Dubbo, which is a wild and lawless place. And I think it's the wild and lawless nature of Dubbo that allowed Raymond to disappear. Oh, damn. Abigail had a massive ASD overwhelm day yesterday. Today you had having a rather large, fucking huge fibro flare-up. Oh, that sucks. Going to try whiskey and Red Bull. Why not? I was going to have an energy drink, actually. I might have an energy drink to fucking last me to 2 a.m. Was it Kirsten, you thought switching off the phone wouldn't make a difference? And it made a big difference. Well, that's a quality boss right there. feel like all the tequila sank to the bottom. It tasted more like tequila at the end. I think I will have an energy drink, actually. I want to fall asleep tonight. Oh, okay. Kirsten's, if you're in the whiskey mood, Archie Rose Single Malt and Rye, both available on the website. They are not always available. They are both fucking excellent. I finished my rye. I've still got a decent whack of the single malt, which is a really impressive, complex single malt. It's like a 6 mash build, one of which is really smoky, and sometimes, depending what you do, really brings out the smokiness. So, oh yes, if you're ever buying, see, Kirsten's our pal. This is why we have pals in the trade. If you're ever ordering anything from Archie Rose, use the code 10OFFARCHIE to get. Oh yes, I bet it's a weird aftertaste, Abigail. Red Bull's just got a weird aftertaste. Celtic, someone called you today, dialed the wrong number, but the call made his day. He just needed to talk to someone. Well, I'm glad you were there to talk to him, man. That's really good. I'm going to get a big glass to have an energy drink in, just to see me through the night. So it'll only take me a second to get it. Oh dear. So it's like the giveaway of how strong your drink is often if you stand up and walk around. And not that I'm pissed, but that drink did have a double shot of whiskey in it. Not whiskey, tequila. I can feel it. Not pissed, but I can feel the fact that I just had a double shot of tequila. Oh, wait. I want a big piece of ice from my big ice tray. There you go there. All right. Ice, baby. Ding. Energy drinks are down here. A pink one, I think. A pink drink. A pink drink for Friday. This is really interesting. We're like, half an hour in and no AIDSy. And an hour ago, he messaged me saying, I want to join. So he might be having technical problems. Renegade Faith, double shot of tequila. You know, that sounds like the voice of experience, Renegade Faith. After a double shot of tequila, I won't go missing, only my clothes. Sounds like a lived experience on your part. Abigail, both you and your son receiving robo-dialed scam calls at least once a day. I'm getting more scam texts than calls. It varies. I've had a lot of scam calls in the past, but I'm getting more scam texts at the moment. Nettie, you bought a lot of stuff. Ozpost taking mental health break for the week, and now you forgot what you bought. Well, end of next week, maybe you'll get a good surprise. Like the scam text I've been getting most lately, thing says, your package will be delivered tomorrow. You know, tap here to track it. And because the initial one said it was coming from DHL, and I really went, cool, I forgot I ordered anything. I wonder what it is. And then the URL, they're very lazy. The URL was like, buyforeignexchange.com. And I just went, oh, it's a scam. And then I got it several more times, and it's always some very... They're just not thinking through. Like the URLs have been like something like, buy foreign exchange or manga online or whatever. They should at least put a domain like, parceldelivery.com. They're very lazy scammers, very lazy scammers. They don't deserve to succeed because they're just lazy. Yeah, Abigail, Miguelish, we're getting... Apparently... It's Android phone malware. If you visit the link, it installs malware on your phone, and then your phone starts texting everyone in your contact list. And apparently millions of these are going out worldwide. And and millions of people. I've heard that a theory too, Megaleech, making it easy to spot the scam actually filters out smarter people, so the only people who click on it are more gullible. There we go. That's a good one. I pay $2 customs fee to get your iPhone 11X super duper. Yeah. Celtic King, you think we should start a service people call if they want to talk, not a lifeline for mental health? People just want to talk. That exists. I'm actually pretty sure that exists, Celtic King, and I think you'd be good at it. Oh, God, Nettie called it kids cold. That sucks. Megaleech, sorry, Raiders, by saying you watched the Lion Park story, do you mean you rewound the stream to see what I was saying? Look, and I will admit, my sister and I had that whole conversation about Raymond. Oh, look, I'm going to let it feels to me. We have, I think we have actually convinced my oldest brother that Raymond is real. Because I don't even know who started it or when they started it, but about 20 years ago at family gatherings, like at Christmas and stuff, Raymond came up, you know, the brother that went missing. And so we built a lore around Raymond. I believe we may have convinced my oldest brother that Raymond's real, and he's very confused because he doesn't remember Raymond. Oh no, Nettie, your waffles got cancelled. That sucks. Oh, Abigail, that's interesting. Sometimes text random phone numbers with random thoughts. Sometimes dark, depressing, sometimes just weird. Well, it's a strange and complex world we live in. Celtic King, I don't know what the service is called, but I think some judicious Googling might reveal. I'm sure something like just be a friend. Oh, Jesus, what did I, oh man, I feel like this would be right up your alley. I saw it on social media and I've forgotten exactly what it is. It is basically, okay, I reckon you might enjoy this, Celtic King. Try doing Google searches for helping people learn English online, and it's basically these things where you just volunteer to let someone who's from a non-English speaking background do like a Zoom call with you just to practice speaking English, which I think is kind of cool. Oh, that's a good question, Megaleech. Abigail, the scammer who was texting you that time I was at your place, did they ever re-contact you? Because that was surreal. Reddish, you knew an undercover cop who was brilliant at creating identities and extensive backstories. You got to be if you're an undercover cop, or if you're from my weird family. So I feel like I let the story of Raymond go on long enough on the off chance my brother sees this on Facebook and looks, and he'll just go, Jesus, they're talking about Raymond again. Why can't I remember Raymond? It is, isn't it a pretty pink drink? Purpley pink. It's the newest. I really like no sugar Monster drinks. This one's called Ultra Rosa. This is the newest of the zero sugar Monster drinks. I really like them. And yes, Megaleech, it's a little bit anticlimactic. I don't know. I just felt really bad. I think most people in the stream had worked out I was taking the piss, but It tastes good too. I don't know if it's the power of suggestion, but it tastes kind of like Rosewater, Turkish Delight. Abigail, you're addicted to the smell and taste of Red Bull. I don't hate Red Bull, but I don't like it. Whereas these Monster Zero Sugars, I actively like them. I really like them. Also, big fucking cans, man. Actually, it's not the biggest. It was there's an old video like from at least 12 years ago. Oh, you look intrigued. What are you finding there? Oh, was it
Jelly.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, Liz finished off the jelly. Yeah. Sorry. Yes, Renegade Faith. I am all about big cans. There's a video from like, I don't know, 12, 14 years ago when I was staying at Corey's place in the US. And I made this video. For breakfast, I was having a chocolate dipped Twinkie and a giant can of energy drink. It might have been Monster, but it was the BFC, aka the big fucking can. It's even bigger than this one. So yeah. Republic of Fiji Military Forces. Hello. That's quite the username. Oh no, Stella, you're using PayPal's 4 installment payment system to pay for whiskey. Yes. Do I remember you? I didn't. I think you might have me confused with someone. I did not serve in the Republic of Fiji Military Forces. I'm now just picturing the physical embodiment of the Republic of Fiji Military Forces having a conversation with me, which is pretty weird. Oh dear. So, yes. That's like a Chuck Tingle thing, except I'm just having a conversation rather than being pounded in the butt. I'm having a conversation with the physical manifestation or the online manifestation of the Republic of Fiji Military Forces. I did a video in 2006 about the coup. Did you give me some information on that? Or is it just because I made a video in 2006 about the coup, now the embodiment of the Republic of Fiji Military Forces are coming for their revenge? Is that what's happening? And also, bless you for thinking I remember a single video of the 4,000 videos I've uploaded to YouTube in the past 15 years. That's probably a slight exaggeration, but I'm sure it's over 2,000. It actually does ring a vague bell because I'm not fond of coups. Was that one of the ones where I was going like, I'm never going to be allowed in this country because I'm saying this? There's about, over the time I've been on YouTube, I've worked up about 6 countries that I probably can't go to because of things I've said in videos. Countries that have particular laws, like saying that the King of Thailand blows goats, because there's a law that says you're not allowed to denigrate the King of Thailand. So I'm like, yeah, you know what? Fuck that guy. I know nothing about him and actually don't have anything against him. But because there's a law that says I can't say anything bad about him, I am now going to say bad things about him. Thanks, Republic of Fiji Military Forces. I'm glad I'm all right. Because, my friend, I do not remember clearly what I said. Reddit is Nadia Bartel, Donald Trump Jr.'s dealer. I don't know who Nadia Bartel is, but Donald Trump Jr. clearly has a massive cocaine issue. When you see how he looks and just the change in him in the Trump years, there is shit going on there. Like his dad snorts Adderall from the way he behaves, but Junior's got some shit going on. And it's because he's jealous of Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden smokes crack and does sex tapes and gets thrown out of the military because of the third drug test he failed. Republic of Fiji, I am an Australian. Abigail, some people, or perhaps even many people in Thailand, love the king. They do the thing where they stand the king and watch a 5-minute short about him. There are definitely people in Thailand who don't love the king, and they can be persecuted and imprisoned simply for expressing displeasure at the king. I love the all-inclusive thing there, Celtic. The Republic of Fiji Military Forces, beautiful man, nation, military. It's you've encompassed it all there. And hello, Safa. Your brother's wife's from Thailand. Well, that's nice. Oh, Jesus, Megalich, the car. See, now that sounds familiar. I'm trying to make a video, and there's a cicada doing that screaming in the tree thing it does out my back door, and I'm looking for it because it's so freaking loud. They're so loud. But yes, still, it's going to be 1 degree tonight. Need to get the fire pumping. That's fair. We had our first little taste of spring this week. It turned today with a lot of rain and cloud. But we had mid-20s Celsius for a couple of days in a row, which is, as I mentioned last night, it's pretty much my favorite weather, although it was a little bit windy. So am I trying to get myself assassinated? No, apparently I am friends with the Fijian military. So there you go. Oh, yes, Abigail, very quick with the entendre. Would happily get Stella's fire pumping. I'm sure you would. So, Republic of Fiji, you don't know why we still have St. Edward's crown on the military and police badges. Some people don't like to change things. Even when, as you say, being a republic maybe should throw off the echoes of the monarchy, but some people just don't like to change things. So, Safa, you're annoyed. You bought a TV for the specific feature of 4K 120 frames per second, but Sony are taking their sweet time with it and don't know that feature. Well, I imagine that would for us. Oh, she's the one who was doing lines. Yes. Partner or Radio seems to be saying former partner of an AFL player, an Instagram video thing. She's snorting lines of white powder. And I love the report specified it was off a $1.99 Kmart plate. It was this really particular thing about saying she's doing it off a $1.99 Kmart plate. So, yay. Okay. Oh, Safa, good luck with getting any response from Sony about your complaint. Is it a software thing? Because again, I'm slightly confused by what you're saying. So it's sounding to me like you've got the TV, but the feature's not active, so it needs an update. Like you've got because even my 6-year-old Sony TV is connected to the internet and does periodically upgrade itself. So Republic of Fiji Military Forces. The St. Edward's crown still forms part of the badges of the military and the police. Queen and royal family retain widespread affection among Fijian people. Have been sporadic public debates whether to return to the constitutional monarchy. Well, there you go. We're still in the constitutional monarchy, and yes, there are lots of people who like the British royal family. Oh, okay. So yeah, so Safa. So it is a software upgrade that's not released to Australia, which makes no fucking sense. It's software. Why the fuck would you restrict where it is? Every now and then companies do stuff with distribution of software that fucking does my head in. And someone bought 6 beers for $8. Good deal. Oh, God, Black Metal Heart. But, I mean, I get your joke. I'm not putting that poison vaccine in me, but snorts Coke. But the fruit cakes in America particularly, but it appears to be catching up in Australia, the fruit cakes who go, oh, I'm not having that vaccine, but they consume horse dewormer. And it's like, how do you get your head into the state where you believe it makes sense to go, the global pandemic that's killing millions isn't real or isn't serious. The vaccine developed by and authenticated and tested by the leading health authorities around the world is not safe, but ingesting horse dewormer is safe. It's the compounding levels of being unhinged does my head in. But Megaleech, again, region locking, and I get you're probably right, but region locking on entertainment is dumb as shit. Oh, nice. Abigail convinced your son with bribery to get vax, got his first shot today. That is excellent. My offspring got their first one a week or so ago, which is nice. And yes, I saw that Black Metal Heart. Joe Rogan has COVID, and so he's downing everything experimental, which is fucking stupid. I'm not saying I want him to get really, really sick, but it could be a teachable moment for the fuckwits who pay attention to him, and possibly for he himself. Nobody have an idea. Let's divide the country. Anti-vaxxers in their own area, and they can't leave. Yeah, I'd be okay with that. Black Metal Heart, you are thinking it. And that's, yes, Raiders, that's the other thing. Joe Rogan is apparently pumping himself with incredibly expensive experimental treatments, which may well work, the monoclonal antibodies, but cost tens of thousands of dollars. But, you know, Joe Rogan's got a bunch of money. Kirsten, I think you're kind of right that someone big like Joe Rogan needs to die for them to get it. I'm not wishing. I'm genuinely. I'm not just being cute and coy. I am genuinely not wishing it on him. I'm not only not wishing death on him. I'm not even wishing serious illness on him. But if he got seriously sick, it might be a learning moment. Oh yeah, Megaleech, it's the Trump cocktail. It's all that shit they pumped Trump full of. Rogan's paying a fortune to have it pumped into him. Safra, is Joe Rogan stupid, silly, or both? Joe Rogan is a pretty good example of the Dunning-Kruger effect. I don't think Joe Rogan is profoundly unintelligent, but he's arrogant enough to assume great insight into areas where he is completely ignorant. And he seems to get quite strident in his views in areas where he has no qualification or understanding. And yes, Raiders, it's a hoot. Rogan's fans hate the elites while Rogan pockets hundreds of millions of dollars. Yeah. It's a good way to put it, nobody. It's God's job to forgive, but sometimes the meeting should be brought forward. So where was it? I don't know if anyone remembers the really trashy straight-to-video movie from the 80s, The Toxic Avenger. And then there was a whole bunch of really fucking weird low-budget movies put out by the same people called Troma Studios. And they had one called Surf Nazis Must Die. And that's the first, in that movie, that was the first time I heard the line, kill them all and let God sort them out. I don't know who actually said the line first, but that was the first time I heard it. And yes, you're right, Stella. Well, yeah. Rogan said things like, if you're young and healthy, you don't need to worry about coronavirus, which is complete horseshit. Yes, if he was true to his word, even after testing positive, he shouldn't take any medication at all. Nathan, you and your friends used to watch Troma all the time? I used to watch Troma all the time. My favorite Troma memory, I actually saw The Toxic Avenger 2 in a cinema. And it was a hoot. We're watching it and laughing about it. And about 20 minutes in, after a dozen disgusting things had happened in the movie, this older couple walked out in disgust. And I'm like, it's your right to walk out of a movie, but why the fuck did you come and see The Toxic Avenger 2 if gross stuff was going to offend you? That was just weird. Nettie, your Sydney housemates were Troma fans, saw all the weird shit. Nice. Renegade Faith, Joe Rogan isn't exactly young. He's probably done a Roy. Again, you are correct. Joe Rogan's not young. And it may be a bit of self-awareness on his part that he's done enough drugs in his life. Okay, he's my age. He's almost exactly my age. Yeah, no. Okay, that's a little bit of self-awareness on his part that he's actually reasonably high risk. If he didn't get vaccinated, and I don't know, did he ever say he was vaccinated or not vaccinated? I don't know. Because he's not trustworthy. He's absolutely not trustworthy. But I think he's showing a bit of self-awareness at his age, which is my age. If you're unvaccinated, getting COVID, you've got about a 50-50 chance of getting quite sick, like turbo flu, some people call it. Just like you're just fucked up, and the recovery is long and shitty. Honestly, yeah, mid-50s, you contract COVID if you're not vaccinated. There's about a 50-50 chance you're going to get quite sick. There is probably a 1 in 20 chance you'll get hospitalized. Oh, no, okay, Megaleech. I'm talking about a scale. And again, I'm not talking about everyone. I'm talking about someone mid-50s who has done a bunch of fucking drugs in their life, okay? And Joe Rogan has done a fucking bunch of drugs in his life. So, and I'm again talking on average, which means some people will have a higher chance and some will have a lower chance. I'm saying Joe Rogan having contracted COVID, if he's not vaccinated, I'd give him about a 50-50 chance of getting quite sick. And I'd give him about and also if it's Delta, okay? That's the other thing. I mean, Megaleech, if it's Delta. If he's not vaccinated, I give him about a 50-50 chance of going into hospital. Sorry, 50-50 chance of being sick, about a 1 in, I reckon about a 20%, about a 1 in 5 chance of going into hospital, and somewhere between a 1 in 20 and 1 in 10 chance of dying. So I'm not surprised he's pumping everything that his wealth can afford into his body, because a little bit of self-awareness, he'd be in trouble. Safa, I know Rogan has repeatedly said he's not anti-vax, but he has repeatedly said straight up stupid, ignorant things. Oh yeah, Megalich, you're talking about the average for anyone. No, I was talking specifically Rogan, mid-50s, done a shit ton of drugs in his life. He's at really, really, really high risk of getting really sick, and a pretty disturbing risk of dying. 1 in 10 is a really fucking scary chance of dying. But again, and I think that's probably alleviated by all the experimental drugs. And again, Black Metal Heart, the roids are a big thing because roids will fuck you up. Roids will kill you on their own. In fact, the roids are probably way more dangerous than the recreational drugs he did. So, yeah. Safi, yeah, I heard that thing about 4 million Pfizer doses coming from the UK. It's just Morrison has fucked up so much. In fact, virtually everything about the vaccine rollout. I will not believe any of these stories about vaccine swaps until it's here and getting administered to people. Yeah, Megalich, someone should have told him that COVID can cause impotence because that's something that mess with his psyche. And then, seriously, that message should be pushed out way harder. Suffer, New South Wales first jab 70%. Yes, which was a good milestone. So it's going to be another month, 2 months till it's fully vaccinated people at 70%. Oh. Republican Fiji. Is Morrison a good PM? No, he's fucking terrible. He is really fucking bad. He fucking sucks. I like that. Black Metal Heart, that will be Scotty's excuse. Well, we had 4 million Pfizer on the way, but they were intercepted by Italian corsairs. He's so... Oh, I hate him so much. He fucking sucks. Why am I going to the cocktail? Okay, something happened to AIDSy. We're an hour in. Well, does anyone want to actually... Okay, we're an hour in. Does anyone want to do Angry Bunch? And yes, Raiders, I also agree with Dan that fully vaccinated people should have more access to venues. If anyone is interested in joining the stream, there is the link. So it being Friday night, you know, what the hey? So if you want freedom, that's why you got vaxxed. I mean, you know, I don't want to die. That's why I got vaxxed. I'm not that social person, but I am looking forward to being able to go. Republic of Fiji. Why is Australia and New Zealand so worried about Fiji? It's all you want to know. It's an interesting question. In what areas do you think Australia and New Zealand are so worried about Fiji? I'll only talk in very general terms about myself. If there's, you know, like a military coup, which has happened a couple of times, I'm not in favor of military coups. I think people should determine leadership and government through democratic means. So I'm not sure what worry you're talking about, though. So if you want to go home for Christmas, you should be able to. Nice. Abigail, securing snacks. Going to join after you. I have snacks. I might have snacks later. Okay. Might get a few people to join and then let them take over. Then I'll make a cocktail. I'm going to make this nice, simple cachaça one, the lemon beet. Shake it like a Polaroid picture. I bought fruit today solely to make garnishes for cocktails because I'm that fucking bougie. Kind of. So you've got a general election coming up. Okay, so the military are endorsing an election next year, are they? Well, that's good. That's good. They're looking to do a transition to an elected government. Hopefully, that just happens smoothly. It's raining again outside. It's been so much rain today. Nothing like New York and adjacent states in the US. Nobody got a maid over? That's okay. So for commies don't like bourgeoisie. Not how you spell bourgeoisie, but I get what you're saying. Well, actually, maybe. Okay, if everyone's not rushing to join, maybe I should, because I want to make another cocktail. Startlingly sober. I'll do this really quick one. So I'll do this one on the stream. So I've got to turn a couple of things on. All right, get rid of that and that. This is really just water now. Sort of orange flavored water. Right, I'm going to do this because I'm going to be standing up for a while. Do this. Nostril cam. Okay, so cachaça, which I'm nearly out of. Maybe I do need to go to Dan's again. I've got a couple things that are running a little bit low, and I maybe should get refills. Maybe. Nathan, you're only in favor of military coups if the military organizes general elections afterwards. Does not happen very often. Nettie, don't know if you can join. Cold seems to be hitting. There's never any pressure, Nettie. You don't have to. If you're feeling, I know what it's like to feel. I've only had one cold since COVID started because I haven't been around people for 18 months. I felt really gypped when I said that bad word again. I felt really ripped off when I got a cold. But yeah. So you almost went to Dan's, 2-packed with a small car park. Oof. Yeah, I've got enough booze. I don't need more. So I need lemon juice. It's just lemon juice and sugar syrup, isn't it? Double check this recipe. Lemon juice. Honey syrup. Yes. 2 1/2. Okay. Easy peasy. Is there any Indian? Calm down, dude. I actually know a bit of Fijian politics and whatnot, and I can understand being less than happy with some things that have happened in Fiji in the past. But we still don't condone racism. So don't do a racism. Nobody, your mate's telling his female friends about you. Oh no, are they MILFs? You're always worried that you attract the older women, which from my perspective are younger women. But anyway, that's the way it goes. So I'm going to do cachaça, lemon juice, honey. That glass. I got to cut a bit of lemon for a garnish. Right, tipping all that in there because I don't want it. And I'm just gonna. Sorry, I know I'm off camera at the moment. Just going to cut a lemon wheel for a garnish, so the drink looks sexy. All right, that's all done. You asking if I'm Indian? Not sure how out of focus my camera is, if you're asking that. No, I am a white person, and I am very opposed to bigotry. So there you go, bleeding heart. Why do I look like Kenny Rogers? Because I'm a chunky guy with a grey beard. That That is a fair call. Don't have quite as big a beard as Kenny Rogers, but yeah. Chunky guy with a white beard. It's a bit of a Kenny Rogers vibe going on, to be fair. Right. Yes, Abigail, there's a little bit of yikes happening that's not going to be happening for much longer. I've given as polite a warning as I can about bigotry. And yeah, that's pretty much as polite as I get before I suggest, in a rather forcible way, someone... No, that's okay. What music are you listening to, Republic of Fiji? Kenny Rogers? Are you listening to Kenny Rogers? Oh, yeah. Black Metal Heart. I want Kenny Rogers' string of chicken restaurants. Oh, yeah. No, thank you, Abigail. I forgot you're my admin. So if I get distracted, you can manage things. So I want... ooh, gosh. I need to rinse this. Man, I should have put stuff in the dishwasher before this stream, honestly. One of those things. Bloody me, old mate, what'll we do? Hey, Heine. Are you listening to Kenny Rogers the Gambler? Nice. Right, so I'm just going to make this rather simple cocktail, which won't take long. Should be very quick. And I'll be saying things that don't make sense because I'm going to edit it out of sequence. Which is not to say I don't usually say things that don't make sense, if you know what I mean. Let me see. Ooh, look what the light's done now. Jesus. So I switched on some other lights. Okay, no, but that's all good. Alrighty, I'm gonna do this. Let's get into the making of it. Simple 3-ingredient. We can do this together really quickly. In terms of booze, cachaça is the only booze in this drink. Ooh, wow, I'm running a bit low, and after I put in 2 ounces, I'll have even less. Might have to pay a visit to the bottle-o. But for now, we are going to add 2 ounces, 60 mils of cachaça. Yep, there is not much left at all. I have some lemon juice I squeezed earlier, and we are going to add 30 mils or 1 ounce of lemon juice to our shaker. The final touch is honey syrup. You don't very often add pure honey to a cocktail because it tends to not mix in. It tends to solidify in the cold beverages. So honey syrup is often the go. You dilute it with water. Some people do 50-50. Some people recommend 2-to-1, 2 parts honey to 1 part water. Some people even recommend 3 parts honey to 1 part water. This is a honey syrup I made. I got some honey from a local beekeeper, and it's basically, it was so rich, it tends to go solid at room temperature. So I went 50-50, half water, half honey, but you can do it to your taste. And again, it's fun experimenting with different sugar syrups. If you have no honey in your house, or if you don't want to make a honey syrup, by all means go with a simple syrup. But honey and all its varieties can add a very interesting character to the drink. In this case, we're going to add half an ounce or 15 mils of honey syrup. And that's it. Add some ice to the shaker, put it together, bang it in hard, and give that a solid shake for about 10 seconds. Ow, fuck. It's recommended to have this in a glass with ice. So you know what? I'm just going the dirty dump. Putting it into a rocks glass. Nice levels there. I was thinking I might have had to add some more ice, but it's fine. And again, because my whole thing of liking this drink was it was so simple. Just got to put a lemon wheel in. And there we have the drink of the day. Sorry, I'm just taking a picture of it for a thumbnail. Hello. Alrighty. Now I'm actually doing the start of the video. G'day, cocktail lovers. I hope you've been keeping well. I hope you're ready for another cocktail. I've decided to go with a really nice, simple 3-ingredient cocktail here. This is for, well, it's for 2 events coming up in the week where I upload this, Cachaça Day and Brazil's National Day. Cachaça is the national spirit of Brazil. It's a cane syrup. Well, it's based on sugar cane juice. Wow, that sentence should not have been so difficult to say. It's a cousin to rum. The base of rum is molasses, which is a byproduct of sugar production. It's like a boiled down residue from sugar, whereas cachaça is made from sugarcane juice, not boiled down molasses, which gives it a lighter color. People often say grassy, which I don't think is the most appealing way to describe it. But and this is simply lemon and cachaça and sugar syrup. Really simple drink and just a great thirst quencher. If you look up cachaça, you'll often see the caipirinha. That's like the quintessential cachaça drink. And it's another simple one. You cut up wedges of lime, a spoonful or 2 of sugar, and just cachaça on top of that. And you muddle and you're off. And hey, if you've ever had a caipirinha and you want to experiment, just throw some different fruit in as well. I see lots of people just experimenting with adding all sorts of different fruit, but I thought I'd go the other way. So, hey, let's go back to before I drank it to when I made it, so you can make this nice simple drink and enjoy one with me. that is the Lemon Beat. A nice, simple drink. So easy and quick to make. Really refreshing. It's just, wow, I want to sit by a pool, not with other people because you all have diseases. I want to sit by a pool by myself, maybe with a whole pitcher of these and just top up the glass. Honestly, I'd like that. That would be good. So I'll just hang out with you in the virtual sense on the internet. So if you're not already subscribed to the channel, I'd love to hang out with you some more. So if you subscribe, hit the notification bell. You'll know when I upload new videos. Lots to come along in the future. But wherever you are, please don't take the disease line too personally. It's just the world we live in now. I do hope you're actually taking care of yourself and taking care of people around you. But until I see you again, cheers. All right, I got a drink. Put lid on a couple things so I don't spill anything. Just going to switch a few things off and come back. All right, all right, all right, all right. Okay. Oops, that's pointing in the wrong place now. All right, come on, come on. Oh, Jesus, what is my fucking laptop doing? Oh, no. What is my laptop doing? Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. All right. Okay. I couldn't get back to this window and see things. Oh, dear. So, thank you for explaining that I have a cocktail channel. So, no. It was really weird. It just wouldn't change between tabs. So I just closed every tab that wasn't StreamYard. I had a whole bunch of cocktail tabs open. Lemon. See, if I was feeling sick, I think I'd put a bit more honey in this. I feel like lemon and honey is like if you've got a sore throat. Man, that's really nice. Really simple. Mostly tastes like lemon juice. Speaking of nice, it's Dr. Abigail. Hello.
Hello.
Ooh, what are you playing there?
Stellaris. So I'll be back and forth.
That's okay.
Back and forth, and like I can like make myself big or small while I'm playing, so people can watch.
Oh yeah, if something
While
fun's
I'm-
happening on the screen, yeah.
Yeah, during my galactic conquest.
Well, we all
Haven't
wanna
played
do
in
it.
ages, and they released some DLC that I wanted to try out. And
Oh, cool. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, it's okay. Snacks. That's just making me want to go and get some snacks too, actually. There's a bunch of snacks in the cupboard just over there, and I'm very tempted to
so
get
I found this hummus with garlic, roasted garlic hummus.
Oh,
and
nice.
It's so good, and I'm
Yep.
eating them with Ritz crackers.
Yeah,
And I got
hummus
some
and crackers.
some camembert that I haven't opened yet because it's really dangerous.
Oh,
And
yeah.
and celery.
Oh, that's yeah.
Mm,
Yeah, no, that's a nice mix right there.
mm.
That sounds great. I haven't had actually. Now you make me. God, I haven't had a good hummus and crackers and celery and carrot to dip in and bread. I
Yeah.
love eating really crusty bread.
I'm trying not to just like always eat chocolate,
Good
or
plan.
packets
Good
of
plan.
chips. And
Good plan. Good plan. That is a
so
very
to
good plan.
answer some questions in the stream, I did not get it free on Epic.
Uh-huh.
Mega Leech. I bought it a while ago now on Steam, and being Paradox Entertainment, being who they are, they've released like a dozen DLC offerings, downloads at exorbitant prices, and so
Oh, right.
I just like it's just cash grabs, but it does add a little bit to the game. So
Uh-huh.
I'm playing at the moment. I'm my empire is a machine empire that is phonetically trying to assimilate everything else in the galaxy.
As you do. As you do.
Yes.
Nice. Kirsten's skyding. She's got a kilo triple cream brie in the fridge, but now I've got some brie in the fridge too. Now I want to get brie and crackers. And Kirsten, last night when you was a Musk's sweet husband, just fed you chunks of the brie. Nice.
Oh, that reminds me, Camembert.
Yeah.
I can only have
also enjoying Stellaris.
Stellaris. Yep. I can only have like 2 or 3 little slices of Camembert before it starts triggering my what do you call it? Lactose intolerance.
Oh,
yeah.
Moderation then.
Yeah, but knowing me and knowing that I've got no obligations tomorrow, I'll end up eating too much, which would suck. But I'm going to try not to.
Yeah.
And I just really love Camembert.
Good. I used to be super into Camembert and not like brie, and I don't know, something changed in my palate, and now I'm heavily into and can take or leave Camembert. I don't know what that's about.
So I find brie kind of like empty taste-wise compared to Camembert.
And I think you're right. I think it is a lighter taste than Camembert. It's just my palate changed, and I ended up liking things. I've just decided what would go well in my rather lemony glass, now that it's full, is a bit of my bottled old-fashioned. I'm just going to have a little bit of old-fashioned. Celtic, has anyone told Abigail how beautiful she is? I believe so. I believe that's
I don't believe it. Lies. My double chin is really on show tonight.
We shall force
also
on Abigail.
Also, yes, Mega Leech. Camembert is my crack cheese.
What I'm worried
so yummy.
It is yummy. What I'm worried about, I might overdo, because I don't know about anyone else, but when I see random snacks in the supermarket that are on special, I mean that's half price. I'm getting that just because.
What? I'd be a fool not to buy it.
I'd be wasting money if I didn't buy it. And look, I'll actually show you what it is. It's just here. Wait, where is it? Here it is. Nope, this one. I know my lad had a bunch of these, so there's not much of it left actually, but they call it turtle chips, churros, and it's basically these.
That's so weird.
Yeah, I know. That's why I got it, because it's so weird. But it's these like chocolatey wafer, it's like rolled pastry.
Yeah.
And it's really light. It's that really dangerous snack that just dissolves in your mouth.
Yep.
And it's sweet, but it's like a dark chocolate, so it's actually got a decent, not quite bitter, but earthy dark chocolate it's mostly sugar, but there's an actual decent chocolate flavor under it. And I'd got this idea earlier. I'll get a little bowl and I'll put some salty chips and the sweet things and mix them up, and then just grab a handful and crunch a salty sweet mouthful. And I worry that would be really addictive. So I'm really loath to actually do it. The idea got into my head. Celtic's enjoying my crinkly chip That's a good ASMR, actually. I think crinkly packets is good ASMR.
Yeah.
Okay, because even though I restream to Twitch, I don't really pay much attention to Twitch. Sometimes I get a lot of people watching on Twitch, but I don't really pay much attention to Twitch. And so when people said, "Oh, the ASMR streamers, the hot tub streamers, they're ruining it," and I went, "What is this?" And so I looked it up, and so are these streamers, young women, who will stream from a hot tub while just wearing a bikini, which I find hilarious. But then I thought, what were the ASMR streams? And it's like, yeah, they have stereo microphones with these weird attachments that they lick and stuff.
Yeah, I've seen that.
I'm sorry, I was in hysterics, and I could see how someone would be into it. But I was just like, okay, yep, sure, okay,
yeah,
yep, no, whatever.
I honestly, like the whole hot tub thing is not ruining Twitch. It like that by
Toxic
any means.
Gamer Boys is ruining Twitch.
Yeah, it was Twitch's attempt to police nudity instead of like banning it outright. What they said is, well, we can't have nudity, we can't have like sexual content, but we'll make this category for you called beach and hot tub.
Yeah. And
so all the girls went there, and like it's there if you want it, but they're clothed, you know. It's like it's not even R-rated porn. It's kind of like M-rated porn.
It's PG. Yeah. It's like
well, I mean, some of those bikinis are very tiny.
Some of them don't cover much. That's true. That is true. But I always laugh at someone like going, "Ugh, she's wearing a bikini," and I go, "Yeah, dude, have you heard of porn? There is some of that on the
internet." I know. In a world of free porn, why are you worried about Twitch?
It's surreal, but you know, people are weird. It just comes down to people are weird. Yeah, okay, it's a whole, and because there was that period where Twitch was saying like, oh, if you're doing the gaming thing, they were making cleavage a violation of terms of service. Like you couldn't game in and out bit that brought off cleavage, and that's the hot tub thing came out of some thing of that, and it's like, ugh.
That was an aspect as well. People kept complaining that they couldn't compete on gaming streams with girls revealing too much. Yeah. So, yeah.
So it actually happened in World Chess Championships a couple of years ago. One of the leading players was a young, attractive woman, and some of the crusty old men players she beat complained that because, I don't know, she had a top button undone, they couldn't concentrate on the game. And it's like, shut up, you crusty old virgin. What the hell?
I have, unashamedly worn low-cut tops to Magic tournaments, paid with prizes.
Yeah.
And I have no idea how well it works, but I have some pretty decent cleavage. So,
no arguments.
Yeah, no one ever complained, is all I'm going to say. And although I've never officially won a tournament, I have come close, like top 8 kind of thing in Magic the Gathering.
But then you just reminded me of some of the cleavage that people aren't happy with. Remember that guy who posed at one of the cons? He was just posing behind guys whose ass crack was.
That guy. That guy is notorious. He got banned from GPs
I
for
know.
doing that.
Yeah, he did like
and-
20 pictures of him doing this next to someone's
Yes.
ass crack.
He was a Magic player, and it was at Magic GPs.
Hmm.
And what after like putting all those photos on like Insta and Twitter, they banned him from like going in there and doing it. I don't know if they banned him outright, but I've seen some.
He was temporarily banned, at least. Yeah.
Yeah. So Annette, there's this thing at a lot of nerd conventions, and Magic the Gathering is a like top of ranking. Yu-Gi-Oh's the same, of overweight men sitting down playing the game, but the chairs will often have like there'll be those cheap ass chairs, and their ass cracks, their plumber's cracks would be hanging out the back of the chair. And so what he did, and he was an overweight guy himself.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
He campaigned it. He tried to do. He tried to do this to raise awareness of ass cracks hanging out, because no one wants to see that. No one.
Yeah.
And so what he'd do, he'd pose in front of the player, well, behind the player, but like he'd pose in front of the player without their knowledge. Here he is doing like this or this. Yeah, there he is. That's the famous one. Yeah.
He's just.
And yeah.
But it is frightening. The amount
So
of art.
the peak of this was when someone made an alternate art. I've got to find it for you. Alternate art magic card.
Yeah.
Of that guy, because the art in the card had a plumber's crack in it.
Yeah. Okay. Nice.
So I got to find it.
I have to admit, I think the guy's hilarious, and he's
Yeah. Oh,
literally
me
saying,
too.
I shouldn't be able to do that. Could you guys please not just have your ass crack hanging out everywhere?
Mhm.
And again, he's a big guy. He's not making fun of anyone for being fat.
No.
He's just going,
No.
could you guys please just be conscious of pull your goddamn pants up.
Yep.
The whole thing is, I shouldn't be able to do this. I shouldn't be able to just go around and take 20 photos of frighteningly hairy ass cracks. It's just like,
Yeah. So I may have the image downloaded. So
oh, sorry. Nobody's saying, for some people, the phrase "say no to cracks" reminded to pull up pants. Again, a very old video I have of when Corey was in Australia. We were in Melbourne Central, and I was just going, and it was actually a young woman was sitting in a thing, and her like whole ass crack was showing. And I had my camera, and I said, Corey, could you just say to camera, remember kids, say no to crack? And he did. So he says, remember kids, say no to crack. And then I just zoomed in on this ass crack. So, oh, I think that was a message from Aidsy I just got. What's he saying?
Oh, cool. I don't think I'm
Uh,
gonna be able to find it.
all right, Aidsy is obviously having technical problems, because I sent him the link an hour and a half ago, and he's sending some semi-coherent text messages to me at the moment that seem to be suggesting he's having technical problems. Nobody, you stole that joke from Jeff Foxworthy. Yeah, but I actually used it on a YouTube video about 12 years ago. Lemonheads, I agree with you. Why don't they feel a breeze? Black Metal Heart thinks it's because there's no breeze at those events. It's just all a miasma of BO.
Yeah, that's a thing too.
Yeah, it is.
There's a famous picture of a sign outside. Oh, I just found one of uh, of a famous female a Magic player doing the ass crack thing. Not displaying one, but doing it behind
You're doing
someone.
the pose.
It looks like Maria Bartoldi. That's funny. To any Magic the Gathering aficionados out there.
How you doing, Magic fans?
I got to find this alternate art though, because it's just it's so funny. Because alternate art Magic cards are a thing. People pay artists a lot of money to do like a really good alternate art on a card.
Yes.
I just don't know where it is. Or what to like. Oh, it's bugging me now. I know the card was from the Kamigawa set. So.
Black Metal Heart, who's also a Magic the Gathering fan, says, yes, the problems are real. Stereotypes are correct.
Yes. So there is a famous picture of a sign outside of a game store that was all about using deodorant. Please use deodorant or you will be removed. And I've walked into, you know how pubs have ingrained into the very structure of the buildings the smell of spilt beer and cigarette smoke.
Oh yeah.
I've walked into a gaming store with that built-in smell of BO. It was putrid. I had to leave.
Yeah,
there was no one in the room. There was no one in the store. It was just there, and I just no, I can't deal with this. What I did was I went out, bought some deodorant, sprayed a fuck ton on myself, and then walked back in, and all I could smell was my deodorant.
That's what you need.
Yeah. Because I remember it was a pre-release for a Magic set, an unstable. So
I'm just topping up the water reservoir in the fridge. Shieldy's not here to tell me to drink water, but he might show up later. So I've got to fill up the water reservoir in the fridge, so I have some chilled water to drink. Oh, Jesus. I so should have done the dishes before this stream, because now the sink is full. But and I need to get to it. Oh, shit. Just trying to put things here. None of y'all can see the chaos in my kitchen, so you think I'm a decent member of society. I'm very much not. All right, I can stay there. All right. Ugh. Kinda, sorta, got shit happening now. All right. Oh god, I've spilled water. There are various wet patches on the kitchen tiles. I have to be very careful as I walk around so I just don't go fucking ass over tit. Kirsten has a good tip. Vicks Vapor Rub under your nose if you go to one of the VO events.
People do that in like mortuaries.
Yeah,
and
that's Silence of the Lambs when they find a body. They're putting the Vicks Vapor Rub under the nose. Incidentally,
I'm overdue for a rewatch of that. I think
Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah, now that my skin is thick enough to deal with all the like transgender stuff in it, problematic transgender stuff, I will never watch Ace Ventura ever again.
Oh,
because that was
Ace Ventura is the fucking worst.
Just the fucking worst. Yeah.
But you can argue that the Buffalo Bill in that is not trans. He actually just has a mental disorder, and is because his worldview is so fucked up. He's it's complex.
Yeah.
But it's a little confronting, certainly.
But
Ace
it was a
Ventura.
brilliant movie. So,
Yeah.
but yeah.
When I saw it in the cinema, there were these two old ladies in front of me who kept talking through, and it's the conversation of like,
Oh.
"Oh, he's going into the room." Oh, and I was just going, "Oh my god!" Shut the fuck up. And what they finally said, the climb, and again, okay, spoiler alert for a 25-year-old film. There's a pivotal scene where Hannibal Lecter's been apprehended and he's in a cell and there are two cops there and he tricks a cop into basically making himself vulnerable and he kills. And then the cops downstairs hear gunshots and they went, "What the fuck was that?" And they run up and one of the cops has been disemboweled and strung up in this like angel pose, and the other one has had his face just shredded, and Lecter's not there, and so Lecter's killed the two cops and disappeared. And while they're standing there, the one who's had his face all shredded starts having a seizure, and they go, "Shit, he's still alive! Get him out! Get him out! Get him out!" And they put him on a trolley, and they're going down in an elevator. And as they're going down in an elevator, blood drips from above them, and they suddenly realize, "Oh, Lecter's on the roof." And anyway, so personally, I thought what was happening was very obvious. And these old ladies went, when the blood drips down, you go, "Oh, he's on the roof of the elevator." And I just went, "For God's sake, no, he's not. That's him on the trolley. He's cut off the cop's face and put it on his face. That's the cop's dead body that's bleeding up there."
Yep.
They didn't talk again after that. So it's just like,
yeah. I can't find this alternate art thing. I can't. Oh.
I love. Nobody's thinking you could burn incense sticks in a smelly room, but for a convention center, you would need to have a truck, like a pickup truck, full of incense, and just set the back of it on fire and drive it around the hall.
Yep. The worst, the absolute worst part of the BO in small gaming shops. This isn't a thing because you always smell it, but in larger halls, the smell you catch it as soon as you walk in, but then you get used to it, and that's the worst thing, I think, because then you don't realize you're part of the problem.
And it's even if you're not the problem as well, it will actually permeate your clothes, and if you go somewhere else, people will smell you then, and it's just like, no. Oh, now I'm determined, maybe I'll put these things away so I don't have a big plate of sweet and salty snacks. I might have, because you mentioned cheese, I've got some neutral crackers, and might have some brie and crackers. Crackers. And oh my god. Where is it? I don't know. Mrs. Angry's bought a shit ton of fresh vegetables, and I can't see any of the trashy snacks. Where's my cheese knife? Alright, here you go. Yes, I am bougie enough to have a cheese knife.
Look, I have a cheese knife right here, and it's got the word cheese.
Oh, yours has the word. Oh, you have the one that has the prongs on the end to slice and pick up. This one's just, it's got a nice, it's not super sharp, but it's a nice edge for cutting cheese.
Okay.
Oh, nobody's got to restart his PC and then rejoin us. That's fair. So Black Metal Heart stopped playing at local events just because of the BO problem. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. Oh, all right. All right. Oh, I need my crackers as well. Okay, you still play kitchen table games with friends, Black Metal Heart. That's okay. So if you're filthy stinking rich, you can get this table. It's
Yeah.
like a digital tabletop thing, and it's like an LED screen, and you can program a whole bunch of different games on, and you like tap it, and different game boards come up.
D&D on that is amazing.
I'm sure you could actually get a Magic the Gathering thing as well to generate
Yeah,
cards.
play MTG Arena on it or something. So kitchen table Magic is great. I've got a bunch of commander decks that like I miss playing them with friends because of the lockdown. We've got a I found the card. Not the alternate art version, but the original card. That's a lead. Okay. Anyway, where was I going with that? Kitchen table Magic. The table, that's right. So Windows had Microsoft brought out 2 versions of that table, the table PC. They called it Windows Surface, and this is before the laptop. And the first version was a piece of crap. Safa, yes, this is the Microsoft Surface table. The second version was fucking awesome. Every LED in the display was an infrared detector. Every single LED. Okay. And my final year project for my undergrad was to write some software for that table. And the software we had to write was a game of Frogger, where the frog was a physical object you moved on the screen to play the game.
Oh, nice.
And I was the only programmer on the team. So hi nobody. So I lucked out. I thought it was the most ideal group assignment. Software project assignment is the one where I'm the only programmer in the team. Like that's just ideal.
Nice.
Because then I don't have to do any paperwork, don't have to do any of the reporting. I can just write code, and everyone else can do the graphics, the sound design, and I can just bang out the code. And I wrote that game on the Surface table with the physical frog object. It was such a fun project. They started showcasing that game on that table at Swinburne Open Day events.
Nice.
And every time I hear someone, "Oh, did you hear about this frog again?" And I'm like, "I wrote that."
Nice.
That's pretty cool.
They were like 5,000 at the time.
The thing I saw, I think, is like a new version, and I think it's pre-programmed with a whole bunch of board games. So like you tap on the table and choose a board game, and then the table replicates the board for that game. And
and I've seen D&D versions where like you see the map on the table and you can like move your character around, and if you want to roll dice, you've got a dice tray of like virtual dice, and you can just flick one onto the board, and it rolls a dice. And
it's just cool. Lemonhead just downloaded a Lemonhead Zoo from Taronga Zoo, Australia. Is that a festival? It probably wasn't a festival. It was probably a special event, though, if the Lemonheads played at Taronga Zoo. I don't remember, because for those who don't know, Taronga Zoo is on the north shore of the Sydney Harbour. I don't remember there being festivals as such there, but there were certainly special events. So, but I could be wrong. It might have been a festival, but I don't remember that. Again, when the Lemonheads were playing was kind of when I was living in Sydney as well. So I kind of feel like I would have known if it was a full-on festival, but I may be overstating the degree to which my finger was on the pulse, and there could have been something I don't remember. I don't know.
I'm glad you're here, nobody, because now I can take a break from needing to be overly social.
Glad to be of assistance.
Oh, good to have you here, man.
Oh, I found it. Okay,
you
so
found- okay.
I'll
what else
just
got anything?
hang on, just give me a sec. I'm going to set this up so that I'll show you
Mhm.
the original card and
Mhm.
then the the alternate art.
Right.
Okay, just give me 1 sec.
Right.
I'm going to tee this up. The name of the card is also just on point. That like the actual name of the card. Okay.
So
Now let
Greg's
me-
pointing out there might have been a special event at Taronga Zoo because Melbourne Zoo has live music nights. Yes, and I guess it depends how you define a festival as well, because I know these places have special one-off events where there's sometimes some quite big name acts perform. But that's a Blackman Hut cracks the earth. Is that?
Crack the earth. No. It's so much better than that. I'm trying to share my screen now. So
Oh, sorry. I'll bring it up.
It's- the original card is called Kami of the Crescent Moon,
Mm-hmm.
and he's showing some significant moon there.
Hmm.
And so the alternate art, let me just find it, is, I'm big in it. That's the alternate art. Someone has drawn him over the card.
Nice. Yeah, no, that's fitting. That's very fitting.
Yeah. Yes.
I like
that's a good
it.
drawing.
I'm so glad I found that.
Yeah, that was a concerted effort. I like it.
Celtic King's heading off.
All right,
Oh.
thanks for dropping in, Celtic King.
Live long and prosper, Celtic King. Love your work.
Speaking of designing
good.
things,
Yeah.
talked about this before, the support group thing, and that I put together documents for the policies, all that sort of shit.
Yeah.
I took these into a professional psychologist.
Mm-hmm.
The notes on this page, which my camera is not going to show you because my camera's
Mhm.
crap, are the only notes that I have.
Okay.
The only suggestions that I received. Everything else got the tick of approval.
What was
Noise.
this for again, nobody?
So there's proposed for the church I'm in, as an arm of the church, to do a mental health peer support group.
Oh, cool. Okay.
And we wanted to make sure that we, do it properly, make sure we provide a safe, supportive environment, provide sufficient trigger warnings, which I didn't do in last week's live stream, until we'd already triggered someone. Apologies for that. But
Good wo-
yeah,
But good
out
work
of all
with the
the
thing.
series of documents. So this is a 3-page document, double-sided there. No criticisms of that at all. In fact, the psychologist said it's pretty watertight. And
Nice.
yeah, there is 3 notes on the pre-session overview that we would read. One of which is just a COVID safe question, obviously. Just expanded on that a little bit. And another one was just for an objectivity. If somebody is speaking about events that involve someone that others in the group might recognize, and those persons might choose to exit so that they don't hear what they shouldn't, sort of thing. And the other suggestion was just to have a debrief time at the end of a meeting offered, just in case people need it. That was the only suggestions I received.
Those are good suggestions
So-
too.
Well done, fucking nobody.
Good work, pal. Good work.
All I've got to do now is I've designed a intake form for contact details. That's the privacy policy that goes with that. all I've got to do is get the get a set of resources, which would be phone numbers, websites, help support services for extended, services and everything, because we are a peer support group, not a professional counselling session. So yes, and that's kind of cool.
That's very cool. That's very good work. Love it. Yeah. I think that's Abigail suggesting support while having a mouthful of cheese.
So I used to go to a peer support group for people with mental illness called Grow.
Okay.
And it was it sprung out of AA of all things.
Yeah.
A splinter group. And so it had a lot of the structure of AA, including all the religious elements of AA.
Well, you might be pleased to know that the group that we're planning is actually, even though it will be an outreach from the church, it is a secular group.
Cool.
It'll be multi-faith,
Cool. I like churches that do.
atheists welcome. Religion won't actually be the theme.
Cool.
If
But
you
the
make
thing
a
is,
theme of a particular religion,
the
it becomes exclusive, and that's defeating the purpose.
okay. Yeah. So Grow had a little blue book that they gave to everyone who went. And it was, I still have mine. And it was just like it had all the rules. It had the 12-step mental illness thing, because it came from AA, and it wasn't a 12-step program, but it was like 12 things to help you, and just like lots of pages of wisdom from people who suffer from mental illness of various things. And I'll find it. I'll try and find it. And
That'd be great. Yeah.
next time I see you on stream, I'll
Otherwise,
or
you
even
can email me.
I'll see what I can like do for like taking pictures or something, or even finding a PDF and email it to you.
Yeah,
But,
that'd be awesome. That'd be awesome.
I've even met psychiatrists who
hooking
have
up
their
with
own
Anglicare.
copy of that little blue book, just for their patients.
Yeah,
So-
probably be hooking up with Anglicare to get a few of their services, because Anglicare's got a whole lot of. They've got a whole mental health support arm.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, fair enough.
we should be able
But,
to. I discussed with the psychologist about what we could do for a suicide prevention policy.
Yeah.
And it'll basically be just one of the resources that we have would probably be like just basically a pamphlet or something from an existing service that we would just refer to, because we're not qualified to deal with that. So what we do is defer to people who are.
Yeah. But
one of the things that we
So,
do.
So can I just? This morning I teach a crochet class at the local neighborhood learning network place, and one of the people who comes to there, we were actually talking about depression, and she's going through some really bad depression at the moment. So for most of the class, I was actually like talking about depression, and I've had a pretty shitty day today. And as much as I would like to keep talking about it, I think I've had too much for today. So I don't want to stop you from talking about it, but like,
No.
if I zone out, that's why.
I'm happy to move on. Out of
I'm going to
consideration,
eat this bit of celery
you
with
know, if
garlic hummus
mental
on
health
it.
is something that you've had enough of, I'm quite happy to move on from that. We don't need to, we don't need to go there.
Yeah, it's all good. And yeah, move on to celery. Why not?
Sounds good.
Yes. As I was resharing the old celery, there was an old ad from, I don't know, 50s or 60s, like celery, like it's good for cleaning out your colon. And it's this cartoon thing of someone sticking a toothbrush up someone's butt. And the guy's really enjoying having this toothbrush shoved up his butt. I'm gonna find it.
Thanks for that. Just as I had another bit to eat.
I know.
Thanks for that. But I was going to say at the moment, celery is simply nothing more than a garlic delivery device.
Yeah,
that's fair enough.
That's what it's
I
for.
was just
Garlic
thinking
and chickpea delivery device.
with Angry's work, I think that's we need a slogan for that, don't we, Angry?
Definitely.
Another dangerous mental image brought to you by Angry Aussie. Tune in next time, and we'll see if we can make you vomit.
I'll share it. See, this guy, he's really enjoying getting his butt scrubbed by celery.
That's the one.
So
Well, it is full of roughage.
yeah, no, it's just such a graphic cartoon representation of your colon getting cleansed. Still a good question. Speaking of
I feel like
Picard,
we should do a little on behalf of Angry Aussie YouTube channel. We do apologise for ruining celery.
yes,
I have Stella. I have no idea when the next season of Picard is coming out, but Lower Deck season 2 is going strength for strength. We're up to like episode 3, I think, at the moment of season 2. 4. Okay.
I think I've seen 3 episodes. I haven't seen this week's episode yet.
Oh, I've seen that. The one with the Ferengi.
Yeah. Okay, I haven't seen the Ferengi episode, so that's
Yeah.
the newest one. Yeah,
It's a good one. They're all just great.
it's very good.
Yeah.
What I really appreciate about Lower Decks is it's very true to Star Trek vibe, but they don't talk like people in a Star Trek show. They
Yes.
talk like people in a wacky animated comedy.
Well,
But
the thing is, it's the head writer is Mike McMahon or whatever his name. He is he's one of the writers for Rick and Morty,
yeah,
and B, he's a huge Trekkie.
yeah,
So one of his goals in life was to write for Star Trek, and he never got the chance. And then when the opportunity came to write an animated comedy show, I think he might have even pitched the idea, and they went for it. And it's his dream come true. And you can see just how much passion is coming through the show. And it's I use it now as a recommendation of what to watch when you want to get into Star Trek. That's your first port of call. And I've done that with people, and they've gotten into Star Trek as a result.
yeah, because it explores a bunch of the Star Trek tropes, but from a slightly different angle to how it's normally done.
Because
But it's a good quality show. The writing's really good.
first season of TNG is cringy as fuck.
Yeah.
I don't know what service it's on because I sail into the Bay of Pirates to watch it.
Stella,
Not to mention
the legal way to watch Lower Decks in Australia is Amazon Prime. So Prime Video.
And to answer Mega Leech's question, I totes eat the celery because I really enjoy eating celery.
Yeah. God, I was going to say something else, but I've forgotten. I'm cleaning up.
Was it about Star Trek?
It was definitely about Star. Oh, yes. Jonathan Frakes is in several episodes of season 2, and I was watching it going, how much is Jonathan Frakes enjoying voicing a young Will Riker? Because he got to be old Will Riker in Picard because he's old Jonathan Frakes now. But because
the thing is,
it's animated.
Yeah, he has been behind the camera as a producer and director since TNG.
Yeah.
He's a great director. He was a director on Deep Space Nine and Voyager as well.
Yeah.
So when he was asked to come back for Picard, he actually had some pretty serious anxiety issues about doing it.
Yeah.
About stepping back into the actor's shoes.
Yeah.
I can well imagine actually that.
And he actually went public about that, and there was like a huge amount of support for him on Twitter, because the fans got his back.
Yeah,
But to do the
Lower
voice for
Decks-
an animated show, there's none of that anxiety. So
no, he just gets to be swashbuckling Will Riker.
yeah,
Of course, with Boingler, who is like original series sort of explorer guy,
yep.
Daring Do Riker scares the shit out of Boingler. And Riker's just going, yeah, go into the anomaly. Boingler's going, no, what are we doing?
Yeah. And
everyone on Riker's crew is gung ho, and Boingler's like, can we just explore? Can we just?
And not to spoil anything, but there's an episode in season 2 with Tom Paris.
Oh yeah, episode 3 has Tom Paris, and that's hilarious.
That was great. Yeah.
Episode 2 has the alien who talks in memes.
Oh, the Camerans or something. Oh, I forget their name.
I hope you appreciate, Abigail, when I got the shits with some people on a forum where I wasn't really allowed to tell them to get fucked. Because it wasn't mine. I came up with what I thought was the most obscure way to tell someone to get fucked. I did a meme of that alien who speaks in visual images, and
metaphors and memes.
Yeah, and in modern terms, he's speaking in memes. He's
doing a verbal.
Yeah. He's doing a verbal description of a visual image. So I had a sort of double sort of extraction. I had him saying, and this is, you have to know the old Paul Newman film, The Life and Times of Judge Roy Bean. And there's a bit where some of his men say like, oh, you have to apologize to our wives. And in retrospect, it's a gross whorephobic joke. And I have so many friends who are sex workers. I don't think whorephobia is funny, but it's basically you apologize by saying, okay, I did call you a fuckwit, but I didn't call you an inbred, shit-eating, masturbating fuckwit. So, you know, it's basically say, I'm sorry I said that, but you'll notice I didn't say this much worse thing about you. And so, and you're making it clear, I actually think the much worse thing about you. But I did say that one thing, so I'm sorry I said that. And speaking of gross things, it's easy. Just let me finish this before you chime in, mate. Basically, Judge Roy Bean, Paul Newman, literally does this apology holding his hat in his hand. So it's a hat in hand apology. And so I with these people who were fucking annoying vegans, when they were upset at me saying vegans who go, I don't want to exploit bees, I said basically vegans who say that are fucking morons. And they were upset that I said that. And I said, and so I just posted the picture of that alien who speaks in memes, but the caption was Judge Roy Bean, hat in hand. So you have to extrapolate out through 2 layers of meme, because what I'm saying is, well, okay, I did say vegans who worry about bees are morons, but I didn't say vegans are shit-eating fuckwits who need their head put through a wood chipper. Wow. And so I had this double layer of, and they didn't get it. They didn't get that I was actually telling them to get fucked. So I appreciate it. AZ, 2 hours of technical problems, but you're here.
I'm fucking amazed that I'm here. I've been fucking pressing buttons and checking wires and going back and forth and going, what the fuck is going on? And because it's like, it's easy. You just go press, you're done. Right?
Yeah.
But tonight it was like, no, man. And it was going, no.
Yeah.
I know that I can see the time and I can see the thing. And
Yeah.
I was just being fucking shunted off to every which way. And so I did the whole turn it off and turn it on thing, because that fixes anything in a computer.
Yes.
I
True.
tried fucking Style and Sort because that fixes everything in a computer, and then I had, because you need to, I had the police come again tonight.
Can I actually really quickly interrupt you because I want you to finish this story? I've just put the link for Laura who wants to join us, and I just wanted to acknowledge Kirsten, who's saying the quarantine hotel across the road from her has a fire alarm going off and people screaming on balconies. And Kirsten says someone in her building is yelling at them to shut the fuck up. And she admits it's her. She's yelling at them to shut the fuck up.
That's
and also,
fair enough, Kirsten.
Laura's joining us. And now,
Hello, Laura.
AZ, I want you to finish. I'm intrigued the cops visited you again today, AZ.
Okay. You know when the cops turn up, they want simple questions, simple answers to simple fucking questions, right? So they demanded in, and they got in, and they said, "Okay, so we're here." And I went, "Yes." And so, well, we can't see particularly what's going on. I'm going, right, okay, because there was nothing going on. Right, I've got to fucking reiterate this. There was nothing happening. The place was quiet as church. It was fucking quiet, right? And they said, "Well, we got called here on the radio," and I've gone, "I see. Well, what would you like to inquire about or do, or what happens now?" Is all I could come up with. Seriously, that's all I could come up with. With my fucking decades of wit and fucking conversational fucking grandeur, all I could come up with is, "What do you want to do now?" And they said, "Well, I guess we better wait for the person who called us." And I'm going, "Well, you would know that because fucking obviously all calls from mobiles go through the switch and blah, blah, blah." And we stood around there for 5 minutes, literally saying nothing. And they said, "Oh, we'll just wait for the person who called us to show up." And I went, "Are you able to tell me who that is?" And they said, "Oh, well, no." And I'm going, right, because I could probably point you to them if you told me who they were. And it's, "Well, we'd prefer to take this, in a CPAP kind of way." They just
Will,
Lee,
that's
And this
really loud.
this went on for another 15 minutes. And then they said, "Well, obviously that's not going to happen then." And they left. Right, the whole fucking thing was like, I guess, half an hour. And I'm going, all right, I'm going to try to get back into the live stream again. And it's been, I don't know what to say, really. Did they want to look? Did they want to just hang? I mean, I was cool with them just hanging. I was, have a coffee. Just let's talk about shit. That's cool. But they wanted someone and something, but they weren't around. And they didn't want to tell me what the something and someone was. And I didn't know. I had no idea what that was about. And I have the impression that they're going to be back for their something and someone. And I'm still not going to know what it is. If it was me, I could handle that because, it'd be something.
but it wasn't, and I just felt this is the way my night's going. It's like I'm trying to get onto the live stream, and I'm trying to get through to cops who are trying to get through to nothing. You know, it's like they had server lag. Yeah, it's like they had massive server lag, and they were just you know, their spawn point just was really slow.
Their spawn point ate a bum sandwich.
Yeah, you know, they'd missed the last save point, and so you know, I was surprised they just didn't drop their gear and disappear. Frankly, it was it was full on. So yeah, that's been my effort to try and get onto the stream tonight. So I apologise that I'm late. I was ready by 7:30. Young Ingrid will
That's
tell
when you sent me the message. You sent me a message at 7:30.
I was ready to roll, and then it all just fucking fell apart.
Sorry, I wasn't just noticing the chat. Like Abigail telling Will he was making noise, and Megaleech pointing out that was really loud when you told him, and Abigail going, "I thought I was muted when I yelled, Will, shut the fuck up."
So here's the deal. Can you hear me, by the way?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so when I load up StreamYard, for some fucking reason, it defaults the microphone to my webcam microphone instead of this one. Yes, and so every time I move the mic up, it mutes. I think it's muted. So like when I'm eating something, for example, you don't get to hear crunch, crunch, crunch. But it was set to the fucking webcam. So I thought I was muted, but you could hear everything through the webcam.
Yeah, I almost told you earlier because you were flipping up the mic, and I thought, oh, you probably think I can't hear you now, but I can. And then there was eventually a thing where, you said you're being loud in the background.
Yep.
I should have told you earlier.
It's all good.
Oh, well.
I'll just be extra vigilant next time.
I got a question.
Also, I'm like 2.5 whiskeys in at this point.
That's all good. Laura, you were saying you had a question?
Yeah, well, first thing is I've only just woken up.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
It's not in the morning yet. It's 1:15 in the afternoon. So
okay.
I didn't
always morning somewhere, and if you've just woken up, it's morning.
Yeah,
I used to wake up at crack of Oprah every day.
Yeah, but I didn't go to bed until 7 a.m. So you know.
So that's morning. It's morning.
Yeah, my head is morning. I just had a couple of chocolate-y ice cream things because I need some sugar. But anyway, I got a question regarding your sleep apnea thing that you put in your head a little while ago. And that is, has your wife been having waking up and then screaming, and then pretending, oh, it was just a dream?
No, she's super happy because apparently I used to do very sleep disrupting snoring, and I don't anymore. And on very rare occasions, usually if I've had a drinky or two, I'll go into bed and I'll put it on and it won't be on properly and I'll be off, and there will actually be a very loud noise like wind blowing. But for instance, on Friday night, like tonight, which is why I have the machine here, I am actually going to sleep on the lounge because if we go the normal way, I won't be going to bed till well after midnight, maybe 2 a.m. And that's sort of too disruptive for her sleep if I go in at 2 a.m. when she's in deep sleep and wake her up.
And
so I sleep on lunch. I'm being considerate. Yeah. Or maybe, and again, last Friday night was hilarious because I passed out and Aidsy was the responsible one who supervised the stream for an hour and a half while I was asleep, which is
that was fucking
very funny turn of
events.
events.
That was just awesome.
Yeah, unfortunately, I tried showing something and my camera turned off, and as a result, it kicked me out, or rather, kicked me into the back scene, and because you weren't there, you couldn't
Yeah.
put me back in. So it's like,
I still have no idea why I even left the room, because I watched the stream back and I don't say anything. There's like 8 or 9 people on screen, and I just, without saying anything, just walk
bail.
off. And then I come back 90 minutes later, and Aidsy and Nobody and someone else was still there, and I go, I just fell asleep, man. I just fell asleep, and I'm gonna end the stream now because I just woke up and I heard voices, and I thought, what was that about? And
oh yeah, there's all those people I was supposed to be hosting. It's basically like the person organizes a party and then sort of disappears.
Yeah,
Yeah,
not
he's
good.
very great Gatsby, isn't he?
Very, very.
Yes, that
Bloody
was
hell.
very interesting.
So I had a fun thing happen last Saturday.
Yeah.
So last weekend was Manchester Pride, and
Okay.
over the years, it's become incredibly commercialized.
Yeah.
So they cordon off the area around the gay village. And you got to buy tickets to get in.
Yeah.
For £30
Wow.
a day.
That's worse than they do here. That's
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
And then they got they got another part where just down the road where they got a big stage, and there was Sophie Ellis Baxter and other people doing singing, whatever. So but you can either pay £30 a day, or you can go buy like a £70 ticket for the weekend.
Oh shit. Okay.
And well, the way Pride used to work is they used to have the area cordoned off, but it was only to make sure you didn't get a bunch of neo-Nazis, gay bashing idiot people.
Yeah.
But
Which
now
is good. Not
it's
happening.
So cars didn't run you down the street.
yeah, so it's become very commercialized. Even the Pride March, you'll end up with people who are gay who happen to work for a bank or a supermarket, or all these big name airlines and stuff. And
queer
and they-
capitalism, it's called.
Yeah. So,
Profiteering.
and then you've got things like the chief executive of this Manchester Pride organization, it's a committee or whatever, he's recently had a £10,000 increase in his wage, but at the same time, money because the idea is they raise money and that goes to the LGBT charities and things in the area to support the LGBT community in Manchester.
Yes.
In the gay village area. Well, they have gradually been cutting the amount of money that they've been giving to them, while at the same time the chief executive has,
No.
so
Fucking comedy festival.
yeah.
No.
So what happened was last week, some guys basically organised a Pride protest march, where it's basically, we're not here to make money for you, basically.
Yeah.
So I joined
Yep.
when there were about a dozen people. So there was a place to meet up. And I got there with my couple of trans friends. They're a couple, boy and girlfriend, both trans, which is really cool. And when we got there, we made it about a dozen people that were there. And they were expecting a couple of hundred.
Yeah.
It was like a couple of thousand. So it was really
Nice.
impressive. And they were really organized, hey, anybody want a flag? Anybody want a banner? So I got myself a banner, and they're giving out whistles and all sorts of things. So so they're incredibly organized. And so about maybe 3/4 of an hour into waiting for everyone to assemble, a guy from the LGB Alliance turned up. The LGB Alliance is an anti-trans hate group. They like to pretend they're not. They have this. They have this plausible deniability thing going on where they, you know, they make things because they're pro LGB. They just don't like the transgender people.
Yeah.
And the thing is, you know, it's like, oh well, you know, like I say, well, look, we're not anti-trans, we're pro LGBT. Except for if you look at their output, 90% of it is anti-trans stuff.
Yeah.
And they're going around campaigning, you know, they're lobbying MPs and, you know, charities and, you know, things like that to try to, you know, stop the trans people, you know.
I could easily get onto a rant about
the
that
evidence,
sort of
the evidence is really quite amusing because there's one thing that demonstrates that they're a hate group, and that an anti-trans hate group rather. And that is that they, during the last general election, they put out 12 questions for would-be MPs, and every single one of these 12 questions was about trans stuff. It wasn't about promoting LGBT people. It was all anti-trans type stuff. It was all that, you know.
12 variations of, do you hate the trans? Because we do.
Those trans, they've got cocks in strange places. We don't like it and we're afraid.
Yeah, and of course the whole turf, you know, turf stuff is nothing but a no true Scotsman fallacy.
Yeah, and everywhere has it bad, but you friggin' live on Turf Island.
Yeah.
It's bad everywhere, but the British Isles at the moment, oh gosh.
I just don't understand
it just
why
stuns
people-
me. I fucking there's this real movement at the moment that's creeping into Australia, but it's real big in the States, where they're trying to equate trans with they call them otherkin, which are furries. They're trying to equate furries with trans, and it's like no, that's
Where's
not
the
right.
connection?
And it's basically it's a minimalization of a lifestyle and a sexuality and gender. And it's fucking working, and it bothers me a lot. I had a big fucking argument with a friend of mine who basically was furiously going furries, and then in the same breath was going trans. And
not that we don't love our furry brethren, but it's not the same thing. Is what we're saying.
But they're not in the same bucket as trans.
No, it's different. It's also, I'm switching off my microphone, so just
okay.
It's
That's
off.
good. When Angry comes back on, I'm going to look very serious now for a while and look like I'm pontificating. When Angry comes back on, could we please try and put mountain goat somewhere in the paragraph that we're talking about? Just the words mountain goat. And we'll see how long we can get away with
He
it.
can hear you.
Can he?
yeah, you started too soon.
Yeah!
I was toying with not letting on, but no. Okay. Right.
Awesome.
Oh
my God.
That was
You know what?
gonna work really well.
Whenever I hear goat, I think of an idiot religious guy who doesn't understand certain phrases and words. And he basically said, you know, like atheists are trying to goat you into saying things. And the word is goad.
Goad.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he said, like, atheists and their elk. So I went and bought myself a plushie elk.
See, there's another Magic the Gathering reference in that. because in a previous set there was a planeswalker that turned everything into elks, and for like it eventually got banned because it was OP as fuck. But in the Magic community, like they just joked that everything was an elk now, and someone even changed the Wikipedia page for Magic the Gathering to say it's a card game where you play with elks instead of
Nice.
like creatures and stuff. Yeah.
We had a lot of trouble back in the day because we had this fairly intensive message board, and it was all about chaos. And chaos is one of the factions in Magic the Gathering, and we weren't playing the card game. We were doing something else entirely. And so occasionally we get basically little kids come along and go, "Oh, I really like this, and I've got these cards, and I do these tactics," and it was a race between me, the other moderators, to get to these kids before the fucking rest of the board got to them and ripped them apart. And basically we'd
So
get
you're
to-
talking about Warhammer, not Magic the Gathering.
Isn't Magic the Gathering has a chaos clan in it?
No, nope. Magic is a card game.
That's what I'm saying. The card game.
Magic doesn't have a chaos faction.
What
I
have
mean,
they got?
there are-
There's one with a round logo with a star in it, a black star. What's that one?
That's white or Orzhov, black and white. Sounds like Orzhov, and they're not chaotic.
No. This is it.
You're not
all right?
confusing it with Yu-Gi-Oh or something, are you?
Oh fuck! It could have been a lot of different things, right? But basically,
Was it like a miniature game where you played with miniatures on a giant table?
No. It was definitely a card game. Definitely a card
Okay.
game. And basically, the logo that they had was the same logo that we have. It was clearly taken from us because the logo looks really cool, right? And essentially, yeah, we'd get these kids in and they'd start going, "Oh yeah, blah blah blah," and then we'd fucking race and go, "Okay, buddy, you're in the wrong place. You've got to go, somewhere else," because the assembled crowd would just fucking rip in, and it was an interesting exercise in watching. And the reason I bring it up is that you can set yourself up as all-knowing on the side of good, right? And then find yourself screaming and yelling at someone with a different opinion or set of beliefs than yours very quickly and very cruelly. I have seen it so many times. One of the things that freaks me out is the current, especially American, antipathy toward Antifa. Now, Antifa it means anti-fascist, right? It means anti-fascist, and
AT, I need to. This is only going to be really short.
yeah,
I need to zone out for a bit. I'm going to turn
Yeah.
my camera off, but I'm going to stay in the stream. But I'm like having a high pain day. I'm even walking on my cane today, and I just need to zone out for a bit. So I'm going to,
understand.
if I may, I'm going
I
to
get
Do
it.
what
do
you
that
need to
for a
do.
bit.
Trust
But
me.
I'm still going to be here.
understand you.
So,
Trust me, I know where you're coming from.
yep.
Go,
Cool.
sister. Fucking, you do what you need to do. It blows my mind that Antifa is an anti-fascist group. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you got all these Americans going, "Oh, Antifa's fucking, oh, they're bad. It's like,
They've got them
two
confused.
world
with
wars
anarchists.
trying to fucking stop them.
Yeah, they've. It starts with an A, and they think it's the same as anarchists.
But it's like, at some point you've got to turn around and go, what does it mean? When Obamacare was coming in, they were going, oh, it's socializing healthcare. It's socializing healthcare, and I a couple times, because I got some American mates on comedy boards, I go, what does that mean? Socializing healthcare, and a couple of them just couldn't give me an answer. They just repeat socializing healthcare, and
those people are effectively as fucking trained monkeys. They don't know what parrots, not monkeys. They're just parroting shit that other people have said, and they actually don't know what they're saying. They've just decided that they're opposed to it, so they're going to say this shit, aren't they?
There was a lot of that.
I like to, if I give an opinion on a subject, I like to at least have the beginning of a clue of just what the fuck I'm talking about.
That's crazy talk, nobody.
I know.
You're not going to go
I'm
anywhere
known for being a bit crazy.
Laura, we're not talking to nobody anymore. He wants a clue about what he's talking about. So, fuck him and his fucking beautiful pop stopper. It is a gorgeous pop stopper, and I think one day I'm going to get a fucking proper mic set up and get a pop stopper and then reverb myself like slightly delayed. So
that'd be cool. I should get I should get some software or something, and I could do real time effects on this mic.
No, you should. One of the nicest things I've ever seen, and a mate of mine used to do it on the radio, and he used to, because we used to write the jingles and the ads and stuff, and that used to not take long because we were getting really good at it, and then we would have to produce them, right? And producing them wasn't real hard because we'd voice them, and then we put the fucking effects over the top and the music bed underneath and make sure all the levels were right, and then we'd fucking cart it up and boop, ready to go. So, from go to woe, we could get an ad up, a sponsorship announcement. We could get a sponsorship announcement up and ready to roll, a 30-second one in 2 hours. Done. And he would fuck around for like an hour before he started producing every time. But then to be fair, he produced like 4 or 5 really quick. And one time, me and the program director, who was the best man at my wedding, actually, good mate of mine, fucking finally bailed him and said, what are you fucking doing at the beginning of your production time? And we found out that what he was doing was he was setting up a second reel-to-reel tape, because we were still in the days of we had digital stuff, but we also had analog stuff, and he had a reel-to-reel tape and another reel-to-reel tape, and he would record himself on the first reel-to-reel tape, and that would then go to the second one in a delay, effectively putting his own voice on top of his own voice, slightly delayed, like by less than a tenth of a second. And so it sounded like he had this really rich, deep voice. And he also used to basically write his ads to get done in 23 seconds, so that he could slow it down so that it would come out at the 25, 27 second mark, and his voice would be slowed and rich and deep and fucking and reverbed.
Clever.
And then he'd put everything over on the digital, and then do all the effects on top of that. And so he used to do all his scripts, then put all the different ads together that way. And
I reckon I know how he configured the reel-to-reel.
Oh,
because
Well, you know
the
how-
reel-to-reels, you could actually play back what was recorded in real time, or almost real time, no pun intended. So as the recording went onto it, the tape would go past your record head and then onto the play head. So if you had it on monitor, it would play back with that delay. So that's probably how he did it.
That's how he did
Smart
it.
cookie. Very good use of that.
He basically got the second reel to reel and put it into the aux cable of the first reel to reel and took the record off the playhead. No. He took the record off the record head of the first one, and because it had all that wire to go through, and it had all that all those valves to go through, there was that tiny little delay.
Well, there'd be a
And
delay just with the tape passing from one head to another too.
that's it.
Mm.
And he
The
just
electronics
discovered
don't
it
even
and
matter.
used the shit out of it. And he was mortified one day when he came in the studio and the reels were gone because we went fully digital. And he was going, "Where's the reel to reel?" I mean, going, "Oh, it's digital day. We're going full digital, but we need the reel to reel." Well, no, because we're going digital and they're all gone now. And he was, poor guy, nearly shit himself. He was like, "How am I going to get my beautiful voice back?" But he worked out that we had what we like to call the big bottom, and it was a digital reverb and tone tone shifter.
I think I
And
showed you the software I work with, haven't I, Adzi?
yes.
So
Back in the
it can
day,
do all of
we
that sort of
had
stuff.
actual
In
machines.
fact, you guys have heard it in those ads I played for you all.
Yeah, well, you got to understand, back in the day, we had to have actual machines that did all those
Yeah.
things
Oh
that we
yeah.
do on
Oh yeah.
computers. And
There's something magical about that time too, because
there wasn't.
we put it this way: when you do a recording onto analog equipment, you don't get to take a bunch of bad takes, take the good bit out of each one. Well, you can, but it'll take you fucking hours. So people tended to want one good bloody take. So people got very, very good at their delivery. Nowadays,
That's
you
true.
can do a bunch of shit takes and go, that bit of the take is good, but that bit sucks. That one's crap to this point. Merge, and you just cut and do all that sort of shit. And it's a few clicks of the button and it's done. Very, very convenient. Very, very quick. There's an element of the it's kind of like in a way the magic of vinyl records.
Yes.
If you've got really good quality encoding,
Yeah.
you can actually have really good quality sound from digital. This, like, people say that that digital sucks over analog. It doesn't have to. But when you're playing a vinyl, it is interesting. There's a certain aspect of it that's kind of fun that you don't get by pressing buttons on a digital machine. You can get the same outcome, but it's not as fun. If that makes
It's not
sense.
as fun. The thing, what you're talking about there is, you could do a whole bunch of takes and your delivery didn't have to be perfect. The trouble is, back in the day, we had to do 20 takes and one of them had to be good. We still had to do 20 takes.
Which was always the challenge also with actors, because there's two types of actors. One type who will get better the more takes they have, and one type, their first take will be their best. And if they're working the same scene together, I'm causing physical pain to AZ remembering these sorts of
Triggered.
You're killing him, Angry.
I've triggered
him.
I used to get really annoyed at myself because when I do like model railway videos, I'd have a script. And I'd basically work my way through and I'd write it out. Effectively, and it just takes hours and hours and hours to do it. I would do the model making, and then I would watch my own video footage and go through what I did and turn it into a script. And then once I had the script, I'd use Audacity to do the voice dubbing, to record it, and and then I could cut it and change it, and and I might have a sentence where I flub my lines, and so I'd end up like, oh shit, I've done it again, and then I try it again, then I try it again, and then so I'd end up with like a long chunk of audio. And then I'd have to trim bits out of it because it took 4 takes to get that one sentence because I just my tongue got stuck somewhere.
I did an ad for a computer repair shop, and I think I've recounted this story before. It took me at least 20 takes, and the problem was I was working the recording booth alone, so I'd have to go and set the equipment to record, run into the booth, do the line, come back out, and then find out that it was a shit take or that I didn't have a mic set up properly, and then go and do the take again. And so it was at least 20 takes before I got one that was ready to go to air.
The hardest thing now is that I've got to think about what I want to say more, because now I'm trying to have a more feminine voice.
Yeah.
And it's really a struggle because I sort of listen to it and think, oh my God, that sounds so blokey. It's
the good thing about digital,
it's
Laura,
kind of, it's a part of the dysphoria.
Constant struggle.
Because the dysphoria for me is, and like I say, thanks to you guys, and I came on today, I had no makeup at all, and I wouldn't have had makeup on at all. I wouldn't even have my camera on if I didn't have makeup on.
Gotcha.
Yet recently I've been like getting up, chucking some clothes on, which is what I've just done, and then just have my camera on straight away.
Please, you're comfortable enough to do that, and that.
I was about to say the same thing.
Well, with the dysphoria, what was happening, and it's less now, and I think it's because I'm now on the path. I'm taking the HRT, and things are working now. I've become more confident with who I am and where I'm going, kind of thing.
Right.
I suppose actually all it is, I've got a map, and now that I've got a map, I'm more confident about where the hell I'm going.
Which is excellent.
Excellent. When you can get a compass, you can get a fucking good pair of boots, and when you can get a good pair of boots, you get a good tent. It's all. It's all.
Is it all the pieces are right? I've now got all the pieces together now. Now I just gotta, a bit like chess, I suppose. Now I'm gonna, now I know what all the pieces are and where they need to go, and now I just need to make them go where they want them to be.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, well, as a part of that dysphoria that I was having, where I get up in the morning, I turn around, there's a mirror, and I see a guy looking at me with a lady's nightgown. Well, I kind of do the same thing when recording the video, because for people like me, looking in the mirror, being on a webcam, it's like you try looking for the remnants of the guy there.
Yep.
Because that's the thing. You don't want to be that, so you're trying to, I don't know.
What
the turf will say we can always tell, which is bullshit.
You know what it is? It's the thing that my wife used to do, right? Every month we had to pay rent, and every month she would start collecting boxes from supermarkets because she was convinced that we would not pay rent and get evicted. And she did that for 3 fucking years until I sat her down and said, darling, you're setting yourself up to fail every month, but you're not setting yourself up to win. And you're not setting yourself up for the victory that we have always had. We've never been evicted. We never did get evicted. I got evicted because I ran out of money. But that was after she left me and took the breadwinning with her. We never got evicted. I got her into the brain set of starting to set up for the victory. and everything turned around. You know, and I understand what you're saying when you say you look in the mirror and you're seeing, you know, you're seeing dysphoria. It's the whole thing. Why am I this shit? Because I've spent 30 years being a comic, and there is a turning point when you're a comic. You get up on stage for the first few years of your career.
Angry, mute yourself or something, because all we can hear is crunching noise. Angry.
Um,
Yeah, it's ASMR. Sorry.
It's draining out
first
easy.
few
That's all.
years of being a comic, all you are doing is say, "Please like me." That's all you're doing is say, "Please like me." Then something clicks in your head and you go, listen to this point. It's fucking funny. And listen to this other callback that I've made. It's fucking hilarious. And listen to this surprise. It's fucking awesome. And you down there that's heckling, I'm about to unload both barrels on you. Listen to this other thing. And oh, fuck, the red light's going on. So I've got to go. But remember, I've got a massive dick and I love you all. Bye. And it's that thing of getting past the initial self and getting into the presentation of the thing rather than the please don't hate me, and let me show you this cool thing. Let me show you the cool thing. And I've seen, you'd be surprised how many trans folks I know very intimately, and I've seen these folks go through that time when they basically stop being afraid of what people might see, and they start being proud of who they are, and what they are, and who they're becoming, because we're always becoming. We are always in the process of becoming. We are never finished becoming.
I don't know. You know, I mean, I've seen some politicians, and you know, I suppose they're becoming bigger assholes, maybe.
Yeah, they're becoming pieces.
It's like angry.
Yeah.
But what I was sort of alluding to, sort of the joke about, you know, it is a weird crime for politicians to do that thing that most of us do, which is change our mind when presented with evidence. Whereas politicians like, no, they'll accuse me of flip-flopping.
We had one politician here in Australia, and he really only did it once, which was a shame. And he got accused up in the run-up to the election of, when he was a diplomat, he went into a strip club in New York with the other diplomat. And he was apparently on his knees crawling up to strippers. And they said to him, "Did you do that?" And he said, "Oh, probably. I was so pissed. I have no real. I know I was on a table with my pants off at one point, but as for the rest, I got thrown into a diplomatic car, and then I woke up in someone else's suite, and I thought, God, I'm going to wake up next to a guy, and it wasn't. It was just swapped rooms for the night." And we did the slut walk back to our own rooms early in the morning, going, Jesus, big night. And he just faced it, and straight up.
If only they do that more often.
And the opposition thought, oh, this is going to kill him. This is the scandal that will kill him. And the thing was, this guy had come out as a Christian, and Australia was going, oh, we've just had a Governor General that was a Christian and a prick. And he had to be fired because he was a fucking idiot. And he'd done some really stupid things. And then this guy who was a Christian running for Prime Minister said, yeah, I did this stuff. I don't know. And
Yeah, it was-
then Australia turned around and said, "Oh, I could have a beer with him. Yeah, he's all right.
Yeah.
Fuck, you know,
This-
he's like me."
This was former Prime
showed
Minister
integrity.
Kevin Rudd.
That was
And his biggest impediment in the lead up to the first election, which he ended up winning, was that he was a Catholic schoolboy and people thought he was a fucking nerd. And it was the Conservative coalition is the Liberal Party and the National Party, and the National Party are the more conservative part of the coalition.
Nice.
And they thought they were going to nail Rudd by saying he went to a strip club. And the Liberal Party are going, don't go public with this. Don't go public with this.
Don't go public.
And
with this.
a National Party MP went public with it, going, Rudd went to a fucking strip club.
and
the
he
media
played
goes,
up and he was naughty.
Yeah.
And Rudd
And,
said,
and the
"Oh,
media go,
yeah."
Kev, did you go to a strip club? And he had the double barrel of, because they were trying to go, who was your favorite stripper and whatnot. And he goes, I don't remember. I was too pissed. So he got to say, I went to a strip club, but they can't hammer him about any details because he was too pissed. So he's gone from being Catholic schoolboy to Aussie legend who goes to strip clubs while pissed. And as
And
like,
the other thing he
Oh.
said too, he said, "Oh, it was New York. We went to a few. We went to 2 or 3, or 2 or 3. I'm not sure, but I was really pissed, and I'm not sure what we got up to. I remember I was pantless at one point, and I was I had money in my teeth, but for the rest, I don't know. And he just bang right, faced it right at the wall, and it just fucking shattered. The whole scandal just shattered, and the whole nation went, "Oh yeah, right, okay, okay." He's not a cockhead.
I've got an amusing little story I learned when I was studying about communism and Vietnam when I was doing history.
Yeah.
And one of the things, so what happened was, there were the Americans and then there was the South Vietnamese government. And one of these South Vietnamese government guys, he wasn't really towing the American line.
No.
He wasn't like doing what they wanted him to, basically.
No.
So it was someone like the CIA or whatever plotted to have him removed. So what they did was they basically planted, a bit massive suggestion that this guy was like sleeping around, and it's like, and unfortunately, it was destroyed. They screwed up because in America, if you've got a politician that's like sleeping around and like with prostitutes or something like that, that destroys their career. But in South Vietnam,
he's a fucking legend.
It's basically what you got 2 women at the same time. Go on, mate.
Fucking legend.
So
went
it completely backfired on them. He became more popular.
Yeah, absolutely.
Probably because of the absence of the evangelical vote.
Yeah, definitely.
And
sorry, and I just want to say, because we were talking about stuffing stuff up and whatnot, this was my second attempt at making this fucking drink that's supposed to have a creamy float. Failed completely. So I might try it again. I'm not going to try it again tonight. I might try it again on Sunday night, or I might decide I just can't do the creamy float and do something different. I just want to throw out that while we're all feeling like we are imperfect sometimes, this is my second attempt to make this drink, and it failed completely. It still tastes nice because it's all creamy and boozy.
Say about imperfections and whatever, right? Never trust a person who's never experienced failure because they've never done anything.
Hell no. Never trust a person who's never experienced failure.
So,
never ever do that.
So I've got one more little one.
Yeah,
so I don't know if you guys have ever seen it or heard of it. There was a comedy show in the 90s in the UK called Goodness Gracious Me. Sorry, that's not the one I was thinking of. The Fast Show, sorry. The Fast Show.
Fast Show. Yeah.
Now, the Fast Show, the idea was rather than have these long comedy sketches, it would just be like you know,
Zap, zap,
it'd be
zap,
like
zap.
just short punchline kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, and they had these different characters. Well, one of them was a former solicitor of some kind, you know, a lawyer or whatever, you know, a QC. So he'd been a judge or whatever. And so he basically got this guy in a like oak paneled room with a sort of, you know, a whiskey or or a brandy or something like that by his side, and it's like, you know, just, you know, one of these sort of established old, you know, aristocracy kind of thing in the UK, kind of, you know, theme going on. And so, and what it basically, the punch part of it is he kind of like mumbles a lot.
Mm.
And so in between each piece, you know, he would like say one thing and then he'd say something else like, okay, what the hell was in the mumbling where you got from that to that?
Yeah.
You know? And so you just, you know, be like, you know, well, you know, back in my youth, I was, you know, I was in Kenya, and there was this man with like 4 arms, and you know, and you know, it was just amazing the way that he vibrated. I was. Then there was elephants in the room, and I'm not even using the right things in these jokes, but
No,
you know, it was that kind of thing. But the punchline is always, you know, but it's very difficult for me to remember exactly because I was very drunk.
Very drunk at the time.
Yeah. Now the thing about it is, when you look at him and you listen to these bizarre things that he says, every time I see that, I think this is what Boris Johnson will be when he's an old man.
Yes.
Because Boris Johnson has this weird thing he does where he just talks nonsense.
Yeah,
Yes.
but that's
You know,
Boris Johnson does the dotty thing to distract from the fact he's a fucking piece of shit. It's all smoke and mirrors. That whole dotty, messed up hair thing is a distraction from what an absolute fucking
night,
prick he
Kirsten.
is.
Yeah. Now
Is Kirsten leaving us? Thank you for hanging out with us, Kirsten.
Hi, Kirsten. So, an example of his weird rambling. And if anybody watching, if you want to watch, you know, just, you know, open a new tab, look it up now, and then just watch it later. But there's this one where we got, you know, 2012 and the Olympics is coming to England. And so, you know, he's opening the velodrome because he was the mayor of London at the time.
He was.
So he's opening the velodrome. And he starts talking about rhubarb.
Yeah.
And he's like, you know, this building that's, you know, lovingly rubbed with rhubarb. And, you know, and he just talks about, you know, and you've got Sebastian Coe's like the head of the, you know, the Olympic Committee. Yeah.
Sebastian Coe.
Yes. So he's sort of stood behind. And, you know, he's sort of chatting with someone and laughing a little bit. And then there's a couple of girls like next to him. And you can see the looks in their faces. You know, it's like, you know, the girl in front is like, I'm on TV. Oh, my God, what the fuck is this guy talking about? This is so embarrassing for my time on TV. And then behind you got Sebastian Coe and like the Olympic Committee. And next thing you know, he's talking about rhubarb. And you can see Sebastian Coe's face just sort of like drop a little bit. He's holding it.
I tell you what,
you can see him like shut the fuck up with this rhubarb shit. And all it comes down to
through the whole fucking process of the Olympics in London was an exercise in watching a diplomat be born, because fuck up after fuck up would happen and they would trot him out and he'd go, well, it's like this, and he would calmly and convincingly go, it has cancer of the penis, and we will have to chop off the entire genitalia of the thing. And since it is the fucking championships, it will cause some problems. But we imagine that will be able to push through with enough will and effort. And like everything, Sebastian Coe would just sail like a fucking swan on the water, like just graceful on the top and going like fucking the clappers underneath. And then every now and again they'd throw things like Boris at him and be going, "What the fuck am I supposed to do with this?" And Boris bothers me also because he looks a lot like Yeltsin. And I see Boris and Yeltsin sort of starting to merge. Yeltsin's later years were not the prettiest thing. And then we got Putin after that.
Yeah, the whole thing about the only reason this rhubarb stuff was mentioned is because the steel has this sort of browny reddy hue to it.
Yeah.
And they used rhubarb juice and mixed it in with the steel to stain it. So it had this kind of interesting color rather than just be like some metal, you know. And he'd heard about that and sees that and that, and it's like, this is a, this is going to help the rhubarb, industry.
Yeah, this is going to help the only plants that grows in Britain.
It's just bizarre.
I met a guy from Dorking, and we were having a coffee, and I said sugar, and he said, yeah, sure. And so I'm putting the sugar in, he's looking at it kind of funny, and he's going, "That's not salt." I'm going, no, it's sugar. And he's tasted and gone, okay, because he's asked for 3, and I've given him 3. He's gone, okay. And it finally dawned on us both that he'd only ever had sugar beet sugar. He'd never had cane sugar. And they do taste different.
Are they an American?
Hey?
Was it an American?
No, he was a palm.
It had sugar beet sugar. Okay.
Yeah.
I've never heard of that.
Well, the palms all grow sugar beet sugar. And they started this in the Second World War because they were worried that they were going to lose an energy source from food because the U-boats were going to sink everything that fucking moved. And so they got Poles and Eastern Europeans over to show them how to grow sugar beet. And they still
sugar beet.
Yeah, it's
basically. Don't worry, I know what it is. I think. So in the UK, we hear sugar and we think of the white stuff, Whereas the only thing I can think of that sugar beet might be is what we would call brown sugar.
I have no reference, so I cannot tell you. He said that the color was different because it was not as white. And he said the taste was different because it tasted...
Do you know what? I just had this horrible idea that there's probably some lunatic out there somewhere because no matter when you think you've heard it all, then you hear someone say something really bizarre.
Yeah.
And I can imagine that there's some weird lunatic somewhere who's tried to make an argument that that white sugar is some form of white supremacist plot.
Well, sugar is tied up. Cane sugar is tied up with slavery. There's no two ways about it. In the Caribbean, it was all tied in with slavery. And in Northern Australia, it was tied in with slavery. People kidnapped from the Pacific Islands to slave labor in the cane fields.
Yes, we grew lots of sugar cane, and we went and basically abducted Africans to assist with that against their will and unpaid. And we made quite considerable amounts of rum, and that became a currency. And it was.
And
all
I'm a
about
I'm
the
I'm a
expense
lover
of
of
Africans.
rum. I'm a lover of rum, but I acknowledge the history of rum is the history of sugar. The history of sugar is the history of slavery. Globally, sugar production has been inextricably tied to slavery. In the Caribbean, in the north of Australia, in South America, in the southern United States.
The thing that
Sugar
was
production.
really evil about the Australian slavery was that they got these guys on these boats by promising them rifles and promising them wages, right? And so they got on the boats and they came over to Australia and they worked them for 10, 15, 20 years. And at the end of their time, they gave them some money. It was shit money, but they gave them some money, sometimes even the rifle they were promised. And they put them on boats and they took them back to the island. This is after they've spent their adult life in Australia fucking earning their place to be here, and they put them on boats to take them back to the islands they got them from, where effectively they're completely divorced from the local scene. I mean, their families took them back in and it was good to be there.
Yeah.
But basically they didn't let them have any of the fucking benefits of their work, but they also got out of the legal definition of slavery because they paid them like fuck all, right? Literally fuck all. They paid them and they released them. They weren't bound, indentured. They were, of course, free to go. And they were fucking free to go.
Yes.
They were fucking...
No. The Australian, which had that weird term blackbirding for kidnapping people from the Pacific Islands, was worse than US chattel slavery because chattel slavery had a legal framework around it. In Australia, slavery was illegal. So they were just operating beyond any constraints. The slightly better thing was exactly as AZ says, it wasn't generational slavery. They tended to actually let them go at a certain point. Whereas chattel slavery in the US was generational slavery. The children of slaves were born to be slaves. But in very many ways, the practice of slavery in Australia was worse than the US because it was illegal. So it was completely outside any sort of formal structure.
Unregulated. In chattel slavery, they had to look after their health. They had to look after their food. They had to look after their general well-being and shelter them. In Australian slavery, none of that fucking...
Because it wasn't happening. It wasn't happening.
Wasn't real. I mean, these were guys who were getting wages. So it was up to them to get a house.
One of the things
that... to get a fucking... Get their health done. And of course, they couldn't. They couldn't afford shit. Like they were getting paid $2 a fucking week in our money.
Sounds like what we're doing to our lower socioeconomic groups now.
Well, you know, but they're Asians, so come on.
One of the things that's has made me chuckle a number of times is when I see Americans who have no idea about any history of anything else other than their history. Sort of, you know, try to talk about how Lincoln was so great because he freed the slaves. And it's like, only in America, you know, 60 years before that, the British Empire stopped it from happening. And even policed the sort of, you know, the West Africa, because there was the West Africa Squadron, who basically went, you know, sailing around the Atlantic to stop the American slave ships.
Yeah, to basically stop the slavers because it was illegal then. And fucking I saw this great thing. This guy gets up in front of an American high school class and says, okay, so let's talk about slavery. It's an ugly thing. Where were the most slaves in the world? And of course, you know, they're Americans, so they immediately say, oh, here, you know, okay, when was the most, when was that? Oh, it was, 200 years ago. And says, well, no, that's not right. It's actually right now. And it's basically
Prison labor.
5 to 10 times what it was.
Yeah.
And it's mostly prostitution, and it's mostly forced underground labor, and it's basically everywhere. And
Yeah, there are websites. I think if you Google how many slaves do I own, you answer a couple of questions about the various things you buy, and there are people around the world who are in such bonded conditions that it's indiscernible from chattel slavery. And this website will tell you how many slaves you are. Basically, for you to live the life you lead, this many people are in bonded conditions that are indiscernible from chattel slavery. But AZ, a fun one that was even in addition to what you were saying, the Emancipation Proclamation, which freed the slaves, has an asterisk in it that says prisoners are exempted from this. And to this day in the US, prisoners are used for, it's reasonable to call it slave labor.
Yeah.
For a whole spectrum
but when
of
you're
things.
ringing up a call center for a major corporation, you are probably ringing a prison. You are
California firefighters, 50% of the firefighters are prisoners. And the worst thing about that is when they are released from prison, they risk their lives fighting fires. They can't apply for a job as a firefighter
because they've been in prison.
Because a criminal record precludes you from being a firefighter. So there's call centers, there's firefighters, there's making clothing, there's chain gangs, particularly in the southern states, who do road building and shit. And because it's built into the Constitution, the Emancipation Proclamation had an exemption that said, except for convicts, you can still force convicts to labor.
And also added on to that. So in the 1860s, when the sort of slavery thing, when the Confederacy was beaten and, all became fully America again. So although they couldn't actively have owned slaves anymore, they looked at that little bit of the Emancipation Proclamation.
Oh God! Now you've got me doing it, Laura. Emancipation Proclamation.
Yes. And so what they discovered that they could just arrest black people for vagrancy or bullshit reasons.
Yes.
And then have them work from, with the chain gangs and things like that.
The crime of be black.
Yeah. And on top of that, today, there are laws out there which basically say if you've been to prison, you're not allowed to vote.
Yes.
And so they used that in the past and still use it now. So that basically, you went to jail. Well, now, and of course, what is the percentage of black people in jail when compared to the population levels,
Yep.
And precisely where I
want to stress, because I grew up in country New South Wales. I grew up in a very racist environment. I was racist as fuck. Whenever I was told that statistic about, and this is in Australia as well, it's not just the US, Indigenous Australians are grossly overrepresented in prison statistics here. My reaction was, well, they should stop breaking the law. They wouldn't be in prison if they were breaking the law. But then you look into it and you find out Indigenous people, men and women, are being imprisoned for literally overdue library books. For library fines, they are ending up in prison. White people are getting arrested with cocaine in their possession and never doing jail time. Black people are being imprisoned for for not paying fines. And again, it's so easy to think. And I definitely thought it growing up when people would say, prison population, Black Indigenous Australians are overrepresented, and my brain just went, "Oh, it's because they keep breaking the law." It's very easy to be a sheltered white person and not understand the police and the judicial system grossly over-penalise non-white people for trivial offences.
One of the things that we're coming to terms with in Australia right now is pretty much in the northern half of the country, is that something like literally a half of the black guys in prison cannot speak English. So when they go to court to be tried, the whole procedure is in a language they don't understand.
You know, I thought of something yesterday, and I was just riding my bike in town, and I saw a couple of Muslim people, and I thought to myself, one of the problems that we've had in the UK is that the bloody immigrants, and this is not me speaking, this is
I know what you mean. Yeah,
the bloody immigrants won't assimilate. They won't integrate.
Yeah,
and of course, one of the reasons why this has happened is because back in the sort of 1950s, 60s, 70s kind of thing, we had a manpower shortage in the UK. And so we basically opened the door to the ex-British Empire, the Commonwealth.
Yeah.
Yes.
Saying, hey, look, do you want to come work here kind of thing? So you get like a black man turns up with a suitcase, and he goes to a town, and all the boarding houses, because he hasn't got anywhere to live yet, all the boarding houses are like no blacks, no dogs, no Irish.
Yeah.
So they end up going to the sort of crappy end of town where they've got boarding houses and they don't give a shit because it's the crappy end of town and most people don't want to board there. But, so word gets around that they're taking the immigrants, within the immigrant community. So they're taking us. So, hey, this part of town is good for that. And of course, what happens is the people, more people start opening like their spare room out because they can get money for it, but also like, these black people or, Indian people, whatever, they're really quite nice. So what happens is over time, like they'll get their family in. And then, the people who are in the boarding houses, they decided they're going to retire now. And so the immigrants end up buying their houses around there. So you end up with a ghetto. It may not have been designed like a ghetto, like in America.
But it happens, yeah.
It happens. It's a slow ghettoization.
Yeah.
So what happens is you've got a part of town that, there's a couple of ones near me that are mostly made out of Pakistani Muslim people. And someone comes over, and their wife or something. Well, they don't have to learn the language. They don't have to learn English because everybody in that neighborhood speaks that, and they can go to the shop around the corner, and and so they're okay. It's fine. And and then it's like all these people they're not integrating, But we've set up a system for them where they can't win. It's set up to fail. People in with no blacks, no dogs, no Irish on the door.
One of the things.
But I just want to finish this last thing. So yesterday I was thinking to myself, like the government's like, oh, these people need to integrate, and the race is saying they need to integrate. We don't hate them. We just hate the fact that they're not integrating. And it's like, well, it occurred to me that integrating doesn't mean that they've got to give up their cultural identity. And I think that's what the Tommy Robinson right-wing arsehole racist people are trying to do. It's like, how dare they come here and not be like us? But it's okay to be like them.
one of the things that we have come to learn here in Australia is that
Speak for yourself. I have not learned anything. I just want to just distance myself from AZ talking about learning anything. I have not learned anything. But
That's
please
fair.
go ahead.
I remember
Please.
you saying that AZ smelled a bit weird. I'm not surprised I'm surprised you haven't distanced yourself from them a lot more than that.
I do smell weird. I accept that. It's
But that I
basically
like.
of all the
Funny
pussy.
smells I like. Yeah.
Do you know
and
what? I feel so cruel because it's so easy to bash AZ. You know?
Yes, it is. Let's all do it for a while, actually.
Don't worry, AZ, I'm in
That's
good
the
form.
trouble.
There's
You
that
push-
Simpsons line where Marge, when the kids are fighting, and Marge goes, "Kids can be so cruel," and Bart goes, "Can we? Thanks," and runs off and punches Lisa. It's just like he takes the word "can" wrong. But anyway, AZ,
You
sorry.
all suck.
I'm
let's-
probably
you all
going
just
to
suck
interrupt you
right
once.
now.
Thanks, Abigail. We do all suck.
Don't worry,
and
AZ.
not in a
I'm
good
in your
way.
corner, mate. I'm in AZ's corner.
Nobody. Thank you.
Where
Don't
is it?
stay in
I'm-
my
I'm
corner
in
because
it.
they
Where's
go
my-
dig
there it
into
is.
you
There
when
we
you're
go.
asshole.
This guy's in AZ's corner.
One of the things that we've found in Australia is that every time a new group of cultural people come over, there's the new moral panic. Oh, they've taken over everything. There's millions of them, and soon we won't be able to practice our own culture. And it's like one of the things that's interesting is you grab an Australian and ask him what Australian culture
Which is what? What is Australian culture?
Australian culture is very simple. Look after one another.
That's good Australian culture.
Failing
yes.
at that one.
Right? Look after one another. That's it.
Unless you voted
Put
for the
your
Liberal
shit down
Party.
beside you and look after one another. We have disasters all the time, be they natural
Present.
or political
Hi.
or social. And the idea is you just put your shit down beside you and you look after one another, and we will get through. That's Australian culture, and you don't need to know much more. It's a culture of obligation, not a culture of rights, and that's really important when it comes up.
Which basically means when we hear people talking about someone coming in to change our culture, we shouldn't look to who's coming from overseas. We should look to who's in Parliament.
Right. That's right. So
Yes.
basically, what happens is every wave of
Hello,
new
Lorianda.
nation that comes over is this big moral panic. And what happens is it's 3 definitely, but within 2 generations, they're gone.
Oh
There
yeah, they're
aren't
assimilated.
Italians
Yeah.
in Australia anymore. They're all gone. The Greeks
Here's a
are
question.
pretty much gone.
Here's a question.
The
How many
Vietnamese are
Australians,
all
if they
fucking
go
doctors. The Muslims basically, fucking every time there's a Muslim terrorist threat in Australia, guess who drops the coin to the cops?
Another Muslim. Yeah.
Right, because they're trying to get their panel beating business to go, and they've got 3 kids at school, and they're trying to put fucking school shoes on them. They're trying to fucking make sure their wife can buy stuff at the shops, and they've got this dickhead talking shit at the mosque. So they call the cops. Got a dickhead at the mosque saying shit. Can you fucking do something?
Yeah. It's like they're working in their backyard and go, "Why do you have all those barrels of diesel in your backyard?"
Well, that's what happened in my street.
That's a literal thing that happened.
It's a literal thing that happened in my street. A Muslim family moved in, and so there's a Muslim family already in my street, and these poor buggers. Dad owned 2 taxis, and at 4 o'clock in the morning, he would wake up the kids and say, "Rotate the tires," and they'd be up at 4 o'clock in the morning going, "Shit," rotating the tires, and it was cold and it was dark, and they had to go to school in the morning. But they all learned to work. I can tell you that much. I watched these kids grow up. Great guys. Anyway, a few of the younger kids went over to play with these other kids, and one of them came home covered in diesel. Yeah, fuck, how did you get covered in diesel? Oh, I had a big tank out the back, and I accidentally turned the tap on. What? What's he got, a truck? No, he's not got a truck. What has he got? And so he went over and looked over the back fence, and sure enough, there's this fucking enormous tank of diesel, and he's going, what's this? And then he
And big
sees
bags
through,
of fertilizer next to it.
then he sees through a little shed, there's this fucking huge mound of fertilizer, and he goes,
Yeah.
oh, no. And he goes around and knocks on the door and he says, mate, I'm going to give you 3 days to get rid of this. And then there's going to be words, okay? I understand people have got views, but fucking get rid of this. We don't need it, okay? It's hard enough. And he walks away. Sure enough, 3 days later, he's hearing things at the mosque and he's going, bullshit. Calls the cops up. I know this because I was talking to him. Right? He was telling me the story as we were having a smoke outside of his place. And he told the cops, and the cops said, yes, we are very fucking interested in this.
Hello.
He said, well, what do you want me to do? And they said, nothing. Do nothing. Say nothing. If he says hello, just say hello back. Do not engage him in conversation. Do not talk to anyone in the mosque. Do not say a fucking word. Anyway, the trial comes up, and I'm going, oh, that's the guys around the corner. Oh, I know who they're from. And there were like 20 of them, and they had gone into that house and bugged the shit out of it. They'd gone in, they'd taken the fertilizer out and swapped it out for an inert product, and left the diesel there. And they had fucking plans, they had meetings, they had everything.
Yeah,
Fuck
all
yeah.
that fertilizer, they ended up sending it to Beirut.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
oh
they do.
God, wasn't that
Sorry.
unfortunate, that fucking explode. Anyway,
Yeah.
sorry, very quickly, seeing we pause, I want to say, for some reason, we've got a couple of Twitch viewers dropping in. Brett Hand and Seamus the Ninth. Hello.
Hey guys.
I just like saying hello. Look, also, I want to point out, for about the last 30 minutes, I've been responsible and only been drinking water because it was still only, it's only 11:30 now, and I don't want to fall asleep again tonight. But now I am actually back onto a martini. I did actually pour some of my freezer martini in here.
Nice.
So
one.
that's just keeping you all updated on that front.
Yep.
I did have a weird thing with the whole Beirut thing, which
Yeah.
was awful.
It was awful, yes.
But what was really weird for me is this happened during COVID.
Yeah.
And a year later is like, yeah, this happened a year ago. And it's like, was that only a year ago? I thought that was like 2.5 years ago. It just,
No, time means nothing. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
it's weird how, it feels like ages ago. And then maybe it's
Yeah.
because we've had this crisis going on.
Absolutely.
There's
Look,
there's a
June.
question for Aidsy in the chat there too. Nettie asks, Aidsy, did all that happen in Brunswick? Were they the guys who were going to bomb the footy?
Yes, it was them, and they meant it, and
Yep.
they really meant it, and they tried to say, "Oh no, it's." Their lawyers tried to say, "Oh no, they were just talking," and the cops said, "Well, we've
Except
got
they had the material.
every plan, and we've got fucking." They bugged their cars. They fucking went right through. They had so much intelligence on them; it was ridiculous. Like these guys couldn't fart without the cops knowing. And my mate down the road said the most bizarre thing is they slipped me some dough. I'm not allowed to say how much, but it was kind of good. And
I
I
also
knew
want to
his-
draw a parallel. Virtually any story you read about US law enforcement thwarting a terrorist plot is bullshit. Virtually any story you read about Australian enforcement thwarting a terrorist attempt is real. Because the Americans do this bizarre entrapment thing, and this has happened repeatedly. Some fucking dickhead from the FBI sort of is trying to encourage someone to say something. And this has happened multiple times. Literally guys saying like, if you buy me some more weed, I might talk about jihad to you. And these guys know this guy's FBI, and they just assume it's also stupid. They'll never be prosecuted, but they underestimate how amoral the FBI is. And so they'll spend 6 months with this guy buying them weed and just smoking joints, going, "Yeah, man, I totally want to blow some shit up. I definitely want to blow some." And then they get arrested and prosecuted, and they going, "That was jokes. That was just to get him to keep buying us weed," and they get convicted anyway. Whereas in Australia, pretty much any not necessarily all of them, because some of them are political and bullshit, but pretty much any prosecution in Australia is legit.
Legit, yeah. And
Unless, of course, you're an employee of Friendly Geordies.
Well, that's different.
yeah, that's different. But 99.95% of all of those crimes get alerted. The cops get alerted by other Muslims going, "I live in this country.
Makes sense.
And I like
Everything
this country,
we
and
don't
I get
like
shot
about
at,
extremists,
and my
they
kids have
don't
a
like
good
about
time,
extremists.
and they've got a future here. And my oldest kid's in uni, and I never got to go to uni. And fuck this shit. They're not blowing shit up in my country."
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Fucking yeah. Yeah. No, absolutely. And this all makes me think, if you've never watched it, you can probably find it somewhere. God, the film's like 10 years old now. It's a British film called Four Lions. And
yes, I was going to mention that,
it is an extremely dark comedy about terrorism. And you might go, how can you make a comedy about terrorism? The movie is fucking hilarious. And it's also, it's gross. But also, I've read interviews with the guys who made it, and it's like, yeah, the idea for this came, I was working as a journalist, and I was embedded, and it was like, I was going to talk to some jihadi wannabes, and I started interviewing them, and they were all fucking thick as shit. Yeah. And it was astonishing how fucking stupid they were. Because again, someone who in a country that treats them well says, "I'm going to be a suicide bomber," they're a fuckwit by definition. They're and the real world one that really springs to mind. There was an incident, and it was years ago now. It happened in Scotland, where these dudes drove a burning car into. Doctors. Yeah, they were doctors. They were educated people. They weren't, but they had got so blinded into this indoctrination that they were willing, and one of them died because the car was on fire and he burned to death. But they had drums of petrol in there, but they had nothing to disperse it. They just thought crashing the car and the car being on fire would cause. So they were willing. They were willing to die, but they weren't willing to go on Google and say, "How do you make petrol explode?" Because if they had done that, they would have found out having it in sealed drums, it won't fucking explode. They were in this station wagon with drums of petrol, and the car was on fire, and they crashed it into the door, which was reinforced, which just made them crash. And one of them burned to death, and that's a horrible way to die. Burning to death is a horrible way to die. So these fucking morons who were university educated doctors were willing to die, but weren't willing to go on Google to go, "How do you make petrol explode?"
Yeah. It was Glasgow Airport.
It was Glasgow.
Yes, Glasgow. It was the main Glasgow airport. Yes.
And when I first heard this, I was going, "Oh, this is propaganda from Britain. This is propaganda." And then I went into it further and further and further, and I went, "No, that's not how you make a bomb go. That's not how you make a bomb go. That's not how you make a bomb go."
Yep.
And they did things like they had the floor of these Range Rovers, Jesus Christ, floor of these Range Rovers covered in petrol. They had drums of petrol, and they had barbecue gas, LPG, and they had turned taps of the LPG on. Right, and the idea was that some magic was going to happen, and the LPG was going to blow up, and
Yep.
the petrol was going to blow up, and it was going to be this huge bomb. And of course, what actually happened was the LPG took all of the oxygen out of the car, and the only thing that was on fire was the vapor in the car that burned the one guy. There was only one civilian that got hurt, and he got hurt trying to put the burning guy out. He got hurt trying to stop the guy burning. That was how he got injured. That was the only thing they managed to achieve.
The same people parked a car in London in the nightclub district, and it was these 44-gallon drums full of petrol, and they taped all these nails and screws and stuff to the outside because they thought they could make it explode, and the nails and screws would be shrapnel. And people going to clubs went, "What the fuck is that in this car?" And they called the cops, and the cops came, and they cleared everyone, and they went, "Oh, there was nothing in here that could make this explode." These guys had just thought if they had 44-gallon drums, which are sealed, they would explode. And it's like, no, you have to disperse it and make and it's like, and that was a day or so before they drove the car into the Glasgow airport. And it was fucking idiots.
You know what I think it is? I think it really comes down to they've watched too many movies. You know, when you get like the car goes over the cliff and then suddenly it just explodes, because that's what happens when cars go off steam. No, it doesn't. No. And not only that,
They
like,
watch Hollywood things. If a car crashes, it explodes, and it just doesn't.
You know, cars exploding. Oh my God, that's the thing. You know, and it's like, if you actually look, there's one thing that they build into all cars, and that is that the fuel supply is at the other end of where the engine is.
Yes.
And connecting it is plastic hose, so that if there's an engine fire, it will melt the hose and stop it being fueled with more fuel, you know, or supplied with more fuel.
Laura, this is crazy talk. This is crazy talk. Like every major motor company in the world does this. It's like the Volkswagen I used to have did it, and that was built in the fucking 40s.
You've only got to understand how a combustion engine works to know how basically making a lethal explosive works.
That's the thing, isn't it?
Because
isn't that the thing, right?
your
It's
car,
so
like a
you
modern
know what
car,
you're doing.
injects the fuel and it sprays it. And it sprays it so that it will mix with the atoms of, mix with the air, so that it will burn rapidly in the combustion chamber to drive your fucking piston down. If you didn't need to aerosolize it, although that's probably not the right word, but you get the point. If you didn't need to mix it with air and
aerosolize it is the right word.
Aerosolize it is the perfect word, by the way.
then you wouldn't have complicated carburetors and fuel injection systems. You just go, pour some fucking petrol and it'll blow up in the combustion chamber to do its thing.
Yeah, do you know what? And do you know what? Following on my thought of like cars go off cliffs, explode, because that's what they do in movies, and so that's what they'll. I wonder how many of them think, and when it explodes, it'll like spin 4 times and go a long distance. Like that's a Michael Bay exploding car.
Absolutely.
They're usually
I
not
was
very
going to
good
throw
at
out,
all.
Laurie Ander in the chat was asking if we know Anders Breivik. Unfortunately, Anders Breivik is very well known, the fucking piece of shit that he is.
Yeah.
I feel obliged at this point just to put out another one of those nobody disclaimers. And that is
Sorry,
to
what was
say,
that about disclaimers, nobody?
I just feel obliged to put one of those nobody disclaimers out about your channel of thing. And that is to say, please note that none of us here endorse bombing of any kind.
No, absolutely not.
Because that's fucked.
Yeah,
we know how bombs work. We theoretically know how to make them. None of us here have any interest in making them.
I'm just
I
going
have a fucking shitload of interest in making them, but for
AC and I have had
not for bombing
people,
not for extremist activities,
but not to hurt people, just for fun.
No, to make things like
if
when
I
you
could
go out on stage to make big effects.
Oh yeah, pyro and stuff like that.
You know,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But yeah, pyro. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to go somewhere and play with explosives in a legal, safe, controlled environment. You know, where
Well, you can go to
you
hell
have
if you
somewhere
don't.
to go where you don't get blown up and other people don't get blown up.
Yeah.
You know, it's somewhere
Yeah.
You
because
can go
I
to hell.
reckon there'd be a bit of a thrill to that.
$50. You can get a licensed micro USB, set up an alarm specifically not to miss this, and of course, it doesn't go off. I'm sorry, micro.
Well, brother,
Okay.
it's Friday, so we're going to be here for about
be here
another
for a
2 hours. It's Friday, so it's party night. I was going to say about bombs and stuff. I was listening again. The only two podcasts I ever endorse are Behind the Bastards and the Blind Boy podcast. And Blind Boy put up an interview this week with a rather renowned Irish filmmaker, Jim Sheridan, who did In the Name of the Father, among other things. And it was fascinating because Jim Sheridan is a feisty, grumpy old bugger. He's fucking hilarious. And because when he made In the Name of the Father, which
a good
was
point in there.
about the Guildford 4, the Birmingham 6 and whatnot, he's talking about there's a famous scene. He did recreate the bombing that got them convicted. It was an IRA bombing of a pub in London, and he said, like, it's surprising how in the 90s how little British people wanted to cooperate with a film about IRA bombings. But he did have a release to do this stage thing of blowing up their set, the pub with thing, and that they'd run out of time. And because they had to film a shot of people going into the pub, and then there was a different shot of the pub exploding, and they hadn't filmed it, and they'd run out of time. And the coppers who were overseeing the things were like, "It's too late. Like, you can't do it." And Jim Sheridan says, like, I still needed to get the shot, so I just said to the coppers, well, all I can say is that's on a timer and it's going to blow up. So I suggest everyone moves away because you'll get hurt if you don't move away. So everyone moved away, and when they were out of sight, he just sent someone and said, okay, defuse the bomb. Okay, just defuse the bomb. And so someone went in and defused the bomb, and then they shot the scene that the cops didn't want to let him shoot of the people walking into the pub, and then they rearmed the bomb and blew it up. And I was just like, Jim Sheridan, you bad boy, you bad boy.
I do want to finish something I started saying right at the start about this
By all means.
transphobe LGBT, LGB Alliance guy. That
Yeah.
Mhm. So, okay, so this has been quite big news in the UK. It was on the local news. It was on, probably on the national news as well, for all I know. Anyway, it was talked about a lot, certainly in the things that I see. So, so what happens is we're all sort of, massing in, and my friend sort of nudged me and says, look, and points out, and there's this guy wearing, like I say, LGB Alliance, a transphobic hate group, t-shirt and a beanie with it written on as well. And so, I wasn't going to let that guy be in our protest without being challenged for his group's activities. And so, I kind of fiercely debated him, not in the really aggressive sense, just, the moral outrage sense, maybe. I don't know. But, and I've done with a couple other people, but again, it wasn't violent or like seriously aggressive or something. It was just, if anything, it was aggressive argumentation, but in a non-violent, non-threatening manner. Yeah. So anyway, so we do the march, and and so we end up going through the gay village, because even though it's supposed to be cordoned off, it's a public right of way, so they can't stop you getting access. So anyway, we get to the end of the march, and you got someone saying, thanks for coming, people, because they was one of the organizers. And so I ended up with my friends, and I noticed the guy. I'm going to share with you.
All right.
So
here we go.
so this guy here, when it's got the LGB Alliance, and he's debating with a a gay guy and another gay guy, I think.
Yeah.
And and this is all the protesters, so this is like LGBTQIA, etc., people, So, well, a gay guy basically sneaks up behind him and pulls his hat off his head. And, he does that kind of, oh, come on, give it back. And the guy's just taking the piss out of him, kind of, taunting him a bit with it and, and sort of disappearing kind of thing. And it's like, so he, well, on seeing that, it gets to the next part where this happens. And this isn't going to damage you. I'm sharing a video, but it's my video. So it's,
Trans lives matter! Trans lives matter! Trans lives matter! Trans lives matter!
God damn.
Trans lives matter! Trans lives matter! Trans lives matter! Trans lives matter! Trans lives matter!
Ooh.
and then the police.
Yeah, I can hear the whistles.
So yeah, so that was
That's awesome.
That's
yeah.
awesome.
So
I love
now,
seeing fuckwits come undone like that.
yeah. Now, do you remember, Angry? You were talking about how in a long time ago in a video, which was there were a bunch of shark attacks of Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, and so
Yes.
doing that.
Yes.
We're going to blame the Jews for it.
Yeah.
Like Mossad is training
Mossad
sharks.
trained sharks. Yes.
Yeah. So, well, in the same kind of thing, it was like gay guy was kicked out of Manchester Pride, which isn't true. I mean, yeah, he was gay and he was encouraged to leave by chanting at him. No one physically touched him or assaulted him, other than maybe nicking his hat. Which I don't agree with. Nicking his hat and then throwing it back to him, okay. But, they shouldn't have done that because it's just an excuse for them to say, oh, look at all these people. Well, they've tried to, so the LGBT Alliance and newspaper journalists as well, because they're just as fucking transphobic. I mean, every week, Telegraph Times, every single week, they've got anti-trans opinion.
Oh, yeah.
Every single week. So they tried to claim that, he was kicked out for being gay. There were a couple of thousand LGBT people there. And the amount of T people were very small compared to the rest of the LGB, which is, of course, who they claim they're representing. So, and then it goes into, oh, well, I'm really sensitive because I'm thin on top. And, that was really embarrassing. It's like, come on. I mean, it's like, exactly. It was all bullshit. So, yeah, it was kind of entertaining in a kind of frustrating way. It's like, how are they milking it? And it just... Oh, it was baffling, but kind of amusing in a similar vein.
The thing
Laura,
that
I've
always
been trying
strikes
to wrap
me.
my head around this phenomenon. It's been going for it's a couple of years now. That J.K. Rowling apparently transphobic.
So transphobic. Yeah.
That's a real thing.
Yes,
No,
it was a real.
she has doubled down repeatedly. She's fucked.
Yeah.
Why do
I
people
just-
have to be
I
so
d-
anti-people?
It just
right?
doesn't equate in my head. It just doesn't work for someone who's worked for Amnesty International for so
No.
long and seen such horrific things,
No,
and dealt with horrific things. She's fucking.
She's just got a big blind spot. Like the kicker that really tipped it off. Like she keeps sort of supporting and retweeting really extremely aggressive transphobes, but when Stephen King posted support for trans rights, like she unfollowed him, like she blocked him. It's like she is transphobic to her fucking core, which is very disappointing. But no, she's fucked.
I thought it was something that fucking the Murdoch people had just fucking made up until I heard Daniel Radcliffe. They said, "Oh, are you going to be in the next Harry Potter thing?" And he said, "Yep, as long as J.K. Rowling's got fucking nothing whatsoever to do with it."
Yeah, and all the young stars, him and Rupert and oh god, I've forgotten her name, who's Hermione, but they've all made explicit, unequivocal pro-trans public statements, and they're clearly just saying like, "JK, pull your head out of your fucking ass. What the fuck are you talking about?"
What are you doing? Because they love the shit out of her.
I cannot comprehend.
And then all of a sudden she's done this shit, and they've gone, "You've fucking lost your way."
Yeah, it's like all you would have to do is not say anything. Just don't fucking say anything. But she continually does this transphobic shit.
Did you hear about what happened after the transphobic shit started?
What?
So she, as well as writing the Harry Potter books, she's written other books.
Yes, she writes
one of them.
books. Yes.
Yeah. So one of these under something Gilbreth, or I forgot what it was now.
She writes under a pen name these crime books. Yes.
But the last one that she wrote was a man who would pretend to be a woman to go into women's spaces to get people
to murder them.
You know. And it's like, wow,
there are far easier ways of doing it.
It's like, hey, I know they're those, there's because one of the issues that happens is these transphobes, they're very against something called self-ID. Yeah. And the idea is that, rather than have this incredibly long medicalized system, if you allow people to self-ID, then that will solve many of those problems. They don't have to go through this big, circus to just, a bit like going to IKEA. You just want to go to one place and buy one thing. You don't have to walk through the entire bloody route to get to it. I'm just going to buy a pan, and I know they sell good ones. Well, I don't have to walk through the bedrooms and the kitchens and the bathrooms just to get the bit where it gets to the, gets to the bit where I can buy a pan.
Yeah.
So I've got something to share here, and this is this LGB Foundation. So LGB Alliance. Sorry, LGBT Foundation is a good one. But anyway, so this LGB Alliance group, they managed to get charity status, which is just fucked. Seriously, it is really easy to get charitable status in the UK. However, it's also quite easy to lose it as well. And currently, they're in negotiations with the LGBT Alliance because of, and I'm going to share this now, because of this.
What's this?
Adding
Jesus.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
The fuck?
And these people claim they're supporting LGBT people. It's like, holy fuck. Yeah. To basically say, well, you see, this is a slippery slope, and next thing you know, it's promoting bestiality.
You might as well be an evangelical Christian saying shit like
evangelicals.
Yeah.
Evangelicals.
And you're going to love this one. This is the most bizarre thing I have ever seen, and it's this one. I don't believe trans women are allowed in lifts, something to do with the HRT they take. Reddit on Stonewall. Stonewall's the charity. And it's like, what? What not supposed to go in lifts because of taking HRT? I live on the 10th floor block of flats.
The fuck? Yeah, I don't know. People
fucking walk,
senseless.
For Christ's sake, it's about time you fucking pulled your weight. Angry, we're a charity, aren't we?
I always tell people you're a charity case. Does that count?
Shush now. We're a charity.
Yeah.
We're called Fuck You, You're a Mob of Cunts. And
Yeah.
I think we deserve tax credits from everyone. And I think, Laura, you better start paying up and start walking the fucking stairs, Laura.
I got a bike. I
We
ride a bicycle. And it's
ride
not
your bike up the
long.
stairs.
I'm just going to share a quick meme with everyone.
Mhm.
All right.
That,
Nobody's sharing one with us. What's this?
Oh, fuck yes. Oh, isn't that fucking real?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that fucking
What?
Okay. How do I get rid of that now?
That's
Go
okay.
on.
Scott. One of my favorites was there's a picture of an old lady licking an ice cream cone, and the caption is, "Of all the possible flavors, you choose to be salty." And it's just oh my god.
Yep.
Oh,
Oh.
we've lost Laura.
Laura's disappeared. She may or may not come back. I don't know.
One of the things I remember, I was talking to a fairly oldish bloke, and he said one of the best things about the internet is no one's alone anymore.
Welcome back, Laura.
And he said the worst thing about the internet is no one's alone anymore. And I
Yes, I agree.
Thought
The,
about
the best thing about the internet is also the worst thing about the internet.
thought, yeah,
The
no
best
one's
thing is,
isolated anymore.
yeah, if
That's like-
because I grew up in the country, and okay, I had the benefit of being a straight white guy. If you were anything outside of that, if you were
Screwed.
not white, or if you queer, and you would be alone and isolated. But with the internet, you won't be. Unfortunately, if you're a person who believes that the wisdom of Hitler will be fulfilled by the Aryan giants who live in a secret valley in the Austrian mountains, there are other people who will tell you, you are not alone. I believe that too.
And we'll be backed up by the people who come from the Antarctic base.
Yeah. So basically, the best thing about the internet is simultaneously the worst thing about
worst
the
thing
internet.
about the internet. Yeah. I happened across a Nazi site the other day, actually.
Oh,
Because
Wow.
I'm still doing the research on the incels, and I'm trying to get a flavour for the entitlement that they have, so that I can switch that off. Basically, one of these groups of incels is a fucking pack of Nazis, and I'm just going, well, I could teach you how to get a root, or I could burn you in your beds. I'm not sure which way to go there. And so I read through the stuff because it's fascinating, and it's all, it's that whole, you scratch this conspiracy theorist, you find a racist.
yes.
It's that stuff.
Well, it all goes back to the protocols of the Elders of Zion. Every single conspiracy theory has a genetic link to the protocols of the Elders of Zion, which is an anti-Jewish bigotry thing. And it's all, every conspiracy theory can trace its roots back to some level of bigotry. It's ridiculous.
The thing about the protocols, the saddest thing was it was done by a bunch of poets as a
I've
joke.
got something for the bigots.
for
There we
their
go.
Jewish poet mate. Nice.
There's a gift for the
A
bigots.
dick cactus. Yeah.
Cactus. Nice
You
cactus.
know where they can put it.
I know where I could put it. Anyway,
There was a play. It was a dialogue between Machiavelli and the devil, which was basically talking about manipulating people. And some psychotic Catholic priest took that and twisted it a bit and said, this is an actual secret document that Jewish people, there's their dialogue. And they plagiarized it from a fucking play that was supposedly Machiavelli talking to the devil.
Here's the events, right? what you said, right? Then
Yeah.
this group of poets who had a Jewish mate grabbed that and tarted it up a bit and said, "Oh, mate, you've got to watch yourself because of this." Ha ha ha. And some of their mates said, "Oh, can we have a copy?" Next thing they find out, there's 100 copies around, and they go, "Oh, this is getting out of control."
Yeah.
And they want them all back, and they got them all back except for 2.
Yeah.
And it goes from there.
Yeah, but it's kind of like people, like lefty people, wonder why I get upset about them when they circulate something that's not true about someone they don't like, and say, "Oh, it's the sort of thing they would say." It's like, and my favorite is one of those American fuckheads like Ben Shapiro, who has embarrassed himself repeatedly because he is very unintelligent and very bigoted. But they post a faked up. They post up a faked up tweet and say it's real, and I go, "No, it isn't," and it's obvious it isn't real. And they go, "Oh, it's not obvious. It's just the sort of thing you'd say." And I go, "No, it is obviously not real." And they go, "Oh, but it tells you the sort of person he is." And I go, that is the literal excuse Hitler and the Nazis used for propagating the protocols of the Elders of Zion. When people said, "Here is the irrefutable sort of lineage that proves that this is fake," Hitler and his propaganda cronies said, "It doesn't matter whether it's real or not, because it gives us a true insight into the Jewish mind." And that's the same as they go, like, it doesn't matter that I'm posting this obvious fake thing about Ben Shapiro because that's what he's like. And it's like, shut the fuck up. Stop circulating stuff that's not true while asserting it's true. I fucking hate it.
I'm afraid I'm just going to have to go, bah, 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 bah. Godwin's Law alert. Godwin's Law
it's
alert.
just, but the weird thing is, it's literally, when people say, "Oh, I'm saying this obviously fake Shapiro tweet is real because it tells you a real thing about him," I go, that is the literal defense Hitler and his propagandists used for propagating the protocols of the Elders of Zion. They said it doesn't matter if it isn't true because it gives you an insight into the Jewish mind. And it's like, fuck off. Stop presenting stuff that's not true and saying it's justified because I don't like the person. I'm telling a lie about someone and the lie is justified because I don't like them. And it's like, no, that person says enough stuff for real to hang them. Don't fucking make stuff up.
I need to point out something from a moment ago. Go on. Sorry.
We'll take turns. Okay, Laura. Sorry, Abigail.
It is absolutely and demonstrably true. This is a true fact. Yeah. Angry Aussie is a drunkard dickhead.
No lies detected so far.
A drunkard wanker who
also
has a weird shaped head.
Also true. I'm
no lies detected so far. No lies detected so far.
Unfortunately, I can back that through years of research.
So one of the things that because unfortunately, because I'm not completely au fait with names and names of parties, I had to look it up for this joke to work. And it took several minutes to try and find it because I couldn't remember the person's name. Yeah. So what happened was, if you remember, it was like LGBT Alliance are a charity, and AD said, "Yeah, well, we're a charity," and I can't remember what was it you said. It's like, just fuck off party.
Yeah. Everyone's a party.
Yeah. It's like everyone's a moron, so they can just fuck off. That's that, and it's like. Isn't that interesting? That's the same. That's the same slogan for Pauline Hanson's One Nation Party.
Fuck yes, red hair. fucking lift. Oh, root everything in town. Oh, give me money. I could hate on everyone. It'd be just, it's glory.
I have some of the best ideas.
Laura,
That's a
you're
great idea.
going to be our Minister of Education. Dr. Abigail, you're going to be our Minister of Re-Education.
What you're making me think of is the old Doctor Who episode with Peter Davison, where he finds an alien who's wanting to take over the world, and he's got these two sidekicks, and they're called Truth and Enlightenment. And he said, "What are they?" And one of them says, like, "I'm like the minister for enlightenment." And the Doctor looks at the other one and goes, "Oh, that would make you the Minister of Truth," which is a very obvious 1984 reference. And it's just because it was this megalomaniacal alien who was pretending to be benevolent, but just wanted everyone to bow their will. But it was a great twist. One person saying, "Well, I'm the Minister for Enlightenment," and the Doctor just goes, "Oh, that would make you Minister for Truth."
Oh, I've got a lovely picture to share with you. This is nice thing, not bad thing.
I like nice things. What's this?
So this was me.
That's a nice picture.
Yep, that was
That's a
me
nice
with
picture.
at the Pride March. This is before we set off. And it just so happened that this lady here that I'm with, also trans, you wouldn't believe it, you know, but she's my care navigator for the Gender Identity Clinic.
Oh, nice.
We'd never met before. We'd only ever talked over the internet, like Zoom kind of conversation.
There you go.
So I got to meet my care navigator, you know, purely by coincidence that she turned up for the protest too.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
that's cool.
The body witch.
I jumped back onto the stream because I have to go. I'm coming down with a migraine.
Oh.
So, but I'll wait until
came back to drop truth bombs on me.
Oh,
anyway.
I mean that was a good opportunity, but I can feel just like I can feel that aura coming on.
Yeah,
So,
Get some.
So I'm gonna bid you all peace out, bitches.
Bye-bye.
West Side.
Catch you later.
Yeah.
Catch you later. Abigail.
Bye. And I agree. Nettie's pointing out that picture, Laura. The pair of you were wearing lovely sunny dresses. They were.
I was going to say
that's a lovely
yeah.
picture.
Yeah, very nice look. It was a very nice look.
Day too. Was it a nice day?
It was a gorgeous day, you know.
It did look like a good day. Yes.
It lasted straight through Pride weekend, and then you know, and then it's become a bit gloomy and everything, you know. But we're now into autumn now, officially into autumn.
Yes.
And you know, we're only about a month away from 2 months where it pretty much rains all the time.
Yeah.
You know, October, November is pretty much the rainy season in the city that was built because of the rain. And my joke about the weather at that time of the year is on many days of that month or those 2 months, there's two kinds of weather. There's raining and about to rain.
Yeah,
that's what the weather's like that day.
Yeah,
you know, it's either raining or it's about to rain.
Melbourne lives on the border of 3 weather cells. Yeah. So we've got the Great Southern Ocean, we've got the desert, and we've got the Tasman Ocean. So there's 2 oceans and a desert. And we live right under the border. And what happens is they push each other. They push each other around. And so the saying is 4 seasons in one day, and it's real.
Yes. Yes.
It's real. We will get
good song by Crowded
it'll
House.
be sunshine in the morning, then it will piss down rain, and then it'll be windy, and then there'll be sunshine again, and then it will piss down rain again. And then all of a sudden, over night time, it'll clear up and be gorgeous as the bats come over.
It's a nice. It's also a nice song by Crowded House.
Yes,
Also-
and that song's about Melbourne. But yeah, it's kind of like exactly as you said. They actually train meteorologists in Melbourne because it's like, here's a set of data, interpret it, motherfucker.
Interpret
and,
it. Good luck.
And it's like, because we get tropical storms will travel all the way down the east coast. There's cyclones when they're in Queensland, and they dissipate a bit into tropical storms all the way down the east coast till they get to Melbourne. You've got the Western Desert, which might come in. And when you go south of Melbourne,
45 degrees.
yeah, when you go south of Melbourne, there's nothing till Antarctica, basically. So these three competing weather patterns, which are completely alien: tropical, desert, and Antarctic. They're all fighting with one another. They're fighting with one another. So it's like
they sit next to one another and they push.
Yeah.
And
Baptism of fire for trainee meteorologists is, here's some data, interpret it, you piece of shit. And it's just like,
how was the uni course? Was it good?
Yeah.
We hope so.
We had about 3 days of promising, hey, good times are ahead. It was 20 to mid 20s for 3 days. Now we are having 3-4 days of torrential rain and whatnot, and then it's probably going. But we're moving into nice things. Spring, Melbourne. Spring
is gorgeous in Melbourne.
Mid 20s when it's not windy. Oh, I fucking love it. Summer, brutal. Summer is brutal, but spring, nice.
You know,
I'm thinking of trying to get to Canberra in Canberra. Spring and autumn are the 2 seasons you want to be there.
You're not allowed to travel to Canberra at the moment.
I quite like autumn when it's not, you got the red leaves. It's still kind of warm.
Yeah. Early autumn.
Yeah. One of the, sort of going back to like these immigrants and they're not integrating, and it's like, what is British culture? And a part of me is sort of thinking, well, we complain about the weather, if it's hot or too cold or too rainy, and even and it's like we complain about the weather, but we haven't got any extremes of anything, with the exception of maybe it floods sometimes.
Yeah.
And that's only because the planners went and put houses on a floodplain.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember.
You remind me of Fawlty Towers, the episode with the Americans on it, and they're from California, and they're talking about how great the weather is in California, and Basil's going, "Oh, I like the weather here. It's changeable." And Sybil goes, "Yes, my husband's changeable. This morning he went on for 2 hours about the bloody weather." It's just like.
Have you heard about what John Cleese is going to be doing?
Oh, it's so sad when old people can't. He's going to do a thing about cancel me because I'm so politically incorrect, and it's like, okay, John, calm the fuck. Because John Cleese is not an essentially bad person, but he's believed conservative media tropes about younger people are too sensitive. And it's like, no, they just aren't willing to accept people who are pieces of shit. And John Cleese is not intrinsically a piece of shit, but he's gone like, oh, I've always been edgy. He goes, yeah, John, but when you were edgy, you were upsetting conservatives. And what the young people, where you think the young people are sensitive, the young people are saying, how about don't be a bigot? How about don't be a hate monger? And in your youth, John, that's not what you were. But you've developed this typical fucking boomer persecution complex.
It's basically I used to kind of make fun in a sort of mental state, not at them specifically, but kind of, so being interested in trains, I used to go and sit on the end of Manchester Piccadilly train station, look at them, and you get this old, and this is like 20 years ago, you get some old guy in his like 50s, 60s kind of thing. And of course, when I was like 20, he was old. So you know, and I'd be like chatting about stuff, and you know, you'd be talking about, oh, I remember when they were all green or they were all blue, and they weren't class 47s, they were brush type 4s, and he's reminiscing on what he thought was good when he was like, you know, because railway modelers, they tend to model this kind of like somewhat, people tend to like a specific area, and modeling is an example of this, where they thought it was good, because what happened was they got interested in trains, and their mum used to take them down near the railway line, or maybe the granddad or whatever, and they'd see the trains that were there. And then what happened was they became slightly grown up. They got into their sort of, you know, mid to late teens kind of thing, and they could be trusted to just like go off into the city themselves and sit at the train station and watch the trains. And so, and then what happens is they end up meeting like girls and stuff. And then they end up, you know, having to do this, you know, do the peacock and, you know, all that kind of stuff, you know, and basically they get settled in, they buy a house and a car and all those sorts of things, and, you know, so I would listen to these old guys reminiscing on how cool it used to be. And kind of like, you know, oh, come on, you know, it's all green or blue. Yeah, it's all, you know, steam engines that were black, and they all look like Smarties tubes, you know, and it's like, you know, with a bunch of wheels on. You know, I don't like steam trains at all. I really have no interest. You know, steam trains are 6 before L, you know, 6 before I began to exist. You know, so
I hear what you're saying, and
but let me just finish. Because there is a punchline, and I've sort of gone too far into adding extra stupid bits. So, like I say, you get this old guy reminiscing about how good it was when he was younger, and I'd be thinking, oh, come on, get with it. Look at all the bright color schemes, Intercity, that was Southeast, things like that. And now I listen to the younger generation.
Yep.
And they, you know, and like I'm thinking about how good it used to be, and they're like, "Oh, well, yeah, but look at all these new trains and all that kind of stuff." And it's like, yeah, but they're not as good as the old ones, you know.
Yeah.
This is one of the things I had to face. That, you know, in my day, it used to be like this kind of thing.
Yeah.
And that's exactly the problem with John Cleese here, isn't it? You know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, he's old.
In his day, he was edgy, but now he's become the conservative.
Yes.
And now you've got these young upstarts, which is exactly what he would have been called, you know, 30, 40 years before.
50 years ago, yeah.
Oh, yes.
When I was growing up, because I had a pretty horrific childhood, and it just didn't get good. And then
did it involve disease, or was that just when you became an adult?
Well, it involved being beaten, being raped, being beaten, being raped, being beaten.
Okay,
Canberra, what a fun city.
My attempt at making a silly joke is just like, you know.
yeah.
Do you know what it is? Okay. I remember looking at a website called Rotten, and it was really awful. And there was one bit that made me have to turn it off, and that was a guy, you know, one of these like, you know, biker guys, you know, like the Chopper kind of thing.
Yeah.
And he'd had an accident, and he had an open face helmet, and he'd gone and crashed into a car or something and smashed his front off, and it looked like, you know, when you get bubble gum and you blow it and it goes all over your mouth. That was his mouth. It would like he chewed on a detonator or something. It just exploded his face. So that is the metaphorical equivalent of what I did with that joke. I sort of started.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
It's
like 90s internet. I remember with a friend, we were trying to gross each other out. We'd find the grossest thing and email it to each other and go, and then you try and outdo them. And we did that for a period of time. And then we said on IRC one time, no one wins this game, do they? It's like we are now both traumatized. We're both traumatized by the stuff we sought out. And it was a bad idea, and I want to stop doing it now.
I mean, I found, you know, Rotten. I found the, you know, sort of deformed babies in bottles quite interesting, because it's like, oh, that's interesting. You know, how life sometimes throws a curveball. You know,
It really
Um,
does.
exist.
Trust me. So I've been, my youth was basically being stabbed and shot, lots of stuff. And then I got out of that and got into uni, and that got better. And then I got out of uni and got into comedy, and I got into circus, and that was better. No, I got into theatre, and that was better. And then I got into circus, and that was better. And then I got into comedy, and that was better. And when I was in comedy, I had the privilege to see a very, very famous comedian do a show live.
Sorry,
for us.
the thing has joined. Cousin It has joined.
Cousin It.
Oh, Jesus! Sorry, I was not looking, and I just came back when you said that.
So I had the privilege to see this very famous older comic do these jokes for us, and they were terrible. He was a dinosaur, and they were terrible. They were all out of date, and all of the references were 15 years old, 20 years old, and all of the comics, all of the professional comics were just going, oh, because like we really respected this guy. He was like, he was one of he was one of the good guys, and he was a nice guy too, and he just died to death. And so what I learned to do was at 3:00 every day, I would turn on kids programming and watch kids TV shows. And I would watch kids TV shows until 5:00 and then go back to writing. And at the time, my wife came in and said, "What the fuck are you doing? Are you turning into a pedophile? I'm worried that you are." And I said, no. What's going to happen in the next 5 to 10 years is these kids are going to start going to comedy, and I'd better make the references fucking the ones they know, because guess what? No one does the Brady Bunch anymore. Everyone knows the Brady Bunch. Everyone knows the Brady Bunch. And I said, okay, next time we go to the Prince Pat, I want you to convince one of the younger comics to talk about the Brady Bunch. And she did, and no one understood it because it hadn't been on for years. And I convinced another kid to do the show Monkey. And
that show.
And I imagine, Laura, because it was only ever popular in Britain and Australia and Japan.
Yeah.
Born from an egg on a mountain top.
top.
Monkey is funky that ever. Sorry, we could just sing the song for a while, but
The thing is, Monkey was played 5 times in a row here in Australia, but nobody would have no fucking idea of what we're talking about. So we can't make those references. And I've always been lucky enough to go, there were no good old days. Because for me, there were no good old days. They sucked.
Yeah.
They sucked pretty hard. And I had another period of time where they sucked pretty hard as well. But what it taught me to do was to make the next day better than the other day, than the last one, and then make it the next day better again. And to go to bed being thankful for 5 things today, and to wake up being thankful for the 3 first things I can see. And that helped me when I was homeless in Canberra in the middle of winter. Don't ever be homeless in Canberra in the middle of winter. It's a dumb thing to do. When the weather goes to -8, traditionally, don't be homeless. You know what you do? You go to a skip, and you get a little piece of butcher's fat, which they put in bins back of butcheries, and then you get a bit of string, right? And then you get a paper clip, and then you bend the paper clip and put it through the meat, and you dip it into the and the rats come and bite the meat, and then you flick them up like tuna catchers. You flick them up, and they you catch about 4 or 5 rats, and then you wait for stray dogs to come around, and you you feed them a little bit, not a lot, a little bit of rat. And so if they want more rat, they've got to come with you. And then of a night time, you get like 5 or 6 dogs, and you find a little depression in the park, and you get all your dogs, and you sleep in the warm. It's fucking.
Oh my god, that's a 3-dog night. Okay, sure.
Yeah,
And also,
you get 5 or 6 dogs.
Micro USB was been in and out. Is just back from a bank, and I think wants to tell something to chat. Do you remember? There was that was like a British sort of post-punk act in the 80s, 3-Dog Night, and they actually took that from Indigenous Australians who had dingoes, native dogs, and it was like when it was really cold in the desert, because they would get the dogs to sleep with them and cuddle around them, and on the really cold nights, it was a 3-dog night. You would get 3 dingoes to huddle up to you for warmth. This weird UK post-punk band heard this term, and they called themselves 3-Dog Night.
I used to get 5 or 6 dogs to sleep with me, and I was toasty warm. And occasionally in the morning, like you'd get a couple following you around because like, oh, this guy's okay, he feeds you. And so they'd follow you around, and then someone would come and monster you, and the dogs would be going, fuck off, he feeds us, and we will go.
Yeah.
And it was like, thanks, dogs. And it's like, no, it's cool, man. Get us some more rats. It's like, okay, we're going ratting. And I got caught ratting by the police. And they were going, what are you doing? Like if I was in you, I gave someone 20 you, and they said thanks. But if I handed them a 20 US, like, thanks for the paper.
So what Micro USB is saying, there's another one where it's like money is only worth something because we think it. A US $20 note in Australia is not worth anything. But an Australian $20 note in Australia is worth $20. And it is. And because Azy and I are both Terry Pratchett fans, his book on money, he really deconstructs non-fiat currency, like currency that's not tied to a gold standard, it's a consensual hallucination. It is literally only worth anything because everyone agrees that it's worth something. If that consensual hallucination breaks down, the piece of paper doesn't mean anything. That is Micro USB. You were onto it, brother.
So being into the model railway stuff, you've got the old stuff. Sorry about the ambulance going by. You get the really old stuff from the 60s. Yeah, you get the really old stuff from like the 50s, 60s kind of stuff that was really popular in the day. You know, when because you know the old model trains, they used to be like big things made out of metal and they're all hand finished and hammered into shape and all that kind of stuff. That, you know, well. Then what happened was post-World War II, they discovered what injection molding was, and they decided to put it into model railways.
Sprues. They discovered sprues.
Yes. So what happened was you got companies like Triang and Double O and various different companies. So I was at a model railway show, and I had some models in front of me, and this guy tried saying that his thing that he got from 1980 was better than what I had on display, which was the latest stuff. So it's got, you know, a central wheel with flywheels central motor with flywheels on either side, with it going off to a drive shaft, which went to a worm in the bogie tower, which would go to gears, and that would, you know, so all the wheels moved, everything picked up for the electricity as well. So it was smooth and just really good. And he was trying to say that an ancient pancake motor where you've got like a 3-pole motor in a magnet and like 2 bits touching, and that, you know, makes it go, which was rubbish in many ways because, you know, to start the motor from turning takes a certain amount of torque. Yeah. And that's created by the power. So what happens is you turn the voltage up, and it does nothing, and then suddenly it just goes poof, and just goes racing off because it's now got enough to start the motor turning. Well, now the motor's turning, it's turning at a higher speed that you really want it to. So you have to, you know, the way you did it was when it started moving, you go like that and nip it back to like 10% or something because you want it to go slow to accelerate, you know. And then they got PWM ones, which is pulse width modulation, where it stabs high power for short pulses, and that's enough to kick it over to get it moving. That was more smooth. Well, so sort of we're doing this comparison of stuff, and I'm explaining like, no, the old pancake motors where it's got, you know, 2 axles are driven, and one of on one side of that motor it can actually pick up the electricity, and the other one picks up on the other side. So if you go in a dead spot, it will just stop.
Yeah,
you know.
Going nowhere.
Well, then this guy moved to, well, I've got some stuff in the loft that's worth a fortune. And he explained it was like old Trang stuff. And I said, my suggestion is sell it now while it's worth a fortune. And he said, what do you mean? I said, well, think about, you know, if you've ever been to the biggest show of the year, Worley, they've got the Triang Society, and they turn up with some old 3 rails and they connect it all together, make this, you know, and effectively it's like the, you know, the kind of thing that when you were 12 and you got your first train set and you buy a couple of bits, but you can't afford to buy the whole damn range. And you'd love to have a big layout of it, but, you know, you haven't got the money for it. So you just sort of settle for your oval with a couple of sidings coming off it kind of thing. And so these people then get older and they've got money and they can now buy the range of stuff. They can build this big railway that they always wanted to when they were kids, dreaming when looking at the catalogue, you know, stuff that they do, you know. So I said, if you look at those guys, look at how old they are. They're in their 70s and 80s. So what's going to happen? And these are the people that are buying these in-demand things. But those guys aren't going to be around much longer. They're going to be on old people's homes or dead, you know, sadly. Like, you know, it comes to all of us. So it's my, you know, so what will happen is one guy will die and his stuff goes on the market, and the people who got holes in their collection, they'll snap up those bits, and then the rest of it will end up, you know, going for very little. But then those guys will die, and gradually over time, you'll end up with this old 1960s stuff that, to me, you know, to them was priceless, but to me is worthless.
Yeah.
Because, you know, if I'm rejecting the stuff from the 80s, imagine what I'm thinking about the stuff that was really ropey from the 60s and the 50s even. So it's like, yeah, sell it now while it's worth something. And, you know, and it comes down to what people think about money. So if I was to ask people, you know, do you think a brain surgeon is wealthy? Most people say, yeah. And it's like, why? Well, because they've got a lot of money. They're earning a lot of money. And I said, right, okay, well, you know, it's pure, you know, their income is purely based upon how much time they spend at work doing their job.
But they're working hours a day.
Yeah,
So,
if they end up with a car crash and they can't work anymore, how much are they earning now?
fuck all.
You know,
We've all seen Doctor Strange.
yeah.
Yes.
So
It's
it
all
really comes down to wealth. Being wealthy is how much money you can still accrue, even though you're doing fuck all. So if you've got stocks and shares and stuff like that,
Yes.
It depends on what you decide wealth is. I was in a position to have a lot of money when I was younger, when I was telling jokes around Australia, and I should have bought a house, but I bought a lot of drugs, I
knew that was going to be priorities.
Priorities. I was basically earning money hand over fist, and I was playing every day with some of the most brilliant genius people in Australia for fun. And then, oh, woe of woes, I would have to work an hour a day.
Yeah.
And get upwards of $1.5 for it. And
Yeah.
then, woe of woes, I would be treated really, really well, and fed, and then either driven or flown to the next gig. And if you could pick up a tour that was a 3-month tour, you had rent for the year.
Yeah.
I shit you not. You had rent for the year, and you could. I mean, I never spent the rent for the year. I used to spend 6 months worth of rent. I used to rock up to the fucking real estate and dump 6 months of rent on the table. and they'd go, "Thank you for that," and I'd say, "Tell me when it's about to run out," and I
Yeah,
would like
and,
that.
I don't want to suggest you had criminal proclivities, Aidsy, but whenever we have this conversation, I remember when I read the book about Chow Hayes, the 1930s Razor Gang enforcer, where he talked about how much they stole and how much money went through their hands, because he was living with his mother in Chippendale, and he said, if I had thought at the time about the money, instead of just spending it all, I could have essentially bought my entire suburb of real estate. And he said, can you imagine how wealthy you would be if you bought 100 houses and held on to them? And he said, I had enough money in my life to buy 100 houses in inner Sydney, but I just fucking blew it. I was just at clubs and at the race course and whatnot, and I just burned money because whenever I spent it, I could just go and I would steal more. And I ended up with nothing because I burnt it all. And so nobody. It seems like you want to
just in the chat. I think Micro might be looking for a link. Micro
are you? For a link. Oh, yeah, no, Micro, if you want to join us, brother, I will post the link. Oh, it's still, I haven't saved anything else. There you go.
One of the things that occurred to me when my money wealth went away was I had to reassess my life. And my money wealth went away because I got fired from comedy. And I got fired from comedy because I got sick. And I won't go into it. It's a deep, long story. And it's not as nasty as it sounds. It sounds really horrible that I got fired, but it was actually a mercy thing. It was actually a really nice thing to do.
With what was behind the reason you got fired, it was a walk in the park, really.
Sorry?
I mean, the thing that you got fired for was fucked.
But
like the sickness,
they could have just watched me struggle forever. They could have done that.
No, I get your point. Yeah,
and they didn't, and they loved me enough to say, "Dude, you're hurting us. Stop floundering and struggling." And
totally.
What I had to do is I had to reassess what wealth was, and I had to reassess what I was working for, and I thought to myself, what are the feelings you get when you get wealthy? What do you get? And not the symbols of wealth, the car, the money, the house, the bling, but what are the feelings you get? And it was things like power, security, dignity, and the ability to be generous to your friends. And I thought to myself, you know what? I can do all of that without cash. I can do all of that without having actual folding. Now, you need some folding money. There's no doubt about it. If you live in society, you must have some cash. You've got to pay rent. You've got to get food. You've got to pay off cops when you go to the bank.
Enough is as good as a feast.
Enough is as good as a feast. You're right. I mean,
My
how many
granddad used to
yachts
say
can you
that.
safely sail at once? How many planes can you safely fly all at the same time? I find 3. But, I mean, you've only got one dick. And
I'm doing something about mine.
Well, there is that, but I'm sure, Laura, that unless you get some really radical surgery, you've only got one or the other. So, I don't know. I see these people that run after money, and I see them run so hard after money, and I go, you're going to be run over by a car waiting there, bleeding out, or you're going to be on your deathbed and going, "Oh yeah, I wish I spent more time in the office." Oh yeah, I wish I had another $15 billion in the bank because fuck, I used it for being miserable and for intimidating my children. It's like.
Sorry, are you describing Trump?
No, I'm actually describing fucking what's that woman who owns the mines?
Gina Reinhardt. She's such an unhappy person. She's such an
incredibly unhappy person. She's the richest woman in Australia, and basically she threatens governments, and they do things for her, which is ridiculous because she keeps on saying, "I'm going to go," and not mine here anymore. And it's like,
If she
no,
does
you're
that,
not,
all I can say is don't let the door hit
basically
you on the way
the
out.
stuff is here. So if you don't do it, someone else will. You're not here in Kalgoorlie because it's nice. You hear it because that's where the iron is, you fucking idiot.
Yeah.
And what she does is every time her children say, "You owe us the money that our grandfather willed to us," she turns around and says, "If you make a noise, I'm going to take your security off you."
Yes, I was about to say, it's not that she threatens governments, she threatens her own children, which is just desperately sad. Desperately sad.
And she does threaten governments, but she threatens her own children. She says, "I'll take your security off you." Now, remember that these are the children of the richest women in Australia. They are massively kidnapped targets. Massive kidnap targets, right? If they get their security taken off them, they're fucked.
Mike,
you might want to reposition Mike a bit,
my
mate.
grandfather's money, who willed it to me, she fucking turns around and says, "No, you're not having it," because she's into control and she's into, I think she wants to be looked up to.
She's desperate for affirmation, basically.
Affirmation and validation.
Yes. Yeah, validation. Validation is the right word. You're right. Validation is the right word. And hello, Brachial. Hello.
Hey, Brachial.
Hi.
And so, essentially, I see these people, doing this stuff. There's a guy called George Soros, who's a hedge fund guy, and he was at dinner during the financial crunch, the credit crisis, and there was all these fucking fat capitalists around the table, and he said to these guys, he said, "Guys, we've got to stop and pause for a second, because if we go much further, people are going to fucking string us up." And they will deserve to. He said, "We've got to be a bit careful about what we do." And he's actually technically one of the few who doesn't actually break any laws. He's just really insanely rich. He's a hedge fund guy. And he's just really good at fucking picking resources and where they're going to be in the next 20 years. But he was at this table and he said he was disgusted at the way these people were talking about people losing their homes, about how people were losing their lives. And somebody turned around and said, "Oh, suicide's up by 15%. And he said that for me, that was it. And he said, "Guys, if this keeps going, they're going to string us up and we'll deserve it." And they'll deserve to. You very rarely see someone who gets the wealth thing right on both ends, and he's sort of one of them. But you see these sports stars, especially the American ones, who make untold amounts of money, and you see them buy bling, and you see them go to casinos, and you see them drive around cars that are ridiculous, and you see them, in their, and it's basically the poor boy made good, but it's really fucking gauche. It's like, and I'm trying not to be racist, and it's gonna come out as racist, but I'm trying to make a point. Sometimes you see new wealthy Chinese, and they put some of the tackiest shit together because it's a sign that they've got, you know, the money that they didn't have when they were younger. I know people. I mean, my old man was a plumber, and I met tradies from when I was 5, and then, you know, tradies tend to put together a bit of money as they get older. And I've got into these guys' houses and they've got some tacky shit in there, but that basically was cool when they were kids, you know. And so I consider myself very, very lucky. I don't have a lot of money. I live in a 1-room bed sit. But I'm still going out with a man who's half my age. I've got food in my belly. I haven't been arrested for anything lately. And, you know, it rained today and I was only out in it for 20 minutes. So it's not going so bad. It's not going so bad.
Yeah. You're a man who took control of his life, quite honestly. So I'm always in awe of that a bit. Is there anything? Heine's in the chat. It's asking. That is a weird question, Heine. You're moving into a new apartment. You have a subwoofer. Should you play it at reduced volume? What about rubber feet for it? Nobody gave the response. Depends on the building. If you want to fucking piss off your neighbors, play anything too loud, and they'll spend their whole life plotting ways to murder you. So
put a sponge under it. That's always good.
Absolutely.
They sell special bases you put your subwoofer on, and it makes it so the bass, you hear the bass, but it doesn't affect your neighbors.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good tip.
What is that?
That's a good tip.
Micro USB. What is that?
It's a special wooden base, like a hollow wooden base you can buy to put subwoofers on. Just Google like subwoofer base, and it should pop up.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Yeah,
I mean,
because
I'm
apartments,
seeing
you don't
it
want to piss off your
would
neighbors.
work, and that sounds brilliant. Because in Australia we have weird
I think
laws
anything
where
that's got a good air gap would, you know, if you got lots of little air gaps and stuff like that. Hence, Laura's suggestion about the sponge actually is there's also got merit because you have the lots of little air gaps with soft material between that that actually absorbs some of the vibration, reduces how much goes through.
Yeah, air gapping can be a big thing, definitely.
Yeah, subwoofers are a tricky thing, Heine, because they literally go through the entire apartment block.
Yeah,
and people 3 corridors away can hear you, and even at midday when they've just put the baby down, that can make them murderous. So you've just got to be so careful about the subwoofers.
Yeah, bottom end does penetrate a lot more than top end.
And I know subwoofers are cool, and they give you that vibe right through your spine. It feels fantastic.
Oh my gosh. Do you know what this reminds me of? And it's something I wrote down before, because every now and again I'll just write something down because it would be interesting to talk about it. And I've got another one, but the second one I've got. So I just sort of like at the Pride thing, I heard a song, and ever since then it's been sort of bouncing around my head. And it was a reimagining of something, so it wasn't the original. It's just been, they put a new drum beat on it and stuff, and it was a song by Boney M, and I really like Boney M. You know, we've got like half a dozen songs that I think are just brilliant. And I don't like disco. I really don't like the 70s. I'm fortunate. I was born in the 70s, but I have no memory of it. I have no memory of orange plastic sofas. I have no memory when orange and brown were cool colors.
In interior decor, yes.
Yeah, you know, I have no memory of bell bottoms. So I'm fortunate. I'm fortunate to have,
fortunate.
You know, even though I probably got dressed in something that looked hideous, you know, sort of, you know, probably something white and but with like orange and brown bits on it or
Yeah.
something.
I'd
You know,
say so. It was probably
Yeah.
made
something
out of
woolen. Yeah,
Fine.
something woolen,
Oh,
just hideous, you know.
Yeah.
So,
Hey,
yeah. I mean, there's a
So,
picture of me as a baby in my christening gown, and I'm lying on the family, like I say, sort of orange plastic sofa,
Yeah.
vinyl. You know, it was awful, you know, but it was of its time. It was cool back then.
Yeah.
You know,
Hey,
it's one-
I went to my sister's wedding in a denim safari suit, so you know, it's like, it's
Oh
just
my
like,
God.
no, not,
found
and
it-
also not just me. I was preteen. Me and my two younger brothers were wearing matching denim safari suits at my sister's wedding. So there you go. Brachial was the one who's talking about. Wants a subwoofer in a car stereo. Yeah, play techno, and so it shakes. Yes.
Okay, I've got something embarrassing to share with you. So this
Thanks,
is
Laura.
me. This is me when I was younger, and I knew at that age that I was trans. You know,
Yeah.
that's me and my dad. My dad's rather round now by comparison, and I'm up here now. So I was 12 then.
Okay.
And this is Legoland in Denmark. This summer holiday 1986. That's my mum. And you know, you can see shorts, and they were like satiny ones, and like, you know, slip-on shoes. I love those shoes. I used to look down and think, you know, my legs look like girl legs, which, you know, was nice. Oh, that was me.
Yeah.
And sorry.
Go back to the tank.
And that's me in the background there. That was probably when I was the coolest. So if you look, that's my father and my stepmom getting married, and that's the family. And there I am. You can see everyone else has got, and there I am posing. I am, you know. So you can see I'm literally posing. I'm actually stood like the figure of a Soundwave. If you look at the original picture, Soundwave used to sort of have one leg sticking out, and I thought that looked cool, so I used to do that. And I'm posing. I've got black shoes, white trousers, a black shirt, a green bomber jacket, army sort of green, and a piano tie.
Yeah. Yeah, that is. You are definitely the only one in that whole group who's posing. That's that's the whole thing. Oh, and also I want to say a thing from the chat. The username Andrew Murch is actually my sister, and she's asking for tips because. How does she get a husband out of jail? They won't let him out. He probably has to stop saying abusive and threatening things. We had this discussion earlier about if you're talking to coppers, don't say anything aggressive and don't say anything threatening.
What I tend to find with the coppers is de-escalate, like today when they were looking for nobody.
Yes.
And I started talking softer and softer and softer. And they got more and more bored when nobody turned up. And I'm not talking about our nobody. I'm talking about actually nobody.
I was about to say, I don't recall any of this.
They didn't know why they were there. They were shitty, and they were looking like, we've got to arrest someone, and here's this fat cunt with a stick. And I was just talking quieter and quieter. And then they just went, well, we're bored now, we'll go. And so... if I can say to Andrew Murch, tips with cops, collegiate. Always be collegiate. You are equals trying to get a job done together. You're trying to get a task done together as equals.
And what I expect he's actually doing is being adversarial and abusive, to which the coppers are not receptive. They're not receptive.
Really not. They're really not. I learned that as a young fellow. And what I also learned is if there's one copper, there's six.
Well, this is at the lockup. We're talking about someone who has been the local coppers have said, okay, you need an attitude adjustment. You're inebriated. We're going to just drag you to the local lockup and sit you in a cell until you sort your shit out. And if you're in that cell in the local lockup and you're just hurling abuse at the coppers, they're just going, well, you're not getting out. You're not getting out. So long as you have that fucking attitude, you're not getting out.
When I was trying to give up smoking in college, what happens when I quit nicotine? I go psychotic, and I didn't know at the time.
Yeah.
I was walking down William Street with my friends, and there's a cathedral out the front, in William Street. And I was walking down the street, and I was starting to get all very shaky and strange. And my mates are going, "Mate, are you all right? What's going on?" I was starting to get all weird and growly and grumpy and
agitated,
not making any sense. And this nun who was walking in a cathedral saw this guy in distress and came up, and she's grabbed me by the elbow, said, "Mate, are you okay?" And I've turned around and fucking decked her.
And that's why I laughed as soon as he said, when I tried to give up smoking in Bathurst, I knew the story ended with, and then I punched a nun. As soon as he said it, I knew what the ending of the story was.
That's a newspaper story, isn't it? That's, drunken man punches nun.
Immediately. And I was put in jail. Now, I have no memory of this. The only thing I remember is seeing the cathedral, and then apparently I fought the cops all the way into the car, all the way out of the car, all the way into the lockup. I had bits and scrapes out of me. They were ready to throw the book at me. This nun was on the ground with a fairly bad black eye and a cracked orbital, because I hit her real hard. And the duty psychologist was there for someone else, and he's seen me go nuts. And my friends were there going, it's not him. This is not him. He does not. He's just not this guy.
Yeah.
And the coppers going, "Oh, he's now." And the
He seems
psychologist
to be,
going,
yeah.
"He's really psychotic. He's really gone." And he said, the psychologist said, "Has he done anything different lately?" And they said, "Oh, he's given up smoking." And the psychologist looked at the cops and said, "Who's got a smoke? Just for shits and giggles, who's got a smoke?" And one of them, and they said, "Spark it up for him." And next thing I knew, I was, and it all just went, and I was going, and I had this smoke, and I went, "Where the fuck am I?" And I'm going, and I'm looking at myself, and I've got bits all out of me, and I get told what's going on, and I was just going, "Oh Christ, oh my God." And the nun didn't press charges, but she did say, "We would like some help perhaps with the soup kitchen in the wintertime." I'm thinking, I am that guy.
Yeah, you're volunteering. You're
Trust me,
volunteering
I am
right
that
now.
guy. And I turn up, and she said, "Oh, you're not going to hit me again, are you?" I'm going,
Oh, no. No.
Yeah, it's a very funny joke. Please stop telling it.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the chat. Brachial saying they want to travel to Australia in our next winter. You might be able to travel here by next winter, actually.
Maybe.
Travel might be a thing. Sydney's a no-go place because it smells of farts. I don't think Sydney smells like farts.
It sort of smells like a cheeseburger.
Yeah, some suburbs,
It
some
doesn't smell
suburbs
like
more than
farts.
others.
It's just not like traffic.
Yeah. Suze, that's what they keep saying about your house. Yeah. I what I suspect is happening, and I don't know how much of the coppers are telling you, Suze, is that he's still being very belligerent and argumentative, and the cops are just standing outside the bars going, "Keep it up, dickhead."
We can wait here all night. We can
wait. Shift is changing. We don't care. We'll go home. You'll still be there. And while he goes through the DTs and gets even more antsy. Again, the cops should actually be bringing in some medical care. They probably won't, because they don't fucking care. They don't fucking care. I'm sorry, you were fucking rude to us. We're just gonna leave you in the cage.
When I used to live with my copper mate, in Katoomba in the Blue Mountains.
Yeah.
He said to me one night, he said, "Mate, we banned the wrong fucking drug. We really
Yes.
did." He
Yes.
came up cut on his cheek. And I said, "What happened to you?" And he said, "Oh, fucking another arrest." And he said, "We banned the wrong fucking drug, mate." And I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "I arrest maybe 3 people a year smoking dope who've gone psychotic. Maybe. Usually 1 to 2, but maybe 3. He said, "I arrest 10 people a night who are full of piss and bad manners."
Oh, alcohol's a terrible drug. Speaking as someone who's knocked back like 4 cocktails tonight, alcohol's a terrible drug. Alcohol is really bad. Marijuana and even hallucinogens are way safer. If it was legal, I would have just been dropping MDMA all night, and and I'd be far happier.
There was a girl once who died of an MDMA overdose, and what she actually died of was too much water.
Yes. Oh, yeah, because you drink too much water and you actually effectively drown. Yeah.
And
so, isn't it just like, don't they just call that drowning?
Yeah. But it's the thing, you can actually drink enough water to kill you if your system's unbalanced. Yeah.
Anyway, so they went to these doctors and said, "Oh, this MDMA, it's a dangerous drug," and he used the platform to say, "Well, you know what? This is the 3rd MDMA death this year. Every night around Australia, 10 kids die of alcohol poisoning."
Oh, yeah.
Every night.
Yeah.
And so I said, "I don't know why we're concentrating on this drug when we should maybe be concentrating on the other." And they stopped interviewing that doctor because they didn't like hearing that.
Yeah. The truth is a painful thing. The things that have been made the things that have been made illicit since the start of the 20th century, and we learned in the grand experiment in the US, prohibition of alcohol simply does not work. But for some reason, we're in denial. We think prohibition of the other drugs works, and it fucking doesn't. It absolutely does not.
Hey, guess what happened to the war on drugs? Drugs won.
Yes, that was like an unequivocal victory. That was a first round technical knockout to drugs, and it was just like,
drugs has got both hands up in the air because no one else is.
The Rocky theme is playing and drugs are dancing around the ring going it's just
fuck it, that fight is over. Trust me.
The punching a nun story reminds me of something I did once. Not my best day. So I basically punched a girl and knocked out 2 of her teeth.
Oh shit! Okay.
However, there is mitigation here.
Of course there is.
And this was the last time I was expelled. Now, the last time suggests there are multiple times, and this is true. You know, I got kicked out of Germany.
Oh my God! Okay, if you get kicked out of Germany, that's bad. If you get kicked out of Germany, that's bad.
So what happened was, as I've mentioned before, I've got Asperger's, okay? And nobody knew what that was when I was growing up. Yeah. I wasn't diagnosed with it until 2010.
I wasn't.
You know, and back when I was a kid, you know, like all this stuff was written in German. So, you know, it wasn't accessible. So, well, what happened was you know, some kid had done something, so I hit him because, you know, sometimes I couldn't control myself. You know, it was effectively what it was like. It was the bottle of pop, and you shake it and you shake it, and eventually the cork's going to go flying off somewhere. And usually, when the cork went, that's when people got hurt. So, for example, there was this kid who'd been bullying me, and one day he shoulder barged me in woodwork. And I went back to my desk and the milk flowed over. And I looked at the chisel And I went, no, I won't do that. But I did go up behind him and I put my hands together and I went and smacked him on the back of, between his shoulder blades. And I knocked him out cold.
Yep.
I got suspended. That I didn't get expelled for that one. But
He did have it.
what happened was the Germany one was I was living in Germany with my mum and my stepdad, and I must have had one last chance, and I broke that chance. And basically, my dad was told, "You got 24 hours to get him out of the country, or we'll kick you out of the Air Force."
Oh,
And so I was sent to live with my grandma because my father didn't have accommodations. He was still in the blockhouse. He was a bachelor, so you just lived on the base in a bedsitter kind of thing. Well, and then after about 6 months, he found a girlfriend, and so I ended up living with her, and they got married, which was the picture I shared earlier.
Yeah.
And what went wrong, I was struggling because my dad was a dick. He's a lot less of a dick these days. But just to give you an idea of how dickish he was, because he used to use the belt. But an example of how much of a dick he was back then, I got into a tantrum of some kind and I breaking some glass. I ended up cutting myself. It wasn't anything serious. It was just, a weird, bizarre thought that went through my mind. And of course, as a child, it's like, why'd you do it? It'd be like, I don't know. And I don't know was a perfectly valid answer because I didn't really, it was like instinct. It seemed like a good idea at the time kind of thing.
Yeah.
So what happened was I cut myself. My father basically told me if I was serious, if I really wanted to do it, I should have gone down.
Yeah.
The arm. And I was 12. I was 12 when he said this to me.
Yeah. It's not across the road, kids. It's down the street.
Lovely.
So
my
anyway, so
main
what
thing
happened
was
was
punching road signs.
Yeah, so because I'd been kicked out of Germany and, basically they put me in a children's home. And my mum would phone up every week to ask, to speak to me. And they were told I was out playing.
Yeah.
For about 2 months.
For 2 months? You have played for 2 months?
Yeah, every week for 2 months I was out playing.
Yeah.
However, actually I was in a children's home.
Yeah.
And so my mum got in contact with the social services for that area, and then they discovered the reality. And so they came over, and there was a sort of custody hearing thing. And basically it was, I went back to Germany, but I wasn't allowed to go to school there.
Oh,
So
damn.
that's the sort of the middle history of me, or the earlier history of me. But me getting kicked out of school for punching a girl, actually, it wasn't really punching at all. I had a couple of girls that were sat on the table behind me, and one of them was poking me with a compass.
Yes.
Compass on my back.
I remember that.
And what happened was I just sort of flipped round and went, "Stop it," like that.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I was, how old would I have been? About 15, I think. And you know what happens when you're age of 15? That's when you get growth spurts.
Yes.
And my arm was suddenly a bit longer than I realised.
Yeah.
So
So
I
it was
didn't
with
just,
more force.
brush. Yeah. So I didn't. Well, it wasn't just force. It was I didn't brush near her. I brushed through her.
Yeah.
So I basically ended up hitting her with the knuckles there, and it was with enough force that it basically I punched her, knocked her to the floor, and 2 teeth came out.
Yeah.
So,
I think because
not my best time. But
No, I did a bit of boxing when I was younger, and we used to watch a lot of tape. And the big thing is, like when someone's throwing a punch at you, if you see it coming, if you dodge it or pull back, even if it connects, if you've pulled away from it, it doesn't hurt. But if you miscalculate it and move in completely the wrong direction, and I've seen heaps of video of this, a boxer misjudging a punch and moving in completely the wrong direction, and they move into the punch, so they essentially double the force of the punch. And when that happens, you see their whole face distort, and then they go down. And that's very similar to what you. And also, I just want to say, Sue's Sorry, two things. And Andrew Murch, actually, my sister Sue, you eat ice like it's going out of fashion. You won't drown on that. Actually, frozen water is much safer than water, and she is literally telling the truth. She used to beat the crap out of me till I got taller than her. That was a real thing. Our overgrown Catholic family, there was a lot of physical confrontation in our teenage years as various people got all sorts of hormones coursing through their systems. There was a lot of physical conflict.
I punched road signs quite a few times.
We're in your family, Angry.
I'd have a moment. Everything would boil over, and I would leave the area, and you could see which road signs I punched because you could have literally matched the shape of my fist with the marks on them.
The road signs.
Distinct knuckle indentation.
Yeah.
Here's a note for everyone.
Yeah.
When you punch a road sign that hard and you have school the next day and you've hit it with your right hand and you are right-handed and your hand starts turning black, it is very, very difficult to write anything down.
It all sounds very familiar, yes.
Do you know one of the weirdest things, because sort of talking about body and stuff like that and hands, one of the things that I've discovered interesting about, my skin getting softer and everything, which has been wonderful, is that, some of the wrinkles that I had on my hands don't seem to be there anymore. They've sort of all softened out. But that's because my skin has got a bit more, it seems to have a bit more movement in it now. And when you go to the toilet, public toilet, and you got the hand dryers, have they? I don't know whether you got it in Australia. You probably do because it's not like you're third world country or anything. But they've replaced the old hand dryers where it was just like some hot air coming out, and it'd take like a couple of minutes. With these new ones where you got like, you dip your hand in these two sort of hole things. And it's got like a wave of air or something. Well, it's really weird. When you watch when you get videos of, because when you're talking about someone being punched and their face distorting, when you watch those things of like someone in a centrifuge and their skin is going like like this.
Yes.
That's what started happening with my hands. I put my hands under it. It's like my skin is just like ripples of water. Like when you drop a pebble and it goes like that and spreads everywhere. It's like you just have this ripple of skin flowing around. It's like, oh, I don't really like that.
Well, I always thought it was cool because it was showing me that my hands were actually getting dry, because the old hand dryers where you put your hand under and there's warm, lukewarm air coming out, you'd be there for 5 minutes and there'd be a guy there standing over you about 3-4 feet, and he looked like it had a lot of meth, and you'd go, when you fucking finished? And I go, now, and then just give it a lot of this, but the blades like get you really clean and you're not touching anything, and and then you just bail and everyone happily lines up behind you, knowing that it's going to be quick and easy and happy.
They are brilliant. It's just like I say, got this new weird effect on me. Another unfortunate effect, and I'm afraid I'm gonna have to go sort of to the downstairs department now.
Fair enough.
So I have discovered a new problem with the HRT, and that is that I've had some shrinkage. Those emails that want, tell you, do you want to enlarge? It's like, no, I've got completely the opposite. I've got a bit of atrophy going on. And when I don't know, you'd have to be circumcised. We don't really do circumcision very much in the UK, but I haven't had the foreskin covering it since I was probably about maybe 14, 15.
Right.
Since then, it's not been able to cover it. It just, you get the bit showing through, shall we say, the belt end. Well, now I've got the opposite happening.
Right.
So now when I go to the toilet sitting down, I've got to sort of maneuver and pull things back because otherwise it ends up sort of, the water or the fluid bounces off all the facet, the bits of fleshy skin, and it ends up pouring out over my leg because it's splashing between the seat and the bowl. And it's like, oh bloody hell! I had to wash my the mat that goes around the toilet. I had to wash it twice in the last week because I just I didn't notice it until I got up and discovered it was absolutely soaking, and I didn't want to end up with something that's that it soaked in and then stunk the place out. I don't want it to smell like a men's toilets, public toilets.
A mate of mine got himself a Prince Albert and an Amphelon, and years later he had them removed, and he said never get them because they're fun at the time, but when you eventually got to take them out, you fucking piss them like a sprinkler for the rest of your life.
Oh my god! I got an amusing thing for you. So you get blokes who like to hate transgender people as well.
You do.
And one of the most amusing things that I've noticed happening is when you get basically cis-het guys trying to sort of say that I've got like a tiny penis, and it's like, that these things work on guys, but don't work on people like me. This is trying to suggest I've got a small penis is antithetic to my reason for being over the last few years.
Not really a thing anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it would basically be like the equivalent of those emails about enlarging your member being sent to a eunuch.
I had this guy.
You could actually say, well, actually, it's too big, if anything.
You could. Actually, it's a bit big. I'm trying to sort that out.
Trying to downsize. I'm in the market for downsizing at the moment.
I was talking to a guy last week who's one of the members of the house, and he effectively lost his temper, and he had misunderstood a couple of things, and he felt like he was being victimized, and he felt like he was being ganged up on, and it was a misunderstanding. But then I've wandered into this to calm him down, and he started abusing the shit out of me, and he goes, basically, you're a fucking fat poof with no fucking idea with your gimpy legs and your fucking no cash, living in a bed sit fucking life, 50 with nothing. And I giggled, and I went, "Oh Christ, don't giggle." What? And I said, "Mate, I was a poofter in the 80s. Unless you've got an actual stick, none of this is hurting. I've been used by so much worse than you. And frankly, everything you've said so far is real. So it's not really being, hey, bro, why don't we talk about what's really upsetting you?"
Yeah.
It's like Angry said in a video many, many years ago, which I saved, which is, anybody using an epithet against you is saying nothing about you. It's saying everything about them. Because I think the wording you said was something like, I get called gay every day in comments. It doesn't bother me because, let's see, either it's true, in which case, how can it bother me? Or it's not true, in which case, how can it bother me?
Bother me, yeah.
So, those are exactly the words you said, including the well.
And I like to say to them, like, how desperate are you to suck my dick? Because that's the only if you and the whole thing is saying you're gay, it's like, okay, either you dude and you want to suck my dick and you'll be disappointed if I say I'm not gay, or you're a woman and you'll be disappointed if I say I am gay. The whole "are you gay" thing literally is just about how much you want to suck my dick. And honestly, I get that whoever you are, you've got this fixation on sucking my dick. But
And that's cool. That's cool.
It's cool. It's cool. You've got a fixation on sucking my dick. Whoever you are, male or female, you're going to have to come to terms with the fact that it doesn't figure into my life. I'm not interested. I'm not going for it. And it's not a sexuality thing. I'm just doing it. But your fixation on me and my sexuality is directly related to the degree to which you want to suck my dick. And it's just like,
I've been quite fortunate that because I'm an older trans woman and less young and pretty as some of the others, I haven't had weird, creepy guys try sending me, private messages of their penis, because this happens.
Yes, because I can sort you out.
Yeah.
I haven't had this, thankfully. But I did read someone's amusing little response to such things, which is, why are you sending me a picture of a child's penis?
I've seen that one.
Really upsets them. So it's like, that's not a child's penis. Well, it looks rather small. Are you sure it's not a child's penis? You know, it's a little bit pedophilic there, isn't it? Sending me a child's penis. You know,
I've seen that one. Like, I'm reporting you to the police, sending me child pornography. Why are you sending me pictures of a child's penis? And also, I want to throw out, I am enjoying in the chat Sue and nobody flirting in the chat. Basically, that's that's a bit of fun going on in there.
One of the things that happened to me when I was doing my teaching rounds, because I got trained to be a teacher at the end of my theatre degree. That was a fucking mistake. But anyway, I was doing my teaching round, and one of the students there, who was a shit-stirring little turd, said, "So, mister, are you gay?" And I went, "Oh, okay, look. All right, look. I think you're very brave, and I appreciate that that's hard to do in front of your friends, and I appreciate that you've been
Nice.
really stuck up about that, because the only reason why you'd want to know if I was gay is to have sex with me, but it's really inappropriate for a teacher and a student to have sex. So
absolutely.
Listen, I've got numbers you can call for support. I can get you in touch with people who can help you through this. And so, you know, look, I'm flattered, sure, but we can't take this. We're okay. So yeah. So page 41. And the class just fucking ate him alive, and I felt like a little bit of a bastard, but Jesus, they tore him up, and he was like, ah! he was like, you know.
I was close to turning around yesterday, so I went and picked up my magazines and a couple of bits of shopping that my food delivery managed to not happen to have in stock at the time, and so I'm riding in. I looked lovely. I was wearing a sort of, you know, like a deep lilac dress with white polka dots on it, a lemon yellow cardigan with a yellow belt as well. It glows in the dark as well, which is somewhat cool. But anyway, so I'm riding along, and next thing you know, there's this kid who was probably about maybe 14 or something, does this stupid, crazy, really loud, exaggerated laugh at me. And, you know, I just like shook my head and kept riding. You know, I sort of, you know, kind of gave him the finger, but, you know, kind of wish I hadn't. You know, and it's like, you know, I don't give a shit what this fucking idiot thinks. I'm living my life for me, not for him. The reason why I put it off for 19 years because I was worried about fucking idiots like that.
Yep.
So, and I thought about like going back and challenging him, because the thing about it is, in these days, including in the city where I live, and there's a lot more in London, there are people getting stabbed for nothing more than basically turning their head and doing the really look.
Yes.
You know? And so I was thinking about sort of going in, like challenging him right in front of his mates and saying, look, what you just did there is really inappropriate. It makes you look stupid. But the thing is, you might be a kid now, but in a few years' time, you'll be a grown-up. And you're lucky that, you know, people like me give kids a break because they're just young and stupid and eventually they'll grow up. But you'll get to a point when you're like 18 and maybe you've gone and had your first few beers and you get in somewhat, you know, you take the piss out of someone or get in someone's face. And in these days, they may not just like punch you. You might pick the wrong person who will just like stab you. And we have all these stories in the TV, you know, in the news about someone got stabbed, you know, for stupid, non-real reasons. So you might want to think about what you're doing, you know, before you get to that stage where you end up, you know, being stabbed.
I'm the caretaker of this block of flats that I live in, and we have a roof garden. And every now and again, the kids get in and they jump around on the roof garden and spray it and whatever in the middle of the night, and I've got to get up and get rid of them. And it's better now because we've got a roller door that actually gets shut. It used to be that our gates were open all the time, and the shop used to make sure they'd run a car into it so that the hinges were fucked and we couldn't shut it.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was actually quite dangerous in the middle of the night, and I've been here 13 years, and I've been stabbed 3 times. Effectively, what happens is every sort of 3-ish months, 2 months, 3 months, you'll get a group of kids up there, and one of them will have a knife, and they'll bring it out. And I always make sure that I'm not between them and the door, so they can get out. Right?
They can leave.
And all of their little mates all gather around the back of the guy with the knife. It's so fucking funny to watch. And I usually go one of 2 ways. And the first way is I go, oh, fuck's sake, throw that away. Fuck, throw that over the side now, quick as you can. Anyone else is carrying, do that now. Fucking the cops are coming. They fucking find that shit on you. You're fucking doing 25. Oh, no, that's immediately robbery. Fuck, you won't get out of fucking prison till you're fucking 30. No, chuck it now. Get just over the side. Get the fuck, go down the street because they'll be coming in from the top because they're on their fucking way. Oh, quick, fellas, you better get going. And 9 times out of 10, they go, oh, yeah, right. Oh, thanks, man. And they'll go. They'll bolt. But every now and again, they'll go, oh, what if we don't want to fucking go? And it's like, one of the things you've always got to remember when someone's got a knife is if they're 20 meters away or 10 meters away, they can't stab you. So I get out my phone and start taking photographs, and fuck, you see people run. As soon as you start taking photographs, they fucking run. They really run because they do not want their faces in police custody or police hands. And it's the funniest thing, you know. It's social media is so much more powerful than a knife. First time I saw that, it really freaked me out. But these days it's one of the ways. But the best way is always to say, oh guys, fucking throw it over the side. Just fucking make sure you don't have it on you when the cops come, because you'll be fucked. They will actually get in trouble. If you're under 18 and you've got a knife, you will actually get in a lot of trouble. You will actually to incarceration. But if you say you've got a knife on you and you're threatening someone, that's robbery, not burglary. That's robbery. In Australia, when you come home and you're being burgled, yeah, and the burglars are in your house and they see you, they drop everything that they've got and they run out of the house, because if they get caught and you're in the house, it goes from burglary, which is maximum 3 years, to robbery, which is minimum 25.
Aggravated. Yeah, that's the word that they like to do, is aggravated assault.
Minimum
And
25. So burglars want nothing to do with that.
What colloquially gets called home invasion in the media, in court terms, is it's a burglary when someone's home, and
no, robbery. Robbery when someone's home.
Sorry, yes, a robbery when someone's home. And sometimes it's orchestrated and they mean to do it, like they break down doors while people are away. But yeah, AIDS is absolutely right. If someone just intended to burgle a house, if they come into contact with a person in the house, they'll fucking bolt, because the aggravated assault charge is orders of magnitude worse than a burglary charge.
And you bang to rights. As soon as the cops get you, they say, is it him to you? Is it him? Is it her? Yes. They don't care about any other evidence than you said yes.
Yeah.
They don't give a shit about any other fucking... I mean, they'll look for a couple of fingerprints and say that'll do. But the burglars don't get involved. Get the fuck out. Drop and go.
When you first started that story, you talked about, what was it, being shot and stabbed? And every now and again I'll watch something, and it's like, I'll think of you because of your brushes with death, somewhat frequent brushes with death. And so and one of my little jokes that popped through my head somewhat recently when I watched the movie, I watched Ghostbusters 2. And do you remember how they just described the Vigo guy, about how he died? And it was Vigo the Carpathian, born 1505, died 1610, 105 years old. He hung in there, didn't he? And then Ray goes, and he didn't die of old age either. He was poisoned, stabbed, shot, hung, stretched, disemboweled, drawn and quartered. So other than the drawn and quartered, that might be the bit that finishes you off, Aidsy.
That's legit. That's absolutely legit. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I mean, I'm not saying I've called him Vigo the Carpathian for years, but I've called him Vigo the Carpathian for years.
Putting around. I'm just good at convincing chicks that I don't need a shower. I always laugh at the story of killing Rasputin and how they fucking had like 15 fucking
poisoned, shot, stabbed, drowned, and none of it worked.
None of it worked. And they think he finally froze to death. They don't even think he drowned. They think he froze to death.
Yeah. That's there's a film coming out. It's one of the dozen or so films that have been delayed by a year because of COVID, because they won't make their money back unless they can put it in a cinema full of people. But it's a prequel to the Kingsman movies. Like the Kingsman are those very sort of silly spoof. It's called The King's Man, and it's a prequel. It's 100 years previous to the other ones, and it's the origin of the Kingsman. And they come into conflict with Rasputin. That's in the trailer. So I think there's going to be a very funny fight scene between the King's Men and Rasputin. They haven't given away a lot in the trailer.
It sounds brilliant. I love those movies. I watched the first one last year, and it's like, right, I'm going on eBay. I'm buying it because this is brilliant.
It's love fun. They're fun. But yeah, this is the prequel. Rafe Fiennes is like the originator of the organization. But Rasputin's like the bad guy. And I thought, I just looking and going, they are going to have so much fun with their King's Man fighting Rasputin who won't die. It's just like,
And you know, isn't it kind of funny how only a little while ago I was talking about Boney M.
yes, and they had that great Rasputin song. Yeah.
That was
Okay, here's a bit of trivia. The guy who was in all the videos, who was doing the thing, he did not sing. They just thought he looked good in the videos, but he was not. No, he was not the person who sung on the tracks. He was just that they thought he looked good, and they put him in the videos. I know, it's shocking. Every time you discover one of these stories, it's fucking shocking.
You've damaged my childhood and broken.
I know.
my heart. I'll never trust another adult again.
No. I stopped trusting adults years ago. But
Wise. Yeah.
I've got a topic change, and this is a sad
Do
one,
it.
I'm afraid.
Okay.
Have you heard about the bullshit with abortion in Texas?
Oh, yeah, no, that's awful. Yeah.
Yeah. And what the genius,
Yeah.
the genius of this bullshit is that it's not the state that can sue them. It's anybody you like.
Yeah.
So I could sue them because they're letting someone get aborted. Someone treating some lady, I don't need to know her. With all this going on, there's a new website called what was it called? Pro-Life Whistleblower.
Yes, something like that.
That's what it's called. It's prolifewhistleblower.com, and you can be a normal citizen and you can report someone, and they will then, contact the police. So I saw this thing on Twitter because there's been a thing which is Texas Taliban.
Yes,
is the hashtag that's been flowing the last day. So it's a bit of a read, but it's entertaining. So it's, it would be a real shame if people understood that an inexpensive VPN or proxy service can make it appear that your IP originates in Texas and allow you to access sites that are restricted in-state IP addresses. So if you or I went onto that website, it would say, "Sorry, no, you're not from Texas, therefore you can't do anything." So it's anyway. So it would also be just awful if people knew that you could generate 6 fake Texas addresses in seconds at coolgenerator.com/address-generator.
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't mention that you can download a list of thousands of fake names in minutes at fakenamegenerator.com. I seriously shouldn't bring up that fake one-time email address can be had at throwawayemail.com.
Yeah.
Because it would be truly terrible if, beginning on September the 1st, if every day hundreds of plausible but fake reports were submitted to prolifewhistleblower.com.
Yeah.
Because it seems that this site was set up by a private organization, and I'm sure the authorities will be slightly upset if they were handed 100 or so fake tips daily.
Yeah.
Even if the folks running it did some kind of checking before filing police reports, it would be terrible if their manpower and IT resources were drained by having to filter out hundreds or even thousands of plausible reports daily.
Yeah.
If they're releasing server time from a cloud server, they may even maybe charge for a variable rate based upon site traffic and the server usage. So it's possible. I just finished, nearly getting close. So it's possible they could incur fairly high costs, even if they put in an app in place to automatically filter reports. That'd be a darn shame, wouldn't it? It would be worse if someone programmed a bot to do this automatically at random intervals. I saw that and I went, "Oh my gosh, that's perfect."
Yeah, I will file under hashtag the kids are all right. A bunch of Zoomers are circulating all that information on TikTok, and they're just like, "Fuck this nonsense. Let's just bury it." And again, I won't claim complete credit, but I'm very pleased with my offspring. I've already had a conversation with young Ms. Angry, and she's going, "Oh my God, that bullshit in Texas. What the fuck is that?" And Yeah, and young Mr. Angry as well. They're both fine little social justice warriors, and I am very proud of the pair of
I
them.
can't imagine those two fucking tolerating that at all.
Nah, they're all sort of, and again, like, you know, I just sort of think, even as a side, a couple months ago when we were still allowed to have people in the house, when young Mr. Angry was having people over for his 21st, he disinvited one guy because he was being a creeper to one of the girls he was inviting, and is like, stop doing that. She's expressly told you that she doesn't like that. And just go, I don't care. And it's like, okay, dude, you're not coming. You cannot be here.
You can't
be here because you fucking suck. And he's like, oh, and he's just like, nah. And I was like, yeah, good call. I didn't even tell you to do shit like that. I apparently just gave you enough pointers, and you decided for yourself, no, you are a creepy predator, and you're not coming around.
I don't.
So,
Fuck yeah.
Friends, I'm starting to really fade. So
it's
I'm
that time,
going
man. It is
cold.
that time.
I'm starting to really fade too.
It is that time. We are creeping up to 2 a.m. It's about 1:45. I'm thoroughly prepared to call it at this point.
And
It's
I
really
have,
funny
I
that
have
I think the
a
last
big
hour and a
list.
half kind of flew.
Hang
Like
on.
at about 11:30, I was going, I don't know how much longer I'm going to last. Now it's 1:45, and I'm like, no, okay, we did it, and I'm prepared to call it.
Yeah.
I just need to point out one thing. I didn't realize that nobody had ears.
Do you know I made them for him? Did you know? I 3D printed them in the boss of the house's 3D printer, and we got the paint just right, and it's a wood glue because it comes off.
This is really annoying. I've been 3D printing spaceships and stuff recently, and I made Beverly Crusher's ship for the last show they ever did, the Pasteur.
Yeah.
And so I printed it out and all happy and everything. And went and bloody soot sat on it.
Oh no!
I broke the warp engines off. It's like, oh bloody hell! So
Right.
I've now got to print another one.
yeah.
So that's like 6 hours, and I mean it costs barely anything. It's like 20 pence. So.
Good night, my friends.
Night, nobody.
See you
Good night,
next
everybody.
time.
Yeah, so I'm heading
Go
off to
ahead.
Nettie. No, tomorrow night I'm actually doing a date night with Mrs. Angry, but I'll probably be on Sunday night.
I
So,
hope. Please subscribe on Angry. He's really nice.
oh, AZ, I need to tell you because I suspected you'd be here tonight. So when I just took one of the arbitrary pictures and put it as a thumbnail, it was a very old picture of us that put through one of those weird Instagram filter type things that made us all surreal and crazy eyes. And I put and so that showed up. And on Facebook, Dave Cameron actually responded and went, "That picture is exactly how I think of you two in my head." So it was all sort of surreal and crazy eyes, and Camo just went, "Yep, that's you two. That's how I see you two."
Yeah.
So yeah, no,
For me, if you're seeing it. And
I
so
will.
I've just about finished his radio play.
Nice.
Well, the day after the next one of these is September the 11th, I believe, which is a bit of a day.
Yeah,
since the 20th anniversary.
I was just getting like, because I get the on this day things on Facebook, and
that's why you get the titles of your
but I forget, like the one I did 1 year ago, it was the anniversary of something that kind of sucked, and it was like September 1st or 2nd, and I went on this day this happened, and it's something inconsequential but kind of bad, and I said, which is, as far as I know, the worst thing to ever happen in September. So
and 9/11 goes, hold my beer.
No, the 20th anniversary, I do expect some voices in the US to be particularly fucking stupid, but we'll see what happens.
I've got a quick question for you, and I apologize for holding you on for a few moments.
Yeah.
So America has really milked 9/11, as in like every single year.
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
on the it's on the TV about this is the anniversary of September the 11th, and there's people
Yeah.
there, and people and politicians go there to give a speech, including presidents most of the time, and it's
Yeah.
like, oh, for crying out loud, let it go. I mean, we had London bombed
Yes,
on the
we
7th
did.
of July,
Yes.
and probably for a couple of years we would sort of commemorate it, and then we just let it go, kind of thing.
Yes.
This
No one brings up 7/7 in London anymore. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, it's like for the families, it's significant, and you leave them be, and you let them mourn in their own way, or deal with it,
Yeah.
grieve in their own way. Let
But-
them be alone, and have
At
that
the
thing
same
to
time-
themselves. It doesn't need to be a national tragedy; it's
Yeah.
their tragedy now.
At the same time,
Yeah.
in Australia, we have Armistice Day.
Mhm.
We also have Anzac Day. And we have Anzac Day every year.
That's a bit different. That's for
Yeah,
Well,
because that's when you're more right.
Correct,
When
because it was a massive loss. It was a
Yeah.
massive fail. And the whole thing about Anzac Day is
it's
less
Gallipolian, isn't it?
you forget. It's basically, if you fuck up, this is what happens.
Yeah,
And
isn't it? It's Gallipoli, isn't it? Anzac
Yeah,
Day?
that's about Gallipoli. April
Yeah.
25th
and
is
so
about
basically,
Gallipoli.
9/11 is basically it's the Americans' version of them remembering what happens when you get a Pearl Harbor. When you fuck up, this is what happens, and so that's why they revisit it every year to
Yeah.
steel themselves to spend more money on hurting other
Yeah.
people.
Mhm.
When you fuck up and let your guard down, you get punched in the face, and that's why they do it. That's what it's about.
But I mean, other than Anzac Day, is there a weird tendency to sort of cling on to these things, or does it become, this was a terrible tragedy, and we're gonna move
Anzac
on?
Day
No, it's
basically
only Anzac Day. It's only
brings
Anzac Day.
together everything that involves a soldier getting shot. Right?
Mm.
It brings it all together.
I know.
And
I have spotted you, AZ and Angry as well, sort of doing this is when the right-wing idiots come out and say stupid
Oh,
shit.
yeah. No, and again, the thing is, the right-wing idiots tell a whole succession of lies about Anzac Day. They actually don't understand what happened. They lie about it and blah, 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 blah. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
And of course, I hear AZ going, Australia, as he does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to switch
America,
things. I am going to switch things now. If you all are around on Sunday, I'll see you then. Until then, have fun time.